kids, welcome to DTW Tutorials, welcome, and hello mommy and daddy, welcome to DTW Tutorials, welcome. All right, so in this video I have solved 280 maths questions, solved and explained all for free. I have broken down every maths concept from your GSS1, GSS2 to your GSS3 maths. All the topics are in these 280 maths questions. Okay, so we've been here, all right, from 2017. I've been here helping students achieve excellent results in their exam, JAM, WAEC. And here we have DTW Tutorials Junior, which is for the junior ones, for your junior, from GSS to GSS3 students, and also for common entrance from primary 4, primary 5. You check the channel, you see there are also videos on common entrance. Okay, if you have kids sitting for common entrance primary 4, primary 5, preparing for it, please make sure they also watch videos on the DTW Tutorials Junior channel. And please do share this video, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to this channel. Please help us. We've done this for free. I beg you, help us to grow, help this channel to grow by sharing this video, liking it, and subscribing to this YouTube channel. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And quickly, let me also inform you, we have a wonderful CBT app to help your kids prepare for their exam in other subjects. Let me quickly show you that app. Let me quickly show you. Let me leave this interface and quickly. So this is the app this is for NCE, Common Entrance, but let me show you that of BEC. For BEC, we have all the subjects here with their questions and solutions, explanations, okay? And we have wonderful features which your child can use. Let's say your child wants to study or practice or do some mock exams to train himself. This mode, which is this particular feature, which is study, or when he clicks study, he clicks get started. Okay, you see, oh, sorry, let me go back. Let me log out. Okay, refresh this, go to home. All right, click on this. Okay, basic science, English, mathematics. Let's say it's doing PhD social studies. We do get started. All right, so you can see the questions. When you click on show answer, it explains it. There's explanation. All right, and it's the same with our common entrance. All right, your common entrance, go through, go and show guide. They don't have their explanations, but for our own app, we have an app like this also. There's explanation. Okay, there's solutions to everything, and you can contact me. WhatsApp details. If you want this app to activate, it costs 4,000 naira. It works offline without the internet to help your kids practice. Okay, you can WhatsApp us 08038732879. You can WhatsApp me to activate this for your child on their laptop. It works without the internet, so you are not bothered about leaving your child online, okay, without any supervision. So yeah, so that's it. And there are also other wonderful features on the app, like educational games that he can also play on. Wonderful to download on from Google Play Store. If you want the link for the laptop, WhatsApp me. I would also share that with you. Okay, so make sure you enjoy this. If your child is having any difficulty in maths or any subject, we also do tutorials. If you want online tutorials for your child, we do that. Okay, and you can also WhatsApp me and explain the need of your child preparing for, if your child is also preparing for checkpoints, international exams, or just your common entrance and BEC. Let us know. We do online private one-on-one tutoring for your child's needs. All right, so thank you. You're going to enjoy this. You're going to enjoy this, and this is all for free. Please, I want you to please don't forget to share, like, and subscribe to this channel. And kids, most especially, don't forget that Jesus loves you. Okay, and please be good to people around you, be good to your siblings, don't bully others. All right, and honor and respect mommy and daddy. Very, very important. And the Lord will honor and bless you too. All right, so be good, and you're going to enjoy this series. You are destined to win in your forthcoming exams. Your BEC, you are destined to win. Your junior WAEC, you are destined to win. You are a champion. Say, I am a champion. I am destined to win. All right, let's get on to the video now, where we conquer every math fears that you have. All right, see you. Question 1 of our BECE, that's your Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics past question. It says find the square root of 2 whole numbers 7 over 9. Okay, so 2 whole numbers 7 over 9. Okay, so this is mixed fraction, so we have to change into improper fractions. Okay, so to change this to improper fraction, what do? We say 9 times 2, which is what? 18, and 18 plus 7, what will 18 plus 7 give us? To give us what? 25. So we have what? 25 over 9. Okay, so the question says find the square root of this, and we've converted this mixed fraction to what? Improper fraction. So we have to find the square root of what? 25 over 9, and which is the same as what? You know, this is the square root of 25, the whole fraction, that's 25 over 9, and it's the same as saying the square root of 25 divided by the square root of what? 9. And what is the square root of 25? It is what? 5. And the square root of 9 is what? 3. Okay, so this is in what? This is an improper fraction. Let's change to what? Mixed fraction. So to change the mixed fraction back, I hope you remember from your revision, okay, which is very important, you know this under fractions. Okay, so to change to mixed fractions back, we have what? We have to say 3 in 5 will go how many times? To go just 1 times, and remainder what? So it will be 5 minus 3, which is what? Remainder what? 2. Then we'll divide by 3. So what is our correct? This is our answer. And what is our correct option here? Our correct option is option A. Question 2 of our BECE Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics question says a number is tripled and then 17 is subtracted from the tripled number. Okay, just follow me so we understand this together. And it says if the result is 40, find the original number. Let us make this original number what? X. We're looking for X. Okay, original number, let's make it equal to, let it be X. Okay, which is what? Equal to X. So they said now a number which is the X that we're looking for is tripled. That means 3 times what? X, which is equal to what? 3x. And then 17 is subtracted. Then it means we're going to subtract 17 from 3x, which will be what? 3x minus 17. Okay? If the result is 40, that's the result of 3x minus 17 is equal to what? 40. You can see here we form our equation. Okay, so this is our equation. So they said find the original number. Okay, so from this equation we have to find what? X. Okay, to look for X, we will collect like terms. Is that not it? Collecting like terms, 3x will be here and minus 17 will come here, and we have 40. If minus 17 comes to this other side, we have what? A plus 17. So we have what? 3x equal to what is 40 plus 17? That will give us what? 57. That's a 7 here and 5. What do? We divide both sides by 3. Is that not it? So we divide by 3. Okay, 3 will cancel here, and 3 in 57 will go how many times? If you punch in your calculator, it will go what? 19 times. So we have X is equal to what? 19. This is our answer. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option D. Question 3 of our BECE Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics past question, it says given that A is equal to 1 over 2 bracket A plus C bracket close H, express H in terms of A, capital letter A, small letter A, and C. When you see this statement, express H, it means make H the subject of the formula. I hope we remember subject of the formula, subject of the formula. And what does this mean? We have to manipulate H in a way that H would stand alone on what? On the left hand side of the equation, just like the way A stands alone here. We have to manipulate that H will stand alone here, and all the rest of the alphabet or numbers would be on the right hand side. Okay, so there are several ways to manipulate. There's the addition, there's the subtraction, and there's the division and multiplication. Okay, so from here, let's state this. We're given this, so we have what? Capital letter A is equal to 1 over 2
bracket A plus C bracket close bracket H. Okay, so the first thing you do is we have to deal in change of subject of the formula. Let's deal with what our denominator. Now we can see that 2 is the denominator here. Okay, this equation is likened as this. It's the same thing as this A plus C close bracket H divided by 2. Okay, A is still the same as this. So we have to cancel out what? 2. Okay, so to cancel out 2, all we need to do is what? Multiply both sides by 2. Is that not it? Let's write this down. We say multiply both sides by 2. So we have what? 2 times A is equal to what? Let's put this here, A plus C, close the bracket H, or 2, then times 2. Okay, where this 2 would cancel out this 2, you can see we've cancelled out everything in the denominator. And what are we left with? We're left with what? 2A equal to what? Open bracket A plus C, close bracket what? H. Okay, so the next thing is we have to make, we are trying to make H stand alone. All right, so to make H stand alone, we can divide both sides by this A plus C in this bracket. Okay, so we just write divide both sides by bracket A plus C. Okay, so where we have 2A over A plus C equal to A plus C close bracket over H, then divided by A plus C. Okay, so this will cancel out. So what are we left with? We're left with 2A. This is what we're left with. We're left with what? 2A divided by A plus C equal to H, which is the same as what? H is equal to 2A divided by A plus C. Okay, so this is our answer. Okay, you can see there's no option in this question, and where I got the question from, I think there was a typographical error. The options were not given. Okay, this is the way you solve this. Okay, that's the change subject of the formula method. Okay, so this is the answer. Question 4 of our Junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question. It says a polygon has 10,080 degree as the total interior angle. How many sides has the polygon? Remember, the total interior angle of a polygon, what is the formula? I hope you remember the formula. Interior angle, okay, is equal to what? Bracket 2n minus 4 all into bracket what? 90. So we are given the total interior angle as what? 10,080, and we are told to look for the number of sides, how many sides it has. So we are told to look for what? N. So we have here 10 bracket that comma 080 equal to what? 2n minus 4 bracket close bracket 90. Let us open this bracket up. So we have here 90 times 2n, we have here 180n, and 90 times minus 4 is what? Minus 360, and we have what? 10,080. Okay, so let's collect like terms. Is that not it? Okay, here if I want to make things easier for me, all I need to do is take this minus 360 to this side and leave 180 here. Let 180 be on the positive side. Okay, don't get confused on it, it's still the same. All right, so taking minus 360 here, we have 10,080 plus 360 equal to what? 180n. Okay, so 10,000 plus 360, that would give us, if you punch your calculator, you're going to get 10,440 equal to what? 180n. Okay, I will divide by 180. We have to divide both sides to get n. So dividing both sides over 180 over 180, and 180 will cancel 180. If you punch in your calculator, 10,440 divided by 180 would give you what? 58, which is equal to n, and n is equal to what? 58. And our right option here is option A. Question 5 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE, that's your BECE exams. It says, if the sum of the sectorial angles representing private cars and school buses is given as given, find X. Okay, so we're told to what? Find X. Is that not it? And we're told this is private cars. Private, if you watch this pie chart, you can see that from here to here it has been given as what? 252. Okay, and this angle here alone is what? 90. Okay, and the question says we should find X. So all you need to do, angle at a point is what? 360. So to get X, it's just what? 360 minus what? 252. And what would that give us? What's 360 minus 252? That will give us what? 108. Okay, degree. So our right option here is option D. And don't confuse this. I know some students might say, since this is angle 90, they would add 90 to 252. No, don't do that. Okay, because when you do that, you're going to fail it. It's going to be no, don't do that, because when you do that, it's going to be wrong. Why is it going to be wrong? Because from this, the question has told us that from here to what? Here is what? 252. So you don't need to add 90 to it. It means that from here from here, it means that only private cars will be what? 252 minus 90, which would be here. Okay, and what is 252 minus 90? Let's do that together. We're going to drop down to carry 1 here. 15 minus the 9. What would that give us? 15 minus 9 will give us what? A what? 6. And we'll drop down. This a 1 is left, and we'll drop down what? A 1. Is that not it? So it means the private car's angle is what? 162. And this is what? 90. Okay, and when you add 90 to 162, you get what? 252. So don't make the mistake of adding 252 to 90, then subtract from 360. Okay, so all you need to do in this kind of question is look at the question critically, all right, and trace out the angles. Don't just rush into the question. You can see this is confusing, all right? So trace out the angles. So we know that from here to here, we've been given the question as 252. So all you need to do is what? Subtract 252 from what? 360, which 360 is the angle at a point, okay, to get X. All right, so our answer here is what? Option D. Question 6 says find the simple interest on 7,200 naira at 3/4% for 5 years. Okay, remember the formula for simple interest. I is equal to what? PRT divided by 100. Never forget this formula, okay? Never forget it. So because there's always a question on simple interest in your junior WAEC, okay? Don't forget this formula, please. Okay, so principal, what is our principal here? Our principal is what? 7,200. And what is our rate? Our rate is what? At what? 3/4 what? Percent. And what is our time? Our time is 5 years. So let us put in our values. We have 7,200 naira times 3/4 times 5. Don't forget our 100 here divided by 100. So let's cancel out. We'll cancel this, 4 here, 1, 4 in 72 will go 18 times. And when you punch in your calculators for this is 3 times 5, 15, and 15 times 8 and times 18 will give us what? 270. So we have what? 270 naira. So our interest is what? 270 naira, and our right option here is option C. Question 7 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says solve 2x minus 6 less than 4 diagrammatically. Okay, so let's solve this first. We have what? 2x minus 6 less than 4. Okay, so let's collect like terms. In collecting like terms, we have 2x here less than, taking minus 6 to this other side, what are we going to have? What? We are going to have a what? Plus 6. And what do we have here? We have what? 2x less than what? 10. And we divide both sides by 2. Remember, in inequality, the only time your sign changes is if you divide by a negative number. Okay, don't forget that. That's the only time your sign can change. This is a less than. If it's a negative number, it will change to what? Greater than. Okay, so since we're not dividing by a negative number, our sign will remain the same. So let's cancel. We have 2, we cancel 2 here, and 2 in 10 is how many times? 5 times. So we have x less than 5. And how do we draw this? You know, we put our dots here and we put our 5, and this would be what? The arrow, since is what? X is what? Less than what? 5. So our arrow will be this way, and our right option here is option A. Question 8 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says the ratio of required outcome to the total outcome is. This is quite simple. The ratio of required outcome to the total outcome. What is that? That is what? Probability. Okay, it is not game of chance, it's not sample space, it's not outcomes. Okay, you can see outcomes is already here, so it is not. The ratio of required outcome to total outcome is what? Probability. So our right answer here is option A. Question 9 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says Sola moved 7 units to the right. Sola, let's say Sola is in point 0. Okay, he moves 7 digits to the right. Let us count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then 6 units to the left. To the left now, we'll go this way. What is the new position? 6 digits to the left. Let's count. Okay, he's here now. I will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 digits to the left. He stops what? Here. What is the new position? The new position is what? On 1. So our right option here is option B. Question 10 of our BECE, that's your junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question. It says in the expansion of this, the coefficient of AB is, okay, so we have to find the coefficient of what? AB. So we have to expand this. So we have what? 2a minus 5b all squared. Okay, so to expand this, we have, this is all squared, so we have 2a minus 5b bracket 2a minus 5b. Okay, this is what this means. 2a minus 5b square is this multiplying this. So we have to what? Open our brackets. Okay, that's we have to multiply. So you multiply, what do? You first pick the first digit here and multiply everything in this bracket, then the second digit here and multiply everything in this bracket. Okay, so let's write this down. We have 2a bracket what? 2a minus 5b. Then we have minus, don't forget the sign, minus 5b bracket what? 2a minus what? 5b. Okay, so let's open the bracket now. So we have 2a times 2a. What do we have? We have what? 4a squared. Okay, I hope you're following me. Then minus 2a times minus 5b. Okay, I was quick with this. Let me go back. Okay, so we have 2a times minus 5b. That will give us what? A minus. All right, so that will be minus 10ab. Okay, now we're done with this. Now let's solve this. So we have a minus sign here. So minus 5b multiplying 2a. What would that give us? That will give us the same, a minus 10ab. Okay, it has to be ab, you know, in alphabetical order. Now we have here minus 5b times minus 5b. What would that give us? Remember your signs. When you have minus times minus, you have what? A plus. When you have minus times plus, you have what? A minus. When you have plus times minus, you have what? A minus. And when you have plus times plus, you have what? A plus. Don't forget these laws of your sign, okay? And also on the channel, on our channel DTW Tutorials, there's a video on understanding the rules of positive and negative signs, okay? All right, so Here, minus 5b times minus 5b will give us what? A plus what? What's 5 times 5? That will be what? 25b square. Okay, so let's simplify this. So since we have ab here, ab as the same, we can what? Add this up. All right, so we have what? 4a square. And what is minus 10ab minus 10ab? That will give us what? We are going to add. All right, and keep the sign as negative. So we have what? A minus what? 20ab plus what we have left here? 25b square. Okay, and our question says what? What does our question say? It says find the coefficient of what? AB. This is what? AB. And what is the coefficient of AB here? The coefficient of AB here is what? Minus 20. Okay, that is what? Minus 20. So this is our answer as the coefficient of what? AB. And our right option here is option D. Question 11 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says the triangle beside this is called what? Okay, let's say the triangle. Okay, you can see from this triangle that all sides are different. Okay, there's no side that is equal. This is 5, this is 7, this is 9. If we had like two sides that are equal, we'll call it an what? Isosceles what? Triangle. But since none of the sides are equal, this is a what? Scaling triangle. So our right option here is option A. Question 12 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says simplify minus 8 divided by minus 1 over 4 divided by 16. Okay, so we have to be careful here. This is fraction. So we have what? Minus 8 divided by minus 1 over 4 in brackets divided by what? 16. Okay, in bracket too. All right, so this is also in bracket. So let's take it one after the other, or should we simplify it? In simplifying it, all we need to do is change all this division sign to what? Multiplication sign. And remember, if you're changing a division sign to multiplication sign, the value on the right hand side of the sign will what? Be inverted. Okay, so let's say we want to change this. We have minus 8. When we change the division to multiplication, this value here will be inverted upward. Okay, so we have what? Minus what? 4 over 1. All right, now for this one, if we want to change this to multiplication, this sign, this number here will be inverted. So division to multiplication, when we have times here, we have what? 1 over 16. Okay, so from here, since this is a negative sign, this is 16, we can cancel out. Is that not it? 16, 8 will go here 1, 8 and 16 will go how many times? Will go what? 2 times, right? And 2 here will go here 1, and 2 in 4 will go how many times? 2 times. So what are we left with? We're left with what? Minus 1 times what? Minus 2. Don't forget the signs. We have a minus here and minus here. So we have minus 1 times minus 2. And what is minus 1 times minus 2? That will give us what? A what? Plus 2, which is equal to 2. So our right option here, our answer is 2. Our right option here is option D. Question 13 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says express 52 kobo as a decimal of 1 naira. Okay, so what is 1 naira in kobo? Remember? Do you remember what 1 naira is in kobo? 1 naira is 100 kobo. Okay, so we're told to express 52 kobo as a decimal of what? 1 naira. Okay, so I'm going to put this here. So 52 kobo, and we're looking for the value in what? Naira. All right, so all we need to do is what? Cross multiply to get this value. Let's say the value is what? X. So when we cross multiply, what do we have? We have 1 times 52 equal to what? X times 100. All right, to get 100, what do? We divide. 1 times 52 is what? 52, equal to what? 100x. We divide both sides by 100. And what do? We cancel out, and we're left with what? 52 divided by 100. We're going to shift how many decimal places? That will be 1, 2. Since we have 2 zeros here, so we have dots, then 0. So x is equal to 0.529. naira. Okay, so our right option here is what? Option C. Question 14 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says the sum of angles at a point is, you can see this question, I think we did it on question 5. The sum of angles at a point is what? 360, which our right option here is option A. Okay, you remember that question where we had like a pie chart and we're told to find x, where I mentioned that the sum of angles at a point is what? 360. Okay, so this is the answer, 360, option A. Question 15 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says solve these simultaneous equations. You have this. Okay, so this is what? 2x minus y equal to 4, then 3x plus y equal to 21. There are several methods in which you can use to solve simultaneous equation. Okay, and it's good you know both methods. That's the elimination and substitution method. Okay, if you want to be fast, the elimination method is the best. For if you want speed and accuracy, I bet on the elimination method. Okay, so here I'm going to use elimination method, all right? But you know, in some cases, in some theory questions, they will actually use substitution method. Okay, so it's good you know both methods. All right, so here I'm going to use elimination method, where I'm going to just eliminate y. Okay, since y here we have a minus, y and plus y, so it is easy for me to eliminate. Okay, all we need to do is just add what? These two equations. This is equation 1 and equation what? 2. So when we add these two equations, this will be what? 0. And we have 2x plus 3x will be what? 5x. And 4 plus 21 will be what? 25. Here we can find x by dividing both sides by 5. Okay, where x will be equal to what? 5. 25 divided by 5 is what? 5. So all you need to do here is put in the value of x equal to 5 into any of the equation. You can pick any one. Okay, let's say we pick equation 1. So we're putting x equal to 5 into equation 1. Okay, so let's put this here. We have 2 bracket, this is equation 1, 2 bracket what? 5 bracket minus y equal to what? 4. We're trying to look for the value of y. So what is 2 times 5? That will give us what? 10 minus y equal to what? 4. So we take 10 to this side, we have what? Minus y equal to what? 4 minus 10. Is that not it? Taking plus 10 to this side, we have minus 10. So we have minus y equal to, what is 4 minus 10? 4 minus 10 will give us what? Minus 6. So from here, to get y, all we need to do is cancel out this negative sign, since we have two negative signs on both sides, so it can cancel out. So we have y is equal to 6, okay, and x is equal to what? 5. So where's the correct option here? X is equal to 5 and y is equal to 6. So our right option here is option C. Question 16 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says what number is represented by the tally marks below. Okay, remember your tally marks. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, then cross, that's 5. So we have 5 here. Let me write this here, 5. You have another 1, 2, 3, 4, cross, then this is another 5. This is another 5. This is another 5, and this is 1, 2, 3. So you have 5 plus 5 is 10. Plus another 5 is 15, plus another 5 is 20, and 20 plus 3 is what? 23. So our right option here is option C. Question 17 of our junior WAEC 2017 mathematics past question, that's your BECE. It says in this diagram angles x and y are called what? Okay, in this diagram, what is angle x and y called? Definitely you can see they are what? Vertically what? Opposite each other. Okay, so our right option here is what? They say angles in alternate segment, no. Complementary angles, no. Supplementary angles, no. Vertically opposite angles, yes. and we tick what? D. Question 18 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says, find the area of a semicircle of radius 7 cm, where pi is given as 22/7. Remember, the area of a circle is what? Pi r square. And this, we have a semicircle, that is what? Half of a circle, so it will be what? Half pi r square. Okay? And we've been given radius as 7 and pi as what? 22/7. So let's put this in. This is the formula. Area of a what? Semicircle. Okay, so we have what? Half times what? 22/7 times r squared, that is what? 7 times 7. So this will cancel out and we're left with what? 22 times 7 divided by 2 here will go 1 and 2 here what? 11. So we have 11 times 7, which will give us what? 77. All right, centimeter square. And our right option here is option B. Question 19 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says, round the product of 0.025 and 0.3 to one significant figure. Okay, so we have to multiply this together. Okay, so 0.3. This is 3. Okay, this is 3. Okay, so let's multiply. So 3 times what? 5 will give us what? 15. So that's 5 carry what? 1. 3 times 2 is 6, and 6 plus 1 is what? 7. So we'll drop down 7. 3 times 0 is what? 0, and 3 times 0 is what? 0. So here we have 0 here. 0 times 5 is what? 0. 0 times 2, 0. 0 times 0, 0. 0 times this 0, we have what? 0. So let's add up. Plus we have what? 5, 7, 0, 0, 0. Remember, to count our zeros, we have to count how many numbers are here before our decimal point on the right hand side on both numbers, numbers being added. So we have here 1 and 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's how we'll count, to know how many times we'll count on our answer. Okay, so you count the values that you have at the right hand side of your what? Decimal place. Okay, so we have here 1. On this other number we have 1, 2, 3. So this is what? 3, and this is what? 1, and 3 plus 1 is what? 4. So we're going to count, shift our decimal place in what? 4 times. Okay, so here we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so our answer is was 0.0075. And our question says, round the product of these to one significant figure. So this is the product answer. So we have to round this to what? One significant figure. And remember, in rounding to significant figure is different from decimal place. In significant figure, you start with where the number starts. Okay, so here we have 7. Okay, the first digit after all the 0 is what? 7. So we start from here. Our question says to one significant figure. So this is the first significant figure, which is what? Our one significant, our first number. So what is in the next number after 7? Is it greater than or equal to 5? If it is greater than or equal to 5, then we would carry 1 to add to 7, which would make what? 8. All right, so since this value is 5, we can what? Approximate, we can carry 1 to 7 to make 8. So our final answer here is what? 0.008. Okay, and what is our right option? Our right option is option C. Okay, try to revise on your significant figure and decimal places. All right, question 20 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC 2017. It says, express b over 2 minus 2b over 5 as a single fraction. What it means is just for us to what? Subtract this, perform the operations, and make it a single fraction. Okay, so we have what? B over 2 minus 2b over 5. So let's look for the LCM. What's the LCM of 2 and 5? That would be what? 10. Okay, so since the LCM of 2 and 5 is 10, 2 in 10 is what? 5, and 5 times b is what? 5b. Minus 5 in 10 is what? 2. 2 times 2b will give us what? 4b. Okay, will give us 4b. So what do we have here? 5b minus 4b is equal to what? That's 1b, which will still be left as what? B. And we have divided by 10. Okay, so our answer is what? B divided by 10, and our right option here is option A. Question 21 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says, name the solid shape that can be made from the net shown below. Okay, so we have this solid shape. You can see this base here is rectangular. Is that not it? Okay, and you can see here the two coverings is what? Triangular. So from here we can say that is what? A rectangular what? Base pyramid. Okay, it is not a square base pyramid, neither is it a hexagonal pyramid or a triangular prism. Okay, so it's a rectangular base what? Pyramid. Okay, so our right option here is option B. Question 22 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says solve this inequality equation. So we have what? A plus 4 is what? Greater than or equal to what? 10a minus 23. So let's what? Collect like terms. Is that not it? CLT. So let's bring a here and take 4 to this side. So we have what? A 10a coming to this side will be what? Minus what? 10a greater than or equal to, we have minus 23 here, then plus 4 coming to this side will be what? Minus what? 4. So here we have what? A minus 10a will give us what? That's saying 1 minus 10. Okay, so which is what? Minus 9. So we have what? Minus what? 9a, which a is a coefficient here. Okay, so greater than or equal to, what is minus 23 minus 24? That will give us what? Minus what? 27. We are going to add and put our sign as what? Negative. So from here we have to divide both sides by a minus 9. Remember I told you in the law of inequality, if you divide by a minus number, okay, number carrying a minus sign, this your inequality sign would what? Change. Okay, so since this is what? Greater than, it will turn to the other side, which is what? Less than or equal to. Okay, so minus 9 cancelled minus 9, that will give us a 1, and this minus will cancel this minus. Is that not it? And 9 in 27 will go how many times? 3 times. So from here you have a, remember our sign is going to change, so it will be a what? Less than or equal to what? 3. So this is our answer. So a less than or equal to 3, and our right option here is option C. Question 23 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says 3 friends, Tayo, Titi, and Tunde, share a quantity of walnuts in the ratio 3:4:5. Okay, Tayo, Titi, and Tunde. Okay, 3:4:5. If Tayo got 21 nuts, how many did Titi get? Okay, so if Tayo got what? 21 nuts, how many did Titi get? Okay, so since Tayo is 3, so we have in the ratio of 3, so we have 3, Tayo got 21, so we say what? 21. Okay, this is my own quick shortcut. Then now Titi's ratio is what? 4. So how many did Titi get? We're looking for what? X. Is that not it? So all we need to do is what? Multiply, cross multiply what? Both sides to get x. So we have what? X times 3 here is what? 3x, and 4 times 21 is what? What's 4 times 21? That's what? 84. So divide both sides by 3. Okay, and we have what? X is equal to what? 28. So the share of Titi is what? 28, and our right option here is option B. Question 24 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says find the marked angle P in the figure below. Okay, so we're told to look for this angle, which is what? P. Now you can see that we have 150 here, and remember angles Like if you have an angle here and an angle here, it is called what? An alternating angles. And alternating angles what are equal. So this if this was x, this would be equal to what? X. Since this is 150, this angle here will be what? 150. So our answer is what? 150 degree, which is what? D. Question 25 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says the least common multiple of half, 1 over 3, 4 over 5, and 3 over 10 is. So we have 1 over 3, no, sorry, 2, comma, 1 over 3, comma, 4 over 5, and 3 over 10. So to find the least common multiple, we have to find the least common multiple of the denominators. Okay, I hope we remember how to find least common multiple. We'll rule our line this way. We'll put 2, separate it, okay, 3, separate 5, then we have 10, separate. Okay, so you know, least common multiple is different from the HCF, that's the highest common factor. Okay, so for least common multiple, we say what is the first lowest number that can go in 2, 3, 5, and 10? 2. Okay, 2 can go. So 2 in 2 will give us 1. Can 2 go in 3? No, we'll drop down 3. Can 2 go in 5? No, we drop down 5. Remember, if it's the HCF, the lowest number must go in all these particular figures, okay? But for LCM, we just look for the number that it can go, and whichever one it can't go in, will drop down the value, okay? So 2 in 10 is what? 5. Okay, so what's the next number that can go? 3. That's the next lowest number. So 3 in 1 will still drop our 1, and 3 in 3 is what? 1. 3 in 5 it can go, we drop 5, and we also drop 5. The next lowest number that can go is what? 5. So 5 in 1, 1, in 1, 1, and 5 in 5 is 1, and 5 in 5 here is what? 1. So nothing else can go except 1. Okay, so we'll multiply these numbers. So we have 2 times 3 times 5. What would that give us? What is 2 times 3? That is what? 6. And 6 times 5 is equal to what? 30. So the LCM of this fraction is what? 30. Okay, and our right option here is option D. Question 26 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017, says reduce 36, this is 36x square y over 18x square y square to its lowest term. Okay, so I think this is cube, sorry, this is cube, x cube. Okay, sorry, this question isn't too clear. All right, so 36x cube y divided by 18x square y square. So we have to reduce it to its lowest term. Okay, so from here, let's cancel. Okay, when they say reduce to lowest term, it means let's just cancel what can be cancelled. Okay, cancelled out. So x square can go in x cube, right? It will go, this x square will cancel out, and we're going to be left with just x here. Y can cancel out here, cancel out from the x y square, and we're left with what? Y. And 18 can go here in 36 how many times? 2 times. Okay, so what are we left with here? We're left with what? 2x, and down here we're left with just what? Y. So our answer is what? 2x over y, and our right option here is option B. Question 27 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE, okay, 2017. It says, given that m is equal to 3, put these inequalities in the box for the inequality below. All right, that's proof that when we put m as equal to 3, which of the inequality will satisfy this equation? So we have to put the value of m equal to 3 into this equation. So let's write this down. We have m plus 3m. Then let's put this box, this empty box, 2m minus 6. So let's put in the value of m as 3. So we have 3 plus what? 3 bracket 3. Okay, our empty box, 2 times what? 3 minus 6. So this is 3 plus, what's 3 times 3? 9. That's 3 plus what? 9. Okay, and we have here 2 times 3 is what? 6. 6 minus 6 is what? That's 0. Is that not it? So we have 3 plus 9 is what? 12. And we have a box here. 6 minus 6 is what? 0. So what equality sign can we put here? Is definitely what? 12 is greater than what? 0. Is that not it? 12 greater than 0. It cannot be greater than or equal to. Okay? It can't be greater than and equal to, since this is 0. Alright, so it is 12 greater than 0. So our answer is what? The greater than sign. And our right option here is option B. Question 28 of our 2017 Junior WAEC Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. It says, if a student stands 15 meters away directly west of a tree. Okay, remember our cardinals. This is what? North, this is south, this is what? West, and this is what? East. So a student stands 15 meters away directly west of a tree. Directly, that is a straight line. This is west. Let's say this is a tree. Okay, the tree is here, and this is what? The cardinal point for the tree. And the student stands 15 meters away directly west from the tree. Okay, away. So this is a student away 15 meters what? Away, directly west of the tree. This is west of the tree. Okay, so the student is here. Okay, so what's the bearing of the student? Okay, so let's draw the student's also cardinal point, since the question says 15 meters away directly west of a tree. Okay, so the student is here, so the student is west. The student, it will meet the student at the east, west, then this is north, and what? South. So the question says, what is the trees bearing from the student? Definitely the trees bearing from the student, since this is directly, so it is this angle, okay, which is what? 90 degree. All right, so the students bearing from the tree is what? Or what the tree is bearing from the student is what? 90 degree, which is option C. Question 29 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE. It says QPQRS is a quadrilateral. Then PQ is called, that is PQ, this particular line. What is it called? The first answer says chord. It's not a chord. B says diagonal. It is not a diagonal. Okay, this is a diagonal. C says diameter. No, it is not a diameter. This is not a circle. They say it's a quadrilateral. And D say symmetry. Okay, and it is not also a symmetry. It's just a side. You can also call, you can call this a length or the breadth. Okay, so there is no answer for 29. So I advise any questions that you are sure that doesn't have the right option, please leave it blank. Okay, so 29 doesn't have an answer. Question 30 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017, says subtract minus 9 from the sum of minus 8 and 10. Okay, subtract minus 9 from the sum of minus 8 and 10. So let's sum minus 8 plus 10. I want to subtract minus 9 from this. So we say minus 9. Remember, they said subtract minus 9. This subtract is a minus already, then you don't forget to add your minus 9. Okay, so that's why we have a minus here. So from here, to simplify this, what do we have? We have a minus 8 plus 10. Now this is a minus, they will multiply each other, and we're going to have what? A plus 9. Okay, so minus 8 plus 10, what would that give us? That will give us what? A 2, a positive 2. Okay, since 10 carries the biggest number, has the positive sign, so we'll leave down the positive sign and we'll carry out what? The subtraction operation on these two numbers. So we have plus 2, then plus 9. And what is 2 plus 9? That is what? 11. So we have a what? Positive 11. So our right answer here is option A. Question 31 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says express 40% as a decimal number. Okay, so this is easy. All you need to do to express 40% as a decimal number, divide what? 40 by what? 100. Okay, and when you do this, 0 would cancel out 0, so we're left with what? 4 over 10. And when you're left with 4 over 10, all you need to do is move the decimal place. Since we just have 1 0 here, move your decimal place what? In one place. Okay, so we have what? 0.4, and you can add a 0 down here. All right, or to make it better, since we have 40 over 100, you don't need to cancel. All you need to do is move your decimal point in two places, since we have two zeros here. Okay, so we move 1, 2. So what do we have here? We have what? 0.40. Okay, this is our answer, and our right option is option C. Question 32 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says, what is the value of n if 5.69 times 10 raised to the power n equal to this? Let us write this down. 5.69 times 10 raised to the power n is equal to 569. Then we have 4 zeros. That's 0, 0, 0, 0. So, this is standard form. I hope you remember that. So we're told to find the value of n. All we need to do is shift our decimal point to get to what? 5.69. All right. So let's count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so it means our 10 will be raised to the power, this is n, is equal to what? 6. Okay, so it means that we have multiplying 5.69 by the power of 10 raised to power 6. Okay, so the value of n is 6. So what's our right option here? Our right option is option B. Question 33 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017, says list the prime factors of 150. First of all, we must understand the meaning of prime factors. Now, prime factors are only divisible by 1 and themselves. So we will check from our options here. There are numbers that are only divisible by 1 and themselves. Okay, so 2 can only be divisible by 1 and itself. 5 can only be divisible by 1 and itself. 15 can be divided by 3. It can be divided by 5. So this is not a prime factor. So option A is wrong. Now 2, yes, is a prime factor. 3 is a prime factor. 10, no, because 10 can be divided by 2 and also by 5. Okay, we have this is a prime factor, this is a prime factor. 10, no. D, we have 2 is a prime factor, 3 is a prime factor, 5 is a prime factor. So our right option here is option D. Question 34 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC, says if x varies directly as t, that is x varies directly as t, and x is equal to 105 when t is 400. Find x when t is equal to 500. Okay, remember variation. So here, to convert this to an equal to sign, what do we have? We have what? X is equal to kt. We introduce our constant k. Okay, therefore making k the subject of formula so we can find our constant, what do? We divide both sides by t. Is that not it? Divide both sides by t so that k can stand alone. So t would cancel, and what do we have here? We have k is equal to what? X over t. So what is x? They said when an x is what? 105 and t is what? 400. Okay, so what can go here? And a 5 can go. 5 in 10 would be 2. In 105 will be what? 21. And 5 in 400 will go how many times? 80 times. Okay, so we have what? 21 over 80. Just to take note, I'm just solving this question is actually very wrong. It's a wrong question. I think either the values were not given correctly, but I'm still solving this for you to have an idea of how to solve variation. Okay, so we have 21 over 80 over 80. So the question says find x when t is 500. Okay, so we've known our equation as what? X is equal to what? Kt. So where we've gotten our constant as what? 21 over 80, and t, well, we've been told that when t is what? 500, so x will be equal to what? 21 over 80 times 500. Okay, so we can cancel this here. 4 can go here, or 2 can go here 4 times, and 2 here, or 25. So we are left with 21 times 25 divided by 4. When you punch in your calculator, you're going to get 131.25. You can see your answer is not in the option. Okay, so this is the wrong question, but I'm still solving this to refresh your memory on how to solve direct variation. Okay, question 35 of our Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics past question. That's your BECE 2017. It says calculate the area of a trapezium shown below. See next column for diagram. Okay, this is the diagram here. All right, so these are answers. Remember, what is the area of a trapezium? What's the formula for area of a trapezium? Is equal to what? Half bracket A plus B bracket H. Okay, where H is what is H? H is your height, and A plus B are your two sides, where A is this side and B is your what? Your base. Okay, so let's put in our values. We have here 1/2 bracket, what is A? That is 6, plus then what is B? Our base is what? 12, and our height is what? 5. Okay, so what do we have here? We have half. What is 6 plus 12? That is half multiplied by 6 plus 12 is what? 18, and times what? 5. Is that not it? So 2 here will go here 1, 2 here will go how many times? In 18 to go what? 9 times, and 9 times 5. What is 9 times 5? That is what? 45 centimeter square. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 36 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics past question. That's your BECE 2017. It said, what is 1/4 of the HCF of 2, 24, 16, and 48? I hope you remember how to find our HCF. So we'll draw this line. Okay, and we put the numbers that we're to look for, the numbers that were to find the highest common factor. So this is 24, 16, and 48. Okay, so the first question we're going to ask ourselves is, what number can go in 24, 16, and 18 at the same time? You know, HCF is different from LCM. Okay, so for HCF, you're going to ask yourself, what number can go in 24, 16, and 48 at the same time, not at different times, which is the LCM. So 2 can go. So 2 in 24 is what? 12. 2 in 8 is 16 is what? 8. And 2 in 48 is what? 24. We ask ourselves again, what number, the lowest number that can go in 12, 8, and 24? That is still what? 2. 2 in 12 is what? 6. 2 in 4 in 8 is what? 4. And 2 in 24 is what? 12. Okay, we ask ourselves again, what's the lowest number that can go in 6, 4, and 12 at the same time? We still have what? 2. Okay, so 2 in 6 is what? How many times? 3 times. In 4, 2 times. In 12, how many times? 6 times. Now we ask ourselves again, what is the lowest number that can go in 3, 2, and 6 at the same time? Is there any number that like that? No. No number can go in 3, 2, and 6 at the same time. Okay, so we are left with our HCF as what? 2 times 2 times 2. And what is 2 times 2? That is 4. And 4 times 2 is what? 8. So we have our HCF as 8. The question says, what is 1/4 of the HCF? So 1/4 of is what? Multiplication, or multiplied by what? 8. So here we're going to have 4 here, 1, and 4 here. How many times? 2 times. So our answer is what? 2. Okay, and what is our right option here? Our right option is option D. Question 37 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics past question. That's your BECE 2017. It says, a tennis ball is an example of a cone? No. A cuboid? No. A hemisphere? No. It's an example of a what? A sphere. Okay, so our answer is option D. Question 38 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics past question. That's your BEC 2017. It says, find the simple interest on 8,000 on 8,000 naira for 3 years at 3.5% per annum. Remember, simple interest is what? I is equal to what? PRT over 100. When your principal is 8,000, your rate is what? 3.5%, and your time is what? 3 years. So we have what here? 8,000 times 3.5 times 3 divided by 100. So these two zeros will cancel these two zeros. So we have here 80 times 3.5 times 3. When you punch in your calculator, you're going to get what? 840 naira. Alright, and our right option here is option B. Question 39 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says Ayo earns 50,000 naira monthly and he spends 35,000 naira altogether. If he saves the rest, find the percentage of his savings. Okay, so Ayo spends. First of all, Ayo earns. So the amount he earns is what? Equal to what? 50,000 naira. Alright? Then he spends 35,000 naira. His expenditure is what? 35,000 naira. Okay, so what is his savings? The amount in naira in his savings, because they said if he saves the rest. So let us find the amount in naira. So 35 minus 50,000 naira minus 35 will give us his what? Savings. So 50,000 minus 35 will give us what? 15,000 naira. So the question says, what is the percent of his savings? That's what the question says. Find the percent of his savings. Okay, so the percent of his savings is what? 15,000 divided by the total amount he earns, which is what? 50,000 times 100. So here, what would cancel? These two zeros will cancel out these two zeros. Okay, these two zeros will also cancel out these two zeros. So we're left with what? 150 over 5. And 5 here, 1. 5 in 15 is what? 3. So we are left with what? 30. So the percentage of his savings is what? 30%. Okay, this is our answer, and our right option here is option C. Question 40 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017, says in a set of data 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The probability that an odd number is chosen is, now well, this is probability, and remember probability is what? The required outcome over total outcome. Okay, so what is our required outcome? Our required outcome will be the number of what? Odd numbers in this set of data. So let's count out the odd numbers in this set of data. Okay, so let's pick out the odd numbers here. Odd numbers. So we have 3 is an odd number here, right? 5 is an odd number. 7 is an odd number. 9 is an odd number, and 11 is an odd number. So the total numbers of odd number here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have what? 5. Now, what is the total outcome? That's the total numbers in this set of data. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So total number is equal to what? 9. Okay, and odd numbers is what? 5. Remember, probability is equal to what? Required outcome over the total outcome. Okay, where our required outcome is what? 5, and our total outcome is what? 9. So our answer is what? 5 over 9, and the right option here is option A. Question 41 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says, what is the size of the angle marked Y in the diagram? Okay, diagram below. Okay, so when you see this particular triangle and you see this particular mark, it means these two sides are equal, and this is a what? An isosceles what? Triangle. Okay, and remember, in isosceles triangle, the two base angles are what? Equal. Okay, so it means that this angle is also equal to what? Y. If this is y, our unknown, then it means that this angle here is equal to y. And you also remember the sum of angles in a triangle is equal to what? 180 degrees. Okay, so we're going to sum up this angle and equate it to 180 degrees. So here we have what? 84 plus y equal to 180. So we have 84 plus y is what? Is what? 2y equal to 180. Let's collect like terms. We'll leave 2y here and take 84 to this side. So we have 180 minus 84. And what would that give us? 180 minus 84 will give us what? 96. To get y, we divide both sides by 2. Okay, 2 would cancel out, and y, 2 in 96 is how many times? We'll go how many times? 48 times. So we have y is equal to what? 48 degrees. So these two angles here is what? 48 degrees. Okay, and our right option is option C. Question 42 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says a man can type 21 words per minute. How long will it take him to type 3,780 words? Okay, so 21 words per minute, 1 minute. Okay, so how long? So 3,780 words will take him how many minutes? So we're looking for what? X. Okay, this is what we're looking for. X will take him how many what? Minutes. So all we need to do here is what? Cross multiply. Cross multiply x here and this here. All right, so we have 21 times x equal to what? 1 times 3, that's 1 minute, times what? 3780. So to get x, we divide both sides by what? 21, which this is words here. Let's put their units. Divide by what? 21 words. So this will cancel out, so we're left with x, and words will cancel out these words, and 3780 divided by 21. If you punch in your calculator, you're going to get your answer as what? 180 minutes. Okay, and we can see here now that our option is given in hours and not in minutes. So to convert 180 to minutes, what do we do? Remember that 1 hour gives what? 60 minutes. Okay, so to convert 180 to hours, what do? We divide by what? 60 minutes to get the answer in hours, and 180 divided by 60 is what? 3. So we have 3 hours. This is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 43 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It said simplify this. Okay, so we have 64 raised to the power half times 36 raised to the power half times 10 raised to the power 0. Remember, anything raised to the power of half is what? Is a square. Okay, this is still this would be written as the square root of what? 64 times the square root of what? 36 times, and anything raised to the power of 0 is what? 1. Okay, so what is the square root of 64 here? It's what? 8. And what is the square root of 36 here? We have what? 6. And times 1. So what is 8 times 6? That will give us what? 48. And 48 times 1 is still what? 48. And our right option here is option D. And remember, if it was a 3 here, this would be what? The cube root. Okay, so since we have a half here, this is written as what? The square root of what? 64. So our right option here is option D. Question 44 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says a certain amount of foodstuff will be consumed by 15 persons in 4 days. How long will it take if it is shared among 6 persons eating at the same rate? Okay, so the total amount of food eaten by 15 persons in 4 days is what? 15 times what? 4, which will give us what? 60. Now it now asks how long will it take if it is shared among 6 persons. Okay, so to know the total amount of days to take for 6 persons to eat this quantity of food will be 60 divided by 6. And what is that? What would that give us? 10. Okay, so it's going to take 10 days for 6 people to eat this food. So our right option here is option B. Question 45 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE, says Mrs. Bola Joko invested 1,082,000 naira in 2010. Rewrite this amount correctly to the nearest million. Okay, correctly to the nearest million. So to write this correctly to the nearest million, after this value of 1 million, is there any number immediately after 1 that is greater than or equal to 5? Okay, so 0 is not greater than or equal to 5, so it cannot be approximated. All right, so to the nearest million, all right, to the nearest million, we are going to leave our answer as what? 1 million, since we don't have any value that can be approximated. Okay, so our right option here is option D. Question 46 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says simplify by removing the brackets. Okay, so we have to remove this bracket. So we have a minus 7b bracket minus 8a minus b. So to remove this bracket, this minus sign will affect everything in this bracket. We can leave, since there's a positive here, nothing will really affect whatever is in the bracket. So we can open this bracket up, a minus 7b. Then in opening this bracket, we say minus times 8a will give us what? Minus 8a. And minus times minus b will give us what? Plus b. So let's simplify this here. We have a, let's collect like terms, a minus 8a and minus 7b plus b. So what is a minus 8a? A minus 8a would give us what? Minus 7a. And what is minus 7b plus b? That will give us what? A minus 6b. Okay, so what is our answer? This is our answer. And what is the right option here? The right option is what? D. Okay, so this is our answer. Since there's no, don't confuse this and just rush by multiplying this bracket and this bracket. No, there's a negative sign here. So it is only this negative sign that will affect everything in this bracket. Okay, don't multiply these two brackets. All right, so this is our answer, option D. Question 47 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says if 58456 is equal to 58 star 60, find star which makes the nearest 10 approximation possible. Okay, so the nearest 10 approximation, 10 is what? 0, 1. So this only these two values. All right, so these two values were approximated since they are only referring to the nearest 10, so it doesn't concern the 100. All right, so 4 will still remain the same, so the star is what? 4. Okay, so our right option here is option B, since 56 could be what? Approximated to what? 60, which is the nearest 10. All right, so don't get confused. This is not the nearest 100. If it was the nearest 100, then 4 will be affected, but we are looking at the nearest 10, so nothing would affect the 100 value, so 4 would still remain. So our right option is option B. Question 48 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Question, that's your BECE 2017, says which of these is an improper fraction? Okay, I hope we remember the definition of improper fractions. They are fractions that can be further like for example 4 divided by 3 is an improper fraction since 3 can go in 4. Okay, and let's say you have 29 divided by 10 is an improper fraction since 10 can go in 29 and there will be a remainder. Okay, so from our options here, option A, no, because A is what? A mixed what? Fraction. So this is not an improper fraction. Option D, we have 7/6. Can 7 go in 6? No. So this is a proper fraction. Option C is also a proper fraction since 5 cannot go in 4. Option D, 3 cannot go in 2, is also a proper fraction. So there is no improper fraction in this option. So we don't have an answer on this option. Okay, so leave your answers blank for this question. Question 49 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC 2017. It says the diagonals of a rhombus are 8 centimeter and 10 centimeter respectively. Find the area of the rhombus. Okay, so let's say we have a rhombus this way. Okay, forgive my drawing here. Okay, so this is one diagonal and this is another diagonal. So this is 10, the bigger diagonal is 10 and the smaller one is what? 8. Okay, find the area of the rhombus. Remember the formula of rhombus? The formula of the area of a rhombus is what? Half x y. Okay, where x and y are the what? Diagonals of the rhombus. So we have 1/2 times 8 times what? 10. Okay, so 2 here will go here 1 and 2 here 4. So we have 4 times 10, which will give us what? 40 centimeter square. So our right option here is option A. Question 50 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says a man paid 225, that's 225 naira to purchase a book marked at 250 naira. He had 25 naira as, okay, remember this, a man paid 225 naira to purchase a book marked at 250 naira. He had 25 naira as what? So what was the 25 naira he didn't pay? What is it called? A says commission. No, that is not commission. Commission is when you have, let's say you are a reseller, you bought something from a wholesaler, and no, not that. Commission is when you someone pays you for selling something. Okay, he pays you a commission for selling something for him. Now B is right because it's a discount. The book was supposed to be sold at 250 naira, but you paid 225 naira, so it is a discount. Now C, he said loss. No, you are not selling anything. You didn't come to sell. He said profit. You didn't also come to buy and sell. So the right option here is option B. Question 51 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question says a group of students measured the temperature of a room and obtained the following results. Okay, these are the results. The question says the range of the temperature is, remember the definition of range. Range is what? Range is what? The highest value minus the what? Lowest value. Okay, so from this result, let's look for the highest value. So what's the highest value here? We have 23, 25, 26, 27. Okay, 27 is one high value. Is there 28 here? No. So the highest value here is what? 27. Okay, and what is the lowest value? We have 23 here. Is there 22? No. So the lowest value here is what? 23. And what is 27 minus 23? That will give us 4. So we have 4 degrees Celsius as our range. And our answer, right option here is option C. Question 52 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE 2017. It says the perimeter of the shape shown below is all units in centimeter. Okay, so this is the shape shown below. Okay, so from this shape shown below and from the diameters given, we can see that this is not, I know we might just go straight forward and say this is a rectangle. No, this is not a rectangle. For this side is not equal to this side. So since they said the shape shown below, so and we remember that to get the perimeter of any shape is just the addition of each side. Okay, so to get the perimeter of this shape, we'll say we'll add this to this to this to this. Okay, so we have here 2x plus 3y plus 6 plus 2x, then plus this one plus 3y minus 2. Okay, so let's simplify this. Let's collect like terms. We have 2x here plus 2x, and we have, let's take y, the y's. We have what? Plus 3y, another plus 3y here, and we have 6. Let's take the numbers. We have plus 6 and minus 2. So what is 2x plus 2x? That will give us what? 4x. And what is 3y plus 3y? That will give us what? 6 what? Y. And what is 6 minus 2? That's plus 2 minus 2. It will give us what? A what? Plus 4. So this is our answer in centimeter. So 4x plus 6y plus 4. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option B. Question 53 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. It says correct 4, 5, 7, 7, 5 to one significant figure. Okay, so one significant figure will start from the values, okay, that are non-zeros, and 4 is a non-zero value since it's 4. Okay, so we have 1. We count 1. And what is the next number following 4? It's 5. Is 5 greater than or equal to 5? It is what? Equal to 5. So we can approximate 1 to 4 to add to 4. So 1 plus 4 is what? 5. Okay, so we have 50000, which is what? 50,000. So our right answer here is option A. Question 54 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. Says how many vertices has a cuboid? Okay, a cuboid has what? 8 vertices. Okay, so our right option here is what? Option C. Question 55 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question says a region of a circle between a chord and a part of circumference is called, okay, you have this and you have a chord down here, and they say what is the region of that circle between the chord and part of the circumference? It is called what? A what? Segment. So you have one segment here and one segment here. Okay, so it is not an arc, it's not a sector, but a what? Segment. And it's not also a semicircle. A semicircle is when it crosses what? The center of the circle. Okay, so our answer here is what? Segment, which is option C. Question 56 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. It says when an event is certain to happen, the probability is what? When an event is certain to happen, that is for past, the probability is equal to what? 1. Okay, which is our answer is B. Okay, so when an event is certain to happen, the probability is what? 1. All right, so our right option here is option B. Question 57 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. Says take away 1125 millimeter from 38 centimeter, giving your answers in what? Millimeter. Okay, so all we need to do is convert what? 38 to what? Millimeter. To convert 38 to millimeter, what do? We multiply by what? 10. Okay, so which is what? 380 millimeter. Okay, so we have to take away 125 from 380. So let's subtract, take away 185 from 380 millimeter here. Subtract, what do we have? Let's carry 1 here. We have 5 remainder. What's remaining here is 7. 7 minus 2, that will give us 5. And we have what? A 2 here. 3 minus 1 is what? 2. So we have 255 millimeter as our answer. And our right option here is option D. Question 58 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. Says solve for x in this equation. Okay, so we have 2 whole number 1 over 4 minus 11 over 2x equal to 0. Okay, so let's simplify this mixed fraction to what? Improper fraction. To simplify this, we'll say 4 times 2 is what? 8. And 8 plus 1 is what? 9. So we have what? 9 over 4 minus 11 over 2x equal to 0. So we're to solve for x in this what? Equation. Here, what do? We find the LCM of this. Is that not true? Okay, so the LCM of 4 and 2x is what? 8x. Okay, so 4 in 8x will go how many times? That will be 2x. Okay, to go 2x, we are going to be left with 2x, and 2x times 9 will give us what? 18x. Is that not right? And we put our negative minus sign down, and 2x in 8x will give us what? 4. Okay, and 4 times 11 will give us what? 44 equal to 0. So we have here, so this is what we have here. All we need to do now is cross multiply. Okay, so this x can go off, so we'll cross multiply. So in cross multiplying, what do? X will go here, and we have 0 over what? 1, and 1 will go here. Okay, so it's just to cancel out x. You can either say you cross multiply x, or you multiply both sides by 8x. Okay, so to cross multiply, 8x would multiply 0 and give us what? 0. So we're left with what? 18x minus 44 equal to what? 0. So from here, let's collect like terms. Or let me take it one step at a time. So this is what? 8x times what? 0, okay, which is equal to still 0. So we have 18x minus 44 equal to 0. All right, so let's collect like terms. We leave 18x here equal to, take 44 to this side, we have what? Plus 44, and we divide by 18 divided by 18 to get our x. So 18, you cancel 18 here. What can go here? I think 2 can go here, 22. And 2 would go here how many times? 9 times. So we're left with 22 over, can something else go? Yes? No, nothing else can go. So we're left with what? 22 over what? 9. Okay, so this is an improper fraction. We have to convert this towards mixed fraction. So 9 will go in 22. How many times? It will go in 22 2 times, and a remainder of 4 over 9. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 59 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. It says a rectangular container has a length 30 mm, width 25 mm, and height 15 mm. The volume of the container is, so we're told to look for the volume of the rectangular container, and volume is equal to what? Length times breadth times height. Okay, times height. And what is our length? Is what? 30. Everything is in millimeter, times our width, okay, is what? 25, and our height is what? 15, all in what? Millimeter. Okay, so when we multiply this, punch in your calculator, you're going to get 11,250 what? Millimeter cube. Okay, and our answer is given in what? Centimeter cube. So we have to convert millimeter cube to what? Centimeter cube. And to convert millimeter cube to centimeter cube, what do? We divide by 1000. Okay, so when we divide by 1000, what are we going to get? This, we're going to, since we have 3 zeros here, let us count our decimal place in 3 places. So we'll go 1 2 3. Okay, so we're left with what? 11.250 centimeter cube. Okay, which is the same as, what's our answer here? Which is the same as what? 11.25 what? Centimeter cube. Okay, and our right option here is option D. Question 60 of the Junior WAEC 2017 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE 2017. It says the pair of alternate angles in the figure below are, remember alternate angles, they are angles that, if this, as you see this line this way, okay, X and C are what? Alternate angles, and also A and y down here are alternate angles. So our answer is either x and c or a and y. C and B, these are what opposite what angles, okay? So, but our question says, what is the pair of alternate angles? So from here, from this diagram, is either is X and C or A and Y. And let's see, X and C, is X and C in the option here? No. This is X and A, no. X and Y, no, okay? And you know that X and Y, this is an angle on a straight line. And remember, the sum of angles on a straight line is what? 180, okay? But we are not, the question does not ask us for angles on a straight line, but alternate angles. Okay, so let's go back. So next, A and Y, that is A and Y, they are alternate angles, and here we have the answer, which is option A. Question 1 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics past question, that's your OBJ past question. It says write 20 divided by 8 in a mixed fraction. Okay, so we're to write 20 divided by 8 in a mixed fraction. So what do we do? 20 divided by 8 is 20 over 8. Okay, so what can go in 20 and also go in 8? Let's start from the slope. Let's start from So what can go in 20 and also go in 8? Let's start from the smallest number. Let's start from 2. Okay, so 2 can go in 20 how many times? How many times can it go? 10 times. And 2 in 8 will go how many times? 4 times. Okay, and how many times will 2 go in 10? It will go, 2 can still go in 10 and also go in 4. So 2 in 10 how many times? 5 times. And 2 in 4 how many times? 2 times. Can anything go in 5 and also in 2? Nothing else. Okay, 2 can go in 5, but 2 can go in 2. So we have to stop at this. So we have 5 divided by 2. But our question says leave our answer in what mixed fraction. Okay, this fraction, the type of this fraction is called an improper fraction because the numerator, that's the numerator, is bigger than the denominator, so it's an improper fraction. So to convert to a mixed fraction, how do we do it? I hope you still remember. All we need to say is how many times can 2 go in 5? 2 will go in 5 how many times? 2 times. Okay, equal to, okay, let's put that equal to here. 2 times, remember what? It will remember what? 1. Okay, 2 will go in 5 2 times because 2 times 2 is what? 4. Okay, so it will go 2 times and we have 5. 5 minus 4 is equal to what? 1. So we have a remainder of what? 1. So we have 1, then we'll divide by what? 2. So we have 2 whole number 1 over 2. So this is our answer in mixed fraction, and our right option here is option B. Question 2 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics question, past question. That's your OBJ. It says calculate the perimeter of a triangle in centimeter. Okay, in centimeter, we have to calculate. All right, whose dimensions are, we have 1 meter 60 centimeter, and we have 1 meter 80 centimeter, and we have 2 meters. Remember triangle, a triangle has how many sides? It has what? 3 sides. Okay, and we've been given this dimension, 3 dimensions. One, let's say for instance, here is let's put here as 2 meter because 2 meter is bigger than all these other ones. Okay, and let's say here is 1 meter 60 centimeter. Okay, this triangle doesn't have all sides equal. Okay, so we have 1 meter here and 80 centimeters. So we have to find the perimeter, and remember perimeter is the sum of all the sides. Okay, and our question says we should what? Calculate in what? Centimeter. I hope you remember how many centimeter makes 1 meter. Okay, or how many meters make one no, it's how many centimeter makes 1 meter, and it is what? 100 what? Centimeter makes what? 1 meter, or 1 meter makes what? 100 centimeter. I hope you remember these are dimensions. Make sure you have it at the back of your mind. Okay, you keep it in your heart. You know, your centimeter to meters, your millimeters to centiliters, and what other measurement again am I missing out? Okay, then your kilogram, I think, yes, your weight and all. So make sure you know all this keep it in your heart, okay? Make sure you know them, all right? And 100 centimeter makes what? 1 meter. All right, so from here we have to convert all this now to what? Centimeter. We have here a 1 meter and what? 60 centimeter. This is the first what side. This is one of the dimension. So here we are since 1 meter is what? 100 centimeters. So from here, let's just state here. Okay, let me come down here. So 1 meter 60 centimeter will be what? 1 meter is 100 centimeter, so it will be 100 centimeter plus what? 60 centimeter. And what will this give us? This will give us 160 what? Centimeter. Our next dimension says 1 meter 80 centimeter. Okay, and so what is 1 meter is what? 100 what? Centimeter. Then we'll add it to what? 80. Okay, plus 80 centimeter, and this will give us what? 180 centimeter. Okay, and the final dimension is what? 2 meter. Okay, so we have just 2 meter here, and 2 meter will be what? It will be 2 times what? 100 centimeter. Okay, 2 meter. Since 1 meter is what? 100 centimeter. If you add another meter, it will be what? Plus 100, or you just say multiply by 2. Okay, and if you say plus 100, that's 200. If you multiply 2 by 100, that's still 200. All right, so let's follow this pattern. Okay, so we have here 2 times 100, 100, we have what? 200 centimeter. Okay, so let me put this close here. Okay, let me just put it close here, so we just add everything up. Since we're looking for the perimeter, is that not it? So we now say plus. Okay, so let us plus all this. So we have 0 plus 0 plus 0 will give us what? Is 0. 6 plus 8 will give us what? 14, and 14 plus 0 is still what? 14. We add, drop down 4 and carry our 1. 1 plus 1 is what? 2, and 2 plus 1 is 3, and 3 plus 2 will give us what? 5. So we have 540 what? Centimeters. So this is the perimeter of what? The triangle, 540. This is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 3 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. It says the point of intersection of x and y axis in a graph is called a dash, is called a slash and dash. Okay, point of intersection of x and y axis on in a graph. Okay, you have a graph like this. You have your y-axis, you have your x-axis, and the point of intersection of your x and y-axis is here. Okay, this is the point of intersection where they would intersect. Okay, and the question asks us, what is this point called? Okay, option A says Cartesian, no. B says coordinate, no. Option C says origin. Origin is what? Correct. Okay, because this is where you have the point y at what? 0 and x at what? 0. So this is the what? Origin. All right, so the right answer is origin. Option C. D says plane. No, this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong. Okay, the name of a full graph plate is called plane is called what? A Cartesian what? Coordinate system. Okay, so don't be confused by this Cartesian coordinate. They mean the same thing. It's just the overall name a graph is called. Okay, so but the point where y and x intersect is what? The origin, where x is equal to 0 and y is equal to what? 0. Okay, so our right answer here is option C. Question 4 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 4. It says, in a toss of a fair die, the probability of getting a 5 is, okay, so you have a die, just one. A fair dial means one die. I know a dial, the probabilities of getting a 5 will just be 1. I hope you know that. It's either you get a 1, it's either you get a 2 when you throw it once. It's either you get a 3, it's either you get a 4, it's either you get a 5 or a 6. So since this is a tossing of just one die, so the probability of getting any, even if they say 2, is still what? 1. Okay, you can just have just one possible outcome. And remember, what is your formula for probability? Okay, let me just abbreviate it here. The formula for probability is what? Is a no number. Okay, no says number, I'm just abbreviating. Okay, number of possible outcome divided by your number of required outcome. Okay, so the number of possible outcome when you toss a fair die, okay, the possible outcome of getting a 5 is just what? Once. Okay, just once, one. Okay, and what is a no number of required outcome is what? 6. Okay, because that's how many sides the die has. All right, so the required outcome is what? 6. So we have 1 divided by 6. So this is our answer. That's the probability of getting what? A 5 is what? 1 over 6. So and our right option here is option B. Question 5 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 5. It says simplify this. Okay, so we have this. We have to now play around with signs. I hope you remember our signs. All right, when you have, let me just remind you a bit here. When you have a negative multiplying a negative, you're going to get what? A positive. When you have a negative multiplying a positive, you're going to get what? A negative. When you have a positive multiplying a negative, you're going to still have what? A negative. And when you have a positive multiplying a positive, you are going to have what? A positive. And I hope you remember additions of when you're adding different signs. Okay, but you know what? I'm going to leave a link to a video where I've explained on the sign where I've explained on understanding your signs when you are adding, you're multiplying and dividing. All right, I'll put a link in the video description box of this video. Okay, I've explained it thoroughly. I think that video is about 5 minutes, so you can watch it. All right, I think it's a bit okay, for your grade, it might be a little bit advanced, but not too much. But all you can do is, if you don't understand, try to repeat the video. All right, but I'm sure you would get it if you watch that video. Understanding the rules governing your signs. Okay, you really need to know this. All right, apart from multiplication, there's also the addition, the subtraction of signs. All right, okay, because if I try to explain it here, I'm going to take so much time. All right, but I know from this example you are going to understand it. All right, okay, so from here we have a minus 8 minus bracket minus 12 plus bracket minus 2. Okay, so what do we do? Let's start from here. Okay, okay, let's just start from here. So we have a minus 8 minus bracket minus 12 bracket. Now we have a positive here and we have a negative inside here, and this is a bracket. So, and a bracket means what? Multiplication. So these two signs will multiply. That's, we have a positive multiplying a negative. And remember, a positive multiplying a negative will give us what? A negative. So we're left with what? A negative or 2. Okay, so let's try to solve this bracket now. So here we have minus 8. Now we have a negative here and we have a negative inside here. So, and this sign means what? Multiplication. All right, so a negative multiplying a negative from here, a negative multiplying a negative is what? A positive. So this negative multiplying this negative, we are going to have a positive or 12, and we drop down our negative 2. Okay, all right, okay, so we've done 2 steps now. We have, I think, like 2 steps more to go. So the next thing is minus 8 plus 12. What would that give us? I hope you this. Minus 8 plus 12. The first thing is you look at the biggest number. All right, minus 8 plus 12. What's the biggest number? That is what? 12. And what sign is the biggest number carrying? It's carrying a positive. So it means our answer of minus 8 plus 12 would be what? It will carry what? A positive or sign. The sign of the biggest number. Okay, and what operation are we going to perform? When you have a negative and a positive, okay, you are going to perform what? Subtraction. All right, when you have a negative and a positive, you are going to perform what? Subtraction. It's just like saying a negative times positive is what? Subtraction. All right, and so what is if you subtract 8 from 12, you are going to be left with what? 4. So we have here our answer as what? 4. So 4, the sign of 4 will carry the sign of the biggest what? Number. All right, so we've solved this. Okay, that's minus 8 plus 12 is what? Plus 4. Then we drop down minus 2. Okay, all right, So here now we have a plus 4 minus 2. What's the biggest number? Is still what? 4 here. And what sign is the biggest number carrying? Is carrying what? A positive what? Sign. So our answer would carry a positive what? Sign. Then the next thing is, what operation are we going to perform? We're going to perform a subtraction what? Operation. Okay, since we have a positive and a negative. So we just say 4 minus 2, and that will give us what? 2. Okay, so this is our final answer. Our answer is what? Plus 2. And our right option here is option D. Okay. Question 6 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 6. It says, write the sum of MC and CD in Hindu Arabic. Okay, I hope you remember our Hindu Arabic. Okay, that's our Roman numerals. All right, M is what? What is M? M is what? 1000. I hope you remember. And C, what is C? C is what? C is 100. Okay, so here we have MC would give us what? 1000 and what? 1. Okay, and we have CD here. CD is what? 400. All right, I hope you know this. CD is 400. So the question says write the sum of this. So we're going to add 101. That's 1001 plus 400. And what would that give us? That would give us, I think, 15. Okay, so 0 0 1 plus 4 will give us what? 5, and we'll drop our what? 1. So this is our answer, 1005. And our right option here is option C. Question 7 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, your OBJ question 7, it says, solve the simultaneous equations of this and this. Okay, so we have x plus y equal to 8. Alright, I'm going to use elimination method here. Okay, in solving simultaneous equation, you can either use substitution or elimination method. Okay, I'm going to be using elimination method here. All right, so we have x minus y equal to what? 2. So these are equation 1 and equation 2. So from here, I can just easily cancel out x. Since I can easily cancel out y, since we have a plus y here and minus y, which will give us what? 0. So this will cancel out. So we have x plus x will give us what? 2x, and 8 plus 2 will give us what? 10. So we just divide both sides by 2. So we can get our value of x. So x will be equal to 10 divided by 2 will give us what? 5. So x is equal to 5. Alright, so let's try to look for the value of what? Y. To look for the value of y, let's just simply substitute the value of x into equation 1. And what is equation 1? Equation 1 is x plus y equal to what? 8. So let's substitute this value into this equation. So we have x will be 5 here. So we have 5 plus y is equal to what? 8. So from here, we have to collect like terms, okay? So we keep y here and we take 5 to the other side of the equation. When we're taking a positive number to another side of the equation, it's going to change to a negative what number, okay? So we have y is equal to what? 8 minus 5. And what is 8 minus 5? That will give us what? 3. So y is 3 and x is what? 5. So we have our answer as x is equal to 5 and y is equal to what? 3. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option D. Question 8 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 8. It says factorize this. Okay, I hope you know factorization. Factorization is just simply bringing out the common terms. Okay, bring out the common terms between numbers. All right. Okay, so we have 3xy plus 6yz. All right, you can see here we have a common here. We have y and y. We can just simply bring out y. Okay, so bring out y and we're left with what? 3x plus 6 what? Z. All right. Okay, what else is common to this and this? 3 is also common. Okay, so because if we divide 3 here, 3 can also be divided here. Okay, 3 and 6 will go how many times? 2 times, and 3 will cancel out 3. So we can bring out 3. Okay, so we have here, bringing out 3, we have 3y bracket what? X will be left, then plus, we have a remaining, when 3 cancel out from 6, we have a 2 plus 2z. Okay, so we factorize this completely. All right, and if you want to be sure that you factorize rightly, all you need to do is just open bracket again to confirm if you are going to arrive at this the question given. And let us do that together. 3y times x will give us what? 3yx, okay, plus, and 3y times 2z, remember 3 times 2 is what? 6, and we have what? Our yz. So we are correct. Okay, so this is our answer. All right, and our right option here, where's our right option? Our right option is option D. Question 9 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, that's your OBJ question 9. It says, find the area of a parallelogram with base 8 centimeter and vertical height 5 centimeter. I hope you remember the area of a parallelogram is simply what? Base times height. Okay, that's the area of a parallelogram. Okay, base times height. So we just have 8 times what? 5, and that will give us what? Remember, we have centimeter, centimeter. When centimeter multiplies, we have centimeter square. And what is 8 times 5? 8 times 5 is what? 40. And also, I would try to employ you to please make sure you know your times table. Okay, it's really going to help you in your exam. All right, make sure you know your times table well. It's with you. You have it in your heart at any time. You can read. You know the 9th times table by heart, the 8th times table by heart. You know, please make sure you know your times table. It's going to really help you in your exam. Okay, try to make sure you learn that before going to the exam hall. Okay, I don't know if they allow calculators in BEC exam. I don't know. But always make sure you just have, you know, your times table by heart. All right, okay? It's really going to help you in your exam with speed. It's going to help you to be fast. All right, and also accuracy. Okay, so our answer is what? 40 centimeters squared, and the right option here is option B. Question 10 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, that's your OBJ question 10. It says, a tennis ball is a typical example of, A says a circle. No, okay, I hope you know what a circle. I know the people would really make a mistake and just tick circle. No, it's not a circle, please. A circle is what? Is a plane figure. It's a round plane figure. It's plain. If you say a ball, you can hold it. Okay, a ball is a solid figure. Okay, a tennis ball is a solid figure that you can hold. Okay, it's three-dimensional. All right. So B says cone. No, it's not a cone. You know how a cone looks. C says hemisphere. Hemisphere is half of a sphere. Okay, this is the way hemisphere looks like. And D says a sphere. It is what? Sphere. This is our correct answer. Okay, our correct answer is what? Sphere. Okay, which is what? Three-dimensional. All right. Okay, a sphere is what? A round figure. It's a round solid figure which is what? Three-dimensional. So a tennis ball is a sphere, not a circle. Okay, don't make that mistake. All right, so our right option here is what? D, which is what? A sphere. Question 11 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, that's your OBJ question 11. It says, if F is the number of faces, E is the number of edges, and V is the number of vertices, calculate V minus E plus F for a hexagonal prism. Okay, a hexagonal prism. All right, you know, a hexagonal prism is a solid shape. All right, and it has this is hexagonal, so the base has what? 6 sides. Okay, the two bases have what? 6 sides. So let's try to draw this. Okay, let's say we have this, so we can count the edges and the faces and the vertices. Okay, so we have one here, we have another one here, we have, it has what? 6 sides, the base. Okay, hexagonal means what? 6. All right, so we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so let's try to draw let's bring this down, bring this down, bring this down, and bring this down. Okay, so we can have this like this here, and we can have this, and we can what? Have this. Let's trace this okay, down here. All right, we have another side here. Let's trace this down here. Okay, So we have this, we have what this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So the upper base and the lower base what has what 6 sides. So this is an hexagonal what prism. So now let's try to find the number of faces. Okay. The number of faces what this is a face. The top base is a face. The bottom base is another face. So we have 1, 2. Then we have how many faces here? We are going to have 6 faces. This is one face, this is two face, this side here is another face, this is another face, and this is another face. So we have what? 6 faces around it, turning around it. Then we have one face up and what? Another face what down. So the total number of faces is what? 8. Okay, we have 8 faces. All right. Okay. Now let's find the number of what? Edges. Okay, so the edges are what? Are lines that join to form vertices. Okay, so this is a line here, this is an edge here. Okay, this is one edge, this is another edge, this is another edge, this is another edge, this is another edge. Okay, so on the top base we have what? 6 edges. All right, on the lower base the same thing, we're also going to have 6 edges, and by the corners we're also going to have how many more edges? We're going to have also 6 edges. Okay, should we count this together? So we have one edge, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then go to the bottom, we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then by the side we have 12, that's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So for the edges we have what? 18 edges. Okay, that's for a hexagonal what? Prism. All right, so we have 18 edges. All right, so these are the edges. Then the faces are, okay, these are the faces, one face and all that. All right, then V, which is the number of vertices. Okay, so the vertices are what? Your corners. All right, these corners, as I said earlier, edges are lines that would what? That join what? To form a what? Vertices. So all these ones are lines that join to form a vertex. So a vertex is just a corner. Okay, so we have one corner here, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, we have 6. Okay, let's go to the bottom. All right, so we have another one here. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, so our vertices for hexagonal prism we have what? 12 what? Vertices. All right, so this is our values for our edge, for our number of faces and number of what? Vertices. So it says calculate V minus E plus F. What is V? V is what? 12. So that is 12 minus what is E? E is what? 18. Okay, 12 minus 18, then plus F. F is what? 8 plus 8. Okay, so what is 12 minus 18? 12 minus 18 will give us what? A negative what? 6. Then plus 8. And what is minus 6 plus 8? This will give us what? A positive what? 2. So we have our answer as what? 2. And our right option here is option A. Question 12 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 12. It says dash has an infinite number of lines of symmetry. Okay, so let's try to get what's the meaning of lines of symmetry. Okay, so a line of symmetry is a line that divides a figure into two mirror images or two identical halves. Let's say okay, let us consider all this now. All right, for a circle has what? The answer here is what? Circle. Okay, which has an infinite what? Number of lines of what? Symmetry. Why do we say so? Because any line that passes through the center of the circle will divide it into two equal parts. So we are going to have infinite number of lines that would what? Pass through the center. Okay, this is supposed to be center, it's supposed to pass through here. Okay, we have infinite number of lines that will pass through the center of the circle. Okay, to divide it into two equal parts. For a rectangle, okay, a rectangle just have two lines of what? Symmetry. All right, you can only just divide this way, and when you fold it, it is in two equal halves, and also divide it this way. All right, you can't divide a rectangle this way, or because it equate to what? 2 equal parts. But for a square has what? 4 lines of what? Symmetry, okay? Because if a square, all sides are equal. So when you, let's say you have a square this way, okay, you divide by these 2 equal parts, divide by these 2, it will also amount to 2 equal parts, divide like this, also amount to 2 equal parts, and divide like this, it will also amount to what? 2 equal parts. So for a square, you have what? 4 lines of symmetry. For a equilateral triangle, it has how many sides equal? All sides equal. So you can divide like this. It will when you fold it, it's also 2 equal parts. You can also divide this way. Sorry, my lines are not too straight. Okay, divide this way. All right. Okay, so and you can also divide this way, all right, and you have 2 equal parts, and also divide this way, all right, and you have 2 equal parts. So for a equilateral triangle, the lines of symmetry is what? 3. For a square, you have 4. For a rectangle, you have 2, and for a circle, it has what? An infinite number of lines of symmetry. So our answer is what? Option A. That is what? Circle. Question 13 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 13. It says find the median of the following decimal numbers. All right. But to find the median, and remember what's the median? The median is what? The middle number. Okay. All right. So let us arrange this. I think it's already arranged for us, but still, let's still arrange. So we have arranged in a manner of what? Ascending what? Order. Okay. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8. Okay, how many numbers do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's an odd number, so it means we have an easy middle number here. Okay, if the numbers, the values here is an even number, you know what you do? You would pick the 2 middle numbers and divide by 2. That would give you the answer of your median, all right? But for here, the values here, the numbers here is an odd number, so we have 1 middle here, all right? So our answer is what? 0.4, okay? And what is our right option here? Our right option is option C. Question 15 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 15. It says express this. That's 10011 base 2 in base 10. I hope you remember how to express this. I hope you remember. So we have 10011 in base 2. But to convert this to what? Base 10. Okay. So you number your powers of 2. Okay. So we start from, we have a 0 here. You are going to start from your right to your left. Okay. And increasing in order, or in ascending order. Okay. So we have a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so what do we have here now? So this will be now, in converting to base 10, we are going to have 1 times 2 raised to power what? 5 plus 0 times 2 raised to the power of what? 2 will be raised to the power of what? 4 plus 0 times, for this 0, we have 2 raised to the power of 3, 2 raised to the power of 3 plus this 1 here. We have 1 times 2 raised to the power of 2 plus 1 times 2 raised to the power of what? 1. Then we have okay, let's write this down here, and we have let's manage this here, and we have a plus our final one here. That's 1 times 2 raised to the power of what? 0. Okay, so from here, what do we have? What is 2 raised to the power of 5? That is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. What is 2 times 2? That will give us 4. 4 times 2 is what? 8. 8 times 2 is what? 16. And 16 times 2 will give us what? 32. So we have 32 here. So we have 1 times what? 32 plus, this is 2 raised to the power of 4, which will give us what? 2 times 2, that's 4 times 2, that's 8 times 2, that's 16. But here we have it is multiplying. So we are going to let me just write this down. 0 times what? 16, which will still give us 0 plus. And here we have 0 times 2 raised to the power 3. And and 2 raised to power 3 is what? We have 2 times 2, which will give us what? 4 times 2, which will give us what? 8. So we have 0 times what? 8 plus, what is 2 raised to power 2? That will be 4. That's 2 times 2 is what? 4. So we have 1 times 4 plus, what's 2 raised to power 1 is still 2. So we have 1 times 2, then plus, what is 2 raised to power 0? 2 raised to power 0 is what? 1. So we have plus 1 times 1. Okay, so here what is 1 times 32? We have 32 plus 0 times 16 is what? 0 plus 0 times 8 is what? 0 plus 1 times 4 is give us what? 4 plus 1 times 2 will give us what? 2 plus 1 times 1 will give us what? 1. Make sure you don't forget this one. Most people always mistakenly forget about this one here. All right, and they always make the mistake of saying 2 raised to power 0 is what? 0. No, any number raised to the power of 0 is what? 1. Okay, if you have 100 raised to the power 0, it is what? 1. If you have 1 million raised to the power 0, it is what? 1. It is not 0. Okay, so you have a 1, and 1 times 1 is what? 1. Okay, so don't forget to add this one here. Okay, don't make that mistake. All right, I see many students making that mistake. That's why I'm repeating this. Okay, all right, so you have this. Okay, that's why I'm emphasizing on this. All right, okay, so we have this. So 32, what is 32 plus 4? That will give us what? 36. Or let me just add all this up. What is this? 4 plus 2, that's 6, and 6 plus 1, that will give us 7. So we're left with what? 32 plus 7. Okay, these are all 0. Okay, and what is 32 plus 7? We have 32 plus 7, that will give us a 39. All right, so we have 9 and a 3. So we have 39 base what? 10. Okay, or just write it this way. Okay, base 10. So this is our answer, 39 base 10, and our right option here is option D. Question 16 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics past question. That's your OBJ question 16. It says, simplify this. Okay, so we have this. What do we do? Okay, we can just simply solve them like they are in mixed fraction, or we can convert them to improper fractions, then solve them. Okay, for your level, I would love to convert it to improper fractions, then solve them. Okay, all right, so let's convert this now to improper fraction. We have 6 here, so 6 times 3 is what? 18, and 18 plus 1 will give us what? 19 over 6. Then plus 4 times 1 is what? 4, and 4 plus 1 is what? 5 over 4. Okay, I hope you remember how to convert mixed fractions to improper fractions. Okay, this is the way. All right, that's why I'm doing it this way, so you remember. Okay, so minus 3 times 2 will give us what? 6, and 6 plus 2 will give us what? 8. So we have 8 over 3. So we've converted all this. So let's find the LCM of all these numbers. And what would the LCM of these numbers be? Okay, it's simply what? 12. All right, so because 6 can go in 12, 4 can go in 12, and 3 can go in 12. I hope you also know how to find the LCM of numbers. Do you know? Okay, let me quickly just show you how to find it here. So we have 6, we have 4, and we have 3. Okay, LCM will start with the smallest number, 2. How many times will 2 go in 3 and 6 to go 3 times? 2 in 4 will go how many times? 2 times, and 2 can't go in 3, so we'll simply drop downwards 3. All right, so we can also see we have a 2 here also, so we'll say 2. Okay, so 2 can 2 go in 3? No, you drop down 3, and 2 can go in 2, which will give us what? 1, and 2 can 2 go in 3? No, so we'll drop down 3. What we're doing here, we're looking for the LCM. Okay, I'm just showing you this. All right, so you remember. All right, so the next thing is, okay, the next value is what? 3. So let's put down 3 here. 3 in 3 will give us what? 1. 3 in 1 is still 1, and here we have 3 in 3 is also what? 1. Okay, so we have this, our LCM is what? 2 times 2 times 3. And what is 2 times 2? That will give us what? 4. And what is 4 times 3? 4 times 3 will give us what? 12. So our LCM here is what? 12. All right, okay, so let's solve this now. This fraction, let's add and subtract. So 6 in 12 will go how many times? 2 times. And 2 times 19. I hope you know what 2 times 19 is. Okay, times, we have 2 times 9 will give us what? 18. You drop down your 8, you carry your 1, and 2 times 1 will give us 2, and 2 plus 1 will give us what? 3. So we have 3 here. So 2 times 19 is what? 38. Plus, how many times will 4 go in 12? It will go how many times? 3 times. And 3 times 5 is what? 15. Then minus, how many times will 3 go in 12? It will go how many times? 4 times. And you know what 4 times 8 is? 4 times 8 is what? 32. You can see where you need your multiplication table by heart. You need it by heart, so you'll be very fast, all right? Okay, so we have this. So what do we have here? 38 plus 15 will give us what? What will 38 plus 15 give us? It will give us what? 53. Then 53 minus 32. We still have our 12 here. What is 53 minus 32? Will give us what? 21 over 12. Okay, and you can see from our answers are in what? Mixed what? Fraction, not improper fraction. So definitely we have to convert this to what? Mixed fraction. But before converting, can we cancel out here? We have 21 over 12. I think 3 can go in 21 and also 3 can go in 12. 3 in 21 will go how many times? 7 times. And 3 in 12 will go how many times? 4 times. Okay, I didn't start with 2 because 2 cannot go in what? 21. So I went to the next smallest number, which is what? 3. Okay, so 3 can go in 21 7 times, and 3 in 12 how many times? 4 times. So we have 7 over 4. So let's convert this now to what? Mixed fraction. How many times would 4 go in 7? It will go just 1 time. So we have one whole number, and what is our remainder? That is 7 minus 4, which will give us what? 3 over 4. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option C. Question 17 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 17. It says a prime has only 2 factors, which are, it should be a prime number. Okay, maybe this is a mistake. A prime number has only 2 factors, which are dash and dash. Definitely a prime number has the only factors it has is itself and what? 1. Okay, itself and 1, and our right option here is option D. A prime number, the only 2 factors of a prime number is what? Itself and 1. That is, it can only be divided by itself and 1. An example of a prime number is what? You have your 5, your 7, okay, your 3. All right, so they can only be divided by themselves and what? 1. Okay, or itself and 1. So D is the right answer. Question 18 of the BEC Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 18. It says a man is X years old and his son is Y years old. What is their average age? Okay, this is what is their average age? Okay, their average age is just simply X, okay, plus Y divided by 2. Okay, that's what it means, all right? Since the man's age is what? X years old, and the son's age is what? Y years old, and we're looking for average. So you just add them up and you divide by 2. So this is our answer. Is our answer here? Okay, our answer is not really stated in this way. Okay, and this expression can also be interpreted as this, as what? X over 2 plus Y over 2. Okay, this is the same thing, all right? Okay, so we have this interpretation here, all right? So this is our answer. Okay, this is the average what? Age, which is what? C here. Okay, X over 2 plus Y over 2 years. So this is our answer. Question 20 of the BEC Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 20. It says, dash divides a circle into equal parts. I hope you know what divides a circle into equal parts. It is what? A diameter. Okay, so we have our answer here as what? C. It is not an arc, it's not a chord, and it's not a what? Radius. A radius is half of a diameter. Okay, so what divides a circle into 2 equal parts, whether it is horizontal or it is vertical, is what? A diameter. So our right option here is option C. Question 21 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 21. It says simplify t. We have this. Okay, let me just write this down. T minus bracket t minus bracket 1 plus t bracket, then close the bracket. Okay, so we have to simplify this. Let's start from the inner bracket. So we have t minus bracket t. This negative is affecting everything here in this bracket, so we're going to open up. Okay, we're going to multiply everything here with this negative sign. So a negative times your 1 here will give us what? A minus 1, and a negative times a plus t here will give us a minus what? T. All right, and we have this. So we have t minus bracket, and here we have a t, then we have minus 1, and we have a minus t. Okay, so this is simply saying t minus t, okay, minus 1. All right, and where t minus t will give us what? 0. So we are left with what? T minus bracket minus 1. All right, from here what will happen? This minus will affect this minus here. They're going to multiply. Since it's a bracket, this is multiplication. Okay, so minus times minus, remember, it's going to give us what? A positive. So we have what? T plus 1. Okay, so this is our answer. Is the option here. Okay, we're giving it in another format. All right, sometimes questions, they're just trying to test your knowledge if you really know what you're doing. Okay, so t plus 1 is also the same thing as what? 1 plus t. Okay, since this t also carries a positive sign, so you can arrange it in any what format. All right, so our right option here is what? Option A. Question 22 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 22. It says calculate the volume of a cube of length 8 meters. Okay, what's the volume of a cube? The volume of a cube, I hope you remember volume of a cube. Okay, it's just simply what? L cube. Okay, that is what? L times, that is L times L times L. Okay, and we've been told one side, okay, of the cube is what? 8 meters, and definitely the length of the cube, they're all equal. All right, the length of the sides of a cube are all what? Equal. So you have L times L times L. Okay, that's the formula for finding the volume of a cube. Okay, so we have here 8 times 8 times 8, and what would that give us? 8 times 8 times 8 will give us what? 512 centimeter cube. Okay, and our right option here is option B. Question 23 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 23. It says find the reciprocal of what? 1 over 5. Okay, when you see this question in maths, this 5 in maths, when you see reciprocal, it's just simply what? This fraction turned upside down, and in turning upside down, you're just simply taking your denominator to the numerator and the numerator to what? Your denominator. So the reciprocal of 1 over 5 is equal to what? 5 over 1. What is 5 over 1? 5 over 1 is still the same thing as what? 5. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option D. Question 24 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 24. It says a trader made a profit of 35% on an article he bought. Okay, this is bought, all right? Okay, for 5,000 naira. How much did he sell the article? Okay, I hope you remember the formula for percentage profit. I hope you remember that formula. Okay, so when you have a percentage profit, okay, it is equal to what? Your selling price. This is profit now, so it means your selling price will be greater than your cost price. Okay, and you know what cost price is? I hope you know the meaning of cost price. Cost price is the amount. Let's say for instance you sell fans and you went to a major electronics market in Nigeria. I think a major electronics market in Nigeria is Alaba International in Lagos. Okay, so you go to a wholesaler and you buy. Okay, that's your cost price. Then you take to your shop, then you sell for a profit. So the price you bought from the wholesaler is what your cost price, and the price you sell to a customer that comes to your shop is what your selling price. So if your selling price is more than your cost price, then it means you are making a profit. But if your selling price is lower than your cost price, then it means you are making what, a loss. Okay, so maybe I think in this question, okay, so I just made this example to explain the meaning of selling price and cost price in case you've forgotten. Okay, so percentage profit, the formula is what, your selling price minus your cost price divided by your cost price, then times 100. Okay, you know we're talking about percent now. All right, so there's a formula for finding your percentage what, profit. All right, so our question now says, what does our question say? Our question is asking us how much did it sell the article. So it's asking for what, our selling price, and the question has already given us his percentage profit, okay, which is what, 35%. So all we need to do is just put in our values in the, okay, and it has also given us he bought the article for 5,000 naira. That's his cost price. Okay, it's 5,000 naira. So we just put in the value for our profit percent and our cost price, so we can now definitely find our selling price. Okay, so let's put in the value now. So for our percentage profit, we've been given his percentage profit at what, 35 what percent, equal to, we're looking for our selling price, so let's leave it still like this, minus our cost price we've been given as what, 5,000 naira, divided by our cost price again here, 5,000 naira, then times what, times 100. Okay, from here we can easily cancel out this 100. Is that not it? So these two zeros will go out, these two zeros will cancel out these two zeros. Okay, so this 100 has been cancelled out. So what are we left with here? Okay, I have to write this down for you. I would have just jumped a step here, but no, you know, you're a junior student. If it was a WAEC video, I would have jumped a step here, but I need to but I need to explain this in detail for you so you understand. Okay, so we have over 50, so all we need to now do is what, cross multiply. So 50 goes up, okay, and you know 35 just has one here, one multiply, everything here will still remain the same. Okay, so 50 will cross multiply, so we have 35 times 50 equal to what, our selling price minus what, 5,000. And what is 35 times 50? We have 1,007 what, 50. Okay, equal to our selling price minus what, 5,000. So all we need to do, we can just easily take our minus 5,000 over here and leave our selling price here. Okay, all right. Okay, we can do it by, we can still say taking our selling price here, you know, collecting like terms, taking our selling price here and bringing this here. But you know, taking a positive to this side, we're going to have a negative. So I don't want to play with the play around staying in the negative domain. That's why I decided to take our minus 5,000 down here and leave as this selling price here in the positive. Okay, so from here we have here now 1,750. Taking this to the other side, we have plus 5,000 equal to our selling price. And what is 1,750 plus 5,000? We are going to get was 6,750. Okay, equal to SP. So our selling price, which is still the same thing as our selling price, is equal to what? Naira 6,750 naira. All right, so this is our answer. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option C. Question 25 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 25. It says find the difference between the median and the mode. Okay, this is mode. Okay, the difference between the median and the mode of the scores of these scores. Okay, so when you have these scores that are not arranged properly, we have to arrange them in an ascending order. Okay, so what's the least number here? We have what, 3. All right, Remember, when you're given a data set, you have to arrange them in ascending order. Then before you can start calculating your mean. For your mean, you don't need to arrange, but for median, looking for your median, you need to arrange them. Okay. For mode, you don't really need to arrange. You know, mode is the highest frequency of occurring data element. Okay. So, but for median, you need to arrange it. Okay, because we're looking for the middle number. All right. So let's arrange this together. So we have 3. I think we have another 3 here. Okay, next number is 4. So we have 1, 4. We have another 4 here, and we have another 4. The next number is 5. We have a 5 here, and we have another 5 here. Okay. Then the next number, we have a 6. We have 2, 6, another 6 here. The next number, do we have a 7? No. Okay, the next one is 8. We have a 8. Okay, then 9. Yes, we have a 9, and that's the last number here. Okay, how many numbers do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so this has to be 11 too. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we are correct. All right, so the first thing now is to find our median. The median is the middle number. So this the data set is 11, so definitely an odd number. So we have one middle number. Okay, so our middle number here is what? 5. So this is our median. Our median is equal to what? 5. Now, what is our mode? All right, our mode is the highest frequency occurring data element. Okay, and this is our mode 4. 4 is the highest occurring data element here, so our mode is equal to what? 4. Now the question says find difference between the median and mode. So the difference is definitely 5 minus 4. And what is 5 minus 4? That will give us what? 1. And our right option here is option D. Okay, so this is our answer 1. That is your median minus mode. Question 26 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Questions. Okay, that's your OBJ question 26. It says, 3 brothers, Wumi, Niyi, and Dare, shared a quantity of walnuts in the ratio 3:4:5. If Wumi got 21 walnuts, how many did Niyi get? Okay, so we've been given a clue here. So Wumi got what? 21 walnuts. All right, and this is the ratio in which the 3 brothers shared the walnuts. Okay, so I hope we remember ratios and proportion, how to play around with them. All right, so we've been given Wumi, the question has given us that Wumi had what? Got 21 walnuts. So first thing first, we have to first of all look for the total walnuts. Since we've been given one person's walnuts, it is easy for us to get the total walnuts. All right, so the total ratio is what? 3 plus what? 4 plus 5, which will give us what? What would that give us? That will give us what? 12. And we'll be told that Wumi got how many walnuts? Wumi got what? 21 walnuts. All right, so it means Wumi's ratio, which is 3, divided by the total ratio between the 3 brothers, which is what? 12, times, we are looking for the total number of walnuts. Okay, so let's say the total number of walnuts is what? X equal to total walnuts. Okay, X is equal to what? 21. All right, you know, to get the total walnut of each person, okay, it's the person's ratio over the total ratio, then times the total number of walnuts. Okay, and that will give us the exact amount of walnuts that particular person has. Okay, so that's where this formula is from. All right, please, I hope you remember our ratio and proportion. Okay, so X is what? The total what? Walnut. So we have to look for X, since simply we've been given what? Wumi's exact amount of walnuts. Okay, so from here we can find a value of what? X. Here 3 would go here 1, and 3 in 12 will be what? 4. So we have here X over 4 equal to what? 21. 1. So here x, all we need to do is cross multiply. X is equal to, what is 21 times 4? That will give us what? 84. So the total walnut is what? 84. So we have 84 walnuts shared between what? The 3 brothers. So it is now easy for us to get how many walnuts Niyi what got. Okay, so because that's what the question asks, how many did Niyi what get? So from here, Niyi is what? 4. So we have 4 divided by 12 times the total walnut, which is what? 84. So what would this give us? This will give us okay, what can go here? 4 can go here 1, and 4 in 12 go how many times? 3 times. Okay, can 3 go in 84? Yes. Okay, 3 in 8 will go how many times? Just like 2 times. Okay, that's 6 remainder what? 2. And 3 in 24 will give us what? 8. So so we have what? 28. So Niyi got how many walnuts? Niyi got what? 28 walnuts. All right, so this is our answer. Niyi got 28 walnuts. All right, from our question papers, the options were missing, but this is the answer. Niyi got what? 28 walnuts. Question 27 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 27. It says solve this. So we have here 1 over 2 minus 6 over a is equal to what? 2. All right, we have to solve this. All right, so let's solve this. Is a fraction here, so let's solve this. What will be the LCM of this fraction? Is just simply 2 times what? A, which is equal to what? 2a. So we have what? 2a here. Okay, so 2 in 2a, we are going to be left with a. I hope you know that 2 in 2a, that's just saying 2 divided by 2, 2a divided by 2, and this will cancel out and you're left with what? A. So 2 in 2a is what? The remainder will be what? A, and a times 1 will give us what? A, minus a into a, so we have 2a divided by 8, means a will cancel out what? A, and you're left with what? 2. And 2 times 6 will give us what? 12, equal to 2. Alright, so from here, all we need to do is just what? Cross multiply. Since this is 2 divided by 1, we'll cross multiply. So we're left with what? 1 multiplied by everything here will still remain the same. So we have a minus 12 equal to 2a times 2 will give us what? 4a. Okay, let's collect like terms. Let's take 4a here and bring 12 minus 12 to this side. Alright, so we have a, taking plus 4a to this side, we're going to have a minus 4a, and taking minus 12 to this side, we're going to have a positive what? 12. All right, so here what do we have? What is a minus 4a? That will give us minus what? 3a, equal to 12. Then we divide both sides by minus 3. Divide both sides by minus 3. Okay, minus 3, we cancel out minus 3 here. We're left with a, and 12. How many times will 3 go in 12? It will go how many times? 4 times. Okay, and remember your minus sign. Okay, so we have a is equal to minus 4. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 28 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 28. It says the ratio of the inverse of tan is... Okay, we're asked for the ratio of the inverse of tan. All right, so remember what is tan first of all before we talk about the inverse. Remember your so, ka, toi. Okay, toi, where your tan is what? Your toi. And what is o? O is what? Tan is equal to what? Your opposite over adjacent. I hope you remember your O stands for opposite, A stands for adjacent, your H stands for what? Hypotenuse. All right, so for your tan, it is what? Opposite over adjacent. But our question says, what is the ratio of the inverse of tan? And what does it mean by inverse of tan? It just means what? 1 divided by opposite over adjacent. And when you have 1 divided by something, you have to what? Take the adjacent what? Up. Okay, just like saying 1 divided by opposite over adjacent, where it to change the division sign to multiplication, you have to what? Invert what? This. Okay, so where you have this 1 times what? Adjacent over opposite. Okay, so which is the same thing as what? Adjacent over opposite. Okay, so your tan inverse is equal to what? Adjacent over opposite. So this is your answer. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option C. Question 29 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 29. It says add this and leave your answer in base 2. Okay, this is number basis and we're looking at what? Base 2. So it says add this. So we have 110001 in base 2. Then we have 0100001. Okay, we have to add them. All right, we're adding them up. All right, okay, in base 2. Okay, so I hope you remember how to add in bases. All right, so we have here 1 plus 0 is 1. Okay, when you add and it's less than 2, that's the base. Okay, you drop your answer. All right, but once it is equal to 2 or greater than 2, you have to divide by the what? By 2. Okay, that's the base. All right, we're looking at base 2 here. If it was base 3, it is once it's equal to 3 or greater than what? 3. Okay, all right, so we have here 0 plus 1 is still 1, so we don't need to bother yet. So we have 0 plus 0, we have what? 0. 0 plus 0, we have 0. 1 plus 0, we have 1. Okay, so we can drop that. So now we have 1 plus 1, which is what? 2. So it is equal to 2. So what do? We say how many times can 2 go in 2? It will go how many times? 1 time. So we are going to carry 1. And what is the remainder? The remainder is what? 0. So we're going to drop down what? 0. I hope you remember when you add, you drop down your remainder after your division, then carry the quotient, which is the number of times 2 went in 2. Okay, if it was 4, would have carried what? Would have carried what? 2, because 2 in 4 would go how many times? 2 times. All right, but this is 2, so 2 in 2 went how many times? 1 time. So that's why we carry what? 1. And you are going to add this one, you are going to drop this one here. Okay, so I hope you remember how to add in basis. All right, if you don't remember, try to do a revision. And also on the YouTube, on our channel DTW tutorials, I've done number basis too. All right, so you can try to check out that video. All right, okay, so this is our answer in what? Base 2. All right, this is our answer. And what is our right option here? Our right option is what? Option A. Question 30 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 30. It says express 6.5 trillion in digits. Okay, so this question, the answer isn't here. All right, and our advice, if you're so sure that the answer is not in the option, don't tick. Okay, just leave your option, your shade paper on this particular question blank. All right, don't tick anyone. All right, so there's no answer here for this. All right, okay, but to write this in trillion, okay, when you have trillion, it is what? 10 raised to power of what? 12. Or that is, for instance, let's say we have 1 trillion. How do you write 1 trillion? You are going to have what? 12 zeros. Okay, that is 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All right, so this is 1 what? Trillion. So when you have 6.5 trillion, so this will be 6, then this first 0 here will be what? 5. So this is what? 6.5 trillion. All right, I hope you remember this. And when you're told to write billions is what? 10 raised to power 9. All right, so you have 9 zeros. Okay, so this is what? Billion. This is 6.5 what? Billion. And when you're told to write millions is what? 10 raised to power of what? 6. Okay, that you have 6 zeros. So when you cancel out this whole thing left, it was 6.5 what? Million. All right, so try to, I just did this so you could understand, so you can understand in case the question comes out and the correct option is given. All right, so for your trillion, it is 10 raised to power of what? 12. You're going to have what? 12 what? Zeros for trillion. For billion, you're going to have 9 zeros, and for million, you're going to have what? 6 zeros. All right. Okay. Question 31 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 31. It says, what is the value of x in the figure above? Okay. So what to look for this value of x? Okay. From here we have 85. All right. And we know when we have 85 here, it means that this same angle, you have opposite angles, okay, or you have opposite what angles, all right? So it means that this same angle here is what? 85. All right. Okay. And from here, this is a triangle. Is that not it? AB, let's say this is 0. AOB, this is a triangle, okay, and the sum of angles in a triangle is equal to what? 180. So it means that 58 plus 85 plus x is equal to what? 180. So it's easy for us to get our x. So we can just say x is equal to 180. We just bring all these things here, minus 58, then minus 85. Okay, and what is 180 minus 58 minus 85? That will give us what? This is 180 minus 143. Okay, because this plus this is 143. All right, taking it there will give us what? A positive will be what? Minus what? 143. And what is 180 minus 143? That will give us what? 37 degrees. So x is equal to what? 37 degree. Okay, and our right option here is option B. Question 32 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 32. It says, if the exchange rate for dollar, this should be R, okay, for dollar to naira is 305 naira. Okay, how much will $280 amount to? Okay, this is quite straightforward. All right, if the exchange rate for dollar to naira, that's for $1 to naira, is what? 305. How much will $280 amount to? So it just means what? 305 times what? 280. Okay, that's what it just simply means. So you would find the total amount of naira you are going to have when you exchange what? $280. Let's say for instance, maybe your auntie, your grandma abroad sent you $280, and here you know you can't spend dollars here in like you taking dollar to a shop to buy sweets. So you have to exchange that dollar to what? Naira. And for you to exchange it, there's always an exchange rate in each country for their currency. So the exchange rate for dollar from this question is what? 305 naira for $1. So each $1 from your 280 is what? 305 naira. So how do you get the total amount of naira? It's just simply saying your exchange rate 305 times what? 280. So you get the total amount of naira you can spend here in Nigeria. Okay, this is what this question means. All right. Okay, so let's multiply this. We have to multiply this. So we have 280 times what? 305. All right, I hope you remember a long multiplication. I think if they give you a calculator, if you're allowed with a calculator, you can just punch in and get your answer. But let's do this together, okay? So we can refresh our memory on multiplication. All right. Okay, so we have here 5. What is 5 times 0? We have what? 0. And what is 5 times 8? We have 4 is 5 times 8. It is what? 40. So you put down your 0, you carry your 4. And what is 5 times 2? That is 10. And 10 plus 4 is what? 14. Okay, here we have 0 times 0 is what? 0. 0 times 8 will give us 0. 0 times 2 will give us what? 0. All right, here we have 3 times 0. We have what? Is 0. 3 times 8, we have what? 24. We put down a 4, we carry what? 2. And what is 3 times 2 is what? 6. And 6 plus 2 will give us what? 8. All right, so we have to add this up. We drop our 0 here, we drop another 0 here. 4 plus 0 will give us 4. 1 plus 0 is 1, and plus 4 will give us what? 5, and we have 8 here. So we have our value as what? 85,000 naira. 85,400 what? Naira. All right, so this is our answer. And what's our right option here? Our right option is option B. Question 33 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 33. It says a car travels 180 kilometers in 45 minutes. Find the speed of the car in kilometer per hour. Okay, it says it's the speed of the car in kilometer per hour. That means what? Distance over time. Okay, that's your speed is equal to what? Distance over time. And what is your distance? 180 what? Kilometers. All right. And what is your time? We're giving here time in what? 45 minutes, but our question says in kilometer per hour. Okay, so that means we have to convert 45 minutes to what? Hour. Okay, and in converting 45 minutes to hour, what do? We divide by just what? 60. Okay, divide by 60 alone. All right, if it was 45 seconds, we have to divide by 60 times 60, which is to what? 360. All right, but for this is a minute, so we just divide by what? 60 to convert it to what? Hours. Okay, I hope we know 60 seconds make 1 minute, 60 minutes make 1 hour. All right. Okay, so we have this here, and this simply means 180 divided by 45 over 60, which is what? 180 times what? 60 over 45. From here we can cancel out, is that not it? Can't we cancel out? We can cancel out 5, okay? Or let's say, okay, let's start with the easy number 5. All right, I wanted to just go and say let's cancel out 9, but let's cancel out 5, okay? So this is over 1. So we have 5 in 45 will go how many times? Will go how many times? To go 9 times, and 5 here, or 5 here, 5 in 60 will go how many times? That's what? 12 times. And here 3 can go here 3 times, and 3 will go here how many times? 4 times. Okay, so we still have 3 here. 3 can go in 180. 3 in 3 will cancel out here. 3 in 18, how many times will it go? That's 6 times. Okay, so 3 in 180 will go how many times? 60 times. So we're left with what? 60 times 4. And what is 60 times 4? That will give us what? That will give us what? 240. Okay, so we have 240 kilometer per hour. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 34 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 34. The question says, find the missing number in the subtraction below. Okay, so we have this number here minus this gives us what? This. So we're to find the missing number, which is what? M. We're to find this number M. All right. Okay, so if this subtracts this and gives us this, okay, so it means that this plus this must give us what? This. Okay, I hope you remember subtraction. All right, so this plus this must give us this. All right, do you understand this? If you subtract this from this and it gives us this, which there's no missing number here, so it means this value down here plus this value must give us what? This, the bigger what? Value. So let's add these two numbers up so we can find the missing what? Number. So we have 26986 plus 16067. All right, so from here 6 plus 7 will give us what? 13. Drop 3, carry 1. 1 plus 8 is what? 9. And 9 plus 6 will give us what? 15. So we drop 5 and carry 1. 1 plus 9 is what? 10. And 10 plus 0 is still what? 10. So we drop a 0 and carry what? A 1. 1 plus 6 is 7, and 7 plus 6 is what? 13. So we drop a 3, we'll carry a 1. 1 plus 2 is what? 3, and 3 plus 1 will give us what? 4. So this is our answer here. So we have this 4 here, 3 here. Our missing number is what? 0. Let's confirm this other number. This is 5, this is 5, and this is 3, this is 3. So we are correct. So our missing number is what? 0. All right, and our right answer option here is option D. Question 35 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 35. It says, what is the value of the digit 5 in this number? What's the value of the digit 5? Okay, so what's this number? This is what? 652,000 and what? 9. Okay, see, you say 652,000. So our 5 what is in the thousand what range. Okay, so our 5 is what? is in the 50 what thousand. That's the value of the digit 5 in this what number. All right, so it's what 50,000. All right, so our right option here is option D. Okay, so this is where 5 is. So we have a 0, a 0, a 0, a 0. So we have what 50,000. So our right option is option D. Question 36 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 36. It says, in the figure above, angle SAB. Where's angle SAB? SAB, that's this angle here. Okay, let's say X is alternate to the angle. Okay, it's asking us what is SAB is alternate to the angle. I hope you remember our planes and our angles. So this angle is definitely alternate to what this angle. Okay, this is the angle is alternate to. Okay, so this X is equal to what this what X. Okay, so and what is this angle here? This angle is what SDC. Okay, so SDC is alternate to the angle SDC. Okay, and what is our right option here? This is it, option D. That is what SDC, option D. So this is our right word answer. Question 37 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 37. It says Mr. Reyes bought a new plasma TV for 75,000 naira. Later, he sold it for 45,000 naira. Calculate the percentage loss. Okay, remember, I think we've done a question earlier on percentage. I think that one was a percentage profit, but you can see this is a percentage loss since his cost price is what 75,000 and his selling price is what lower than the cost price, which is what 45,000. So we're told to find what the percentage what loss. So percentage loss will be equal to what your cost price minus what your selling price divided by your what cost price. Okay, since your cost price is what higher than your selling price, that's why we have our cost price minus selling price. So this is percentage what loss. Okay, times, don't forget times 100. All right, so what's our cost price here? We have 75,000 minus our selling price is what 45,000 divided by what 75,000 naira times 100. Okay, this 20 will cancel out these 2 zeros here. So what are we left with? What is 75,000 minus 35,000? We are going to get what 30,000. Okay, divided by, we're left here with what 750. Is that not it? Okay, so let's cancel out this 0 here. This 0 will cancel out this 0. What else can we cancel out? Let's start with 5. 5 will go here how many times? It will go here 15 times, and 5 will go here in 3,000. It will go here 600 times. You know, 5 in 30 is what 6. Okay, and drop the remaining 0. All right, so what else can we cancel? 5 again. 5 here in 15 will go how many times? 3 times. And 5 in 60, that is 12. Okay, and drop our what 0. 3 again, we can cancel out that 3. 3 here 1, and 3 in 12 will go how many times? That's 4 times. Then drop your what 0. So you have 40. So our percentage loss, our percentage loss is what 40%. All right. So our answer is what 40%, and our right option here is option B. Question 38 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 38. It says, calculate the volume of a cone if the height is 3 cm and the base radius is what? 7 cm. Calculate what the volume of a cone. I hope you know the formula for finding the volume of a cone. I hope you still remember. Okay, the formula for the volume of a cone is equal to what? 1 over 3 pi what? R square h. Okay, so I'm taking pi as what? 22 over 7. All right, if you're not given pi, just remember that pi is what, 22 over 7, except maybe your answer you see pi. When you see pi in your answer, it just means you don't need to put pi as 22 over 7, just leave pi as what, pi. Okay, all right, so don't make that mistake. All right, so we have here 1 over 3, then our pi is what, 22 over 7, times what is our radius is what, 7 centimeter. That is 7 centimeter square. Okay, 7 centimeter times another 7 centimeter, and our height is what, 3 centimeter. That's 3 centimeter. Okay, this centimeter here, centimeter. Okay, so it means our unit of measurement will be what, centimeter what, cube. All right, so from here 7 can cancel out 7 here, 3 can cancel out 3 here. What are we left with? We're left with what, 22 times what, 7. So 22 times 7, and what would that give us? That will give us what, 154. And remember, our unit of measurement will be what, centimeter cube. So this is our answer, 154 centimeter cube, and our right option here is option B. Question 39 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 39. It says factorize this. Okay, I hope you remember this. When you have a square minus what, b square is the same thing as what, a plus b bracket a minus b. Okay, all right, so we're going to, so this from this expression here, we have 1 is same thing as what, 1 square minus bracket a minus b square. Okay, so this is your a, and this is your a square, and this is your what, b square. Okay, so this is your b square, and this is your what, a square. So we have to liken this equation to what, this. Okay, so this will be equal to, what is our a here? A is 1. So we'll have what, 1 plus, what is our b? Our b is what, a minus b. So we have bracket what, a minus b. All right, close the bracket, then open another bracket. Our a is what, 1 minus bracket, what's our b? From here, our b is what, a minus b. All right, close the bracket and close bracket. Okay, so let's now simplify this together. So we have here will be what, bracket 1. This positive will multiply everything here, so we have positive times this will give us a positive a, and positive times this minus will give us a negative what, negative what, b. Okay, positive times negative is still what, negative, and you leave our b. From here we have 1, negative times a positive a will give us what, a negative a, and negative times a negative b will give us what, a positive b. Okay, so we're left with this. So this is our final what, answer. Okay, we'll factorize this completely. So what's the right option here? What would the right option be? So we have 1 plus a minus b, and we have 1 minus a plus b. Okay, so this is our right option here, option B. Okay, so where we have here 1 minus a plus b, which is this, and we have here 1 plus a minus b, which is what, this in the second bracket. All right, so this is our answer. All right, that is what, option B. Question 40 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 40. It says the sum of 4 consecutive odd numbers is 80. Find the fourth number. Okay, the sum of 4 consecutive odd numbers. Okay, so let's assume that the first number is what, x. We're looking at odd numbers now. All right, and remember, what are odd numbers? Odd numbers are numbers that cannot be divided by 2. So you have 1, you have 3, you have 5, you have 7, you have 11, then 13, and so on. Okay, so let's say the first number here, you know, we have to represent them, give them like a value. So the first number is x. So it means that the second, because we are looking at the sum of 4 consecutive odd numbers, so the second consecutive odd number will be what, x plus what, 2. All right, since what, odd numbers are numbers that cannot be divided by what, 2, so we add 2 to it. All right, to the odd number. So let's say, for instance, this x is what, 1. All right, so when you add 2 to 1, we have what? 3. Is that not it? And 3 is what? An odd number. All right. So the next consecutive number will be what? X plus what? 4. All right. You just continuously add what? 2. All right. So and the fourth consecutive number will be what? X plus 6. All right. So let us test this out to confirm what we're saying. So if this was also 1 plus 4, this is 5. If this was also 1 plus 6 will be what? 7. And they are all what? Odd numbers. All right. But the question says here that the sum of 4 consecutive numbers is what? 80. So we're going to sum all this and equate to what? 80. So we'll know which range of odd numbers we're looking at. All right. Okay, so we have x plus 2 plus x plus 4 plus x plus 6 equal to what? 80. Okay, so let us add up all the x. So we have here x, 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 x. So that's x plus x plus x plus x. We have what? 4x. And let us add the numbers up. We have 2 here, we have 4, we have 6. What is 2 plus 4? That's 6. And 6 plus 6 will give us what? 12. So we have equal to what? 80. All right, so take 12 to this side. We have 4x is equal to what? 80 minus 12. And that is 4x. 80 minus 12 will give us what? 68. Okay, well, let us divide both sides by 4 to get our value of what? X. All right, so cancel out. So what can go here? Let's say 2 here, 2 in 68, 2 in 6 will give us what? 3. In 8 will give us what? 4. So we have 34. 2 can also go in 34, and that will go how many times? To go what? 17 times, because 17 times 2 is equal to what? 34. So 2 here 1, and 2 in 34 is what? 17. So x is equal to what? 17. So our first odd number is what? 17. That's what it means here. All right, so the first odd number is what? 17. So the second odd number will be what? 17 plus 2, which is what? 19. The third odd number will be what? 17 plus what? 4. And what is 17 plus 4? 17 plus 4 is what? 21. And the fourth odd number will be what? 17 plus 6. And what is 17 plus 6? That will give us what? 23. Okay, but our question says find the fourth number. So definitely the fourth number is what? 20. So our answer is 23. And our right option here is option C. Question 41 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 41. It says calculate the value of x. We're to find the value of x. Okay, so from this diagram, now we have, this is an isosceles triangle. Remember, in an isosceles triangle, the base angles are what? Equal. Okay, so the base angles are what? Equal. So if this is 55 degree, it means that this is also what? 55 what? Degrees. Isosceles triangle, that's two sides what? Equal. Okay, so if this is 55 degree, this is 75, this is x. You know, angles on a straight line is what? 180. The sum of angles on a straight line is equal to what? 180. So we have here 55 plus 75 plus x is equal to what? 180 degree. All right, so what is 55 plus 75? We're going to have 130 plus x is equal to what? 180 degree. Okay, and x will be equal to what? 180 minus what? 130. And what's 180 minus 130? That will give us what? 50 what degrees. So x is equal to what? 50. And our right option here is option A. Question 42 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 42. It says arrange this and these fractions in ascending order of what? Magnitude. Okay, so this is 5/9. Okay, in ascending order of what? Magnitude. Ascending means from the lowest to what? The highest. Ascending. Okay, order of what? Magnitude, from the lowest to the what? Highest. All right, so let's find out which number is greater than which. Okay, so we have 5/9, we have 2/3, we have 8. Okay, this is 8/21. Definitely from here, if you're looking at this, 2/3 is the biggest number fraction here. All right, followed by 5 over 9, and finally we have what, 8 over what, 21. Okay, so this is the biggest number, followed by this, by this. Now it says arrange in ascending order, so from the least to the what, highest. And what's the least here? We have 8 over what, 21, followed by 5 over 9, and our highest is what, 2 over 3. So we have to arrange it this way, so this, and this. Okay, so these are answer. And what's our right option here? 21, 5 over 9. Okay, our right option is option D, which is what, 8 over 21, 5 over 9, and what, 2 over 3. So these are right what, answer. Question 43 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 43. It says simplify this. So we have here 3 over what, 2x plus what, 5 over 3x. You can see now that as we're ending the questions, they're a bit easier. So when you start, let me just give you a tip. When you're writing a mathematics exam, okay, when you encounter a difficult problem, you don't understand it, please just skip it. Okay, skip, so you don't get tense. Go to the ones that are easy. Okay, quickly go through your questions. Quickly go through the ones that you easily know. All right, and this will boost your confidence. All right, and you will notice that when you go through the questions, all right, there's a way the examiner sets their questions. There are always clues to some harder questions in the OBJ section. There are always clues. They will leave clues for you. Okay, like in this past question, I think they asked for the volume of a cone earlier on, but towards the ending, the formula for volume of a cone was given, and a question was asked, make something the subject of the formula from that volume of a cone formula. All right, so if for instance you've forgotten the volume of a cone, all right, you can just easily, when you see that question, you know, this is the formula for volume of a cone. Okay, so don't tense yourself up by just settling down, like spending several minutes answering a very difficult question. You don't know it, skip. Go to the easy ones. All right, solve them, boost your confidence, and when you get back to the harder ones, you see that they were so easy. All right, so it was just, you were just tensed and under exam pressure, which is a normal thing. All right, okay, so that's just a tip for you. All right, so you can see the questions are getting a bit easier now. All right, so simplify this now. So what do we do? LCM. What's the LCM of 2x and 3x? Let's say it will be simply what, 6 what, x. Okay, 2x and 6x will go how many times? Just 3 times. All right, you have 6x over 2x. X will definitely cancel out x. 2 here 1, 2 here 3. That's why we have what, 3 times. All right, and 3 times 3 is what, 9, plus 3x and 6x will go how many times? 2 times. All right, or do you want me to still do this again? Okay, let me do this for you. This will cancel out this 3 here 1, 3 here what, 2. So 2 times 5 will give us what, 10. So what are we left with here? 9 plus 10 will give us what, 19 over what, 6x. So these are answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 44 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 44. It says find the coefficient of y in the what, expansion of this. Okay, so you have 2y minus 1 bracket y minus 6. Okay, in the expansion, so we have to open our brackets. All right, so from here in opening brackets, I hope you remember. So we have what, 2y times y will give us what, 2y squared. 2y times minus 6 will give us what, minus what, 12y. All right, then 2y. Okay, we're done with 2y now, so let's go to minus 1. Minus 1 times y will give us what, minus what, y. And minus 1 times minus 6 will give us what, plus 6. Okay, so from here we have 2y squared minus 12y minus y will give us what, a minus what, 13y plus 6. I hope you know why we got 13. All right, and why there's a minus here. Definitely the sign of the biggest number, you're going to drop down then you're going to perform what? Addition. Since what? Minus times minus is equal to what? Plus. Okay, that's addition. Okay, so that's why we have what? 13 here. All right, so and our question says find the coefficient of y in the expansion. So this is what is carrying what? Y. Okay, which is what? Minus 13 what? Y. And what's the coefficient of y is what? Minus 13. This is the coefficient of y, minus 13. And our right option here is option A. Question 45 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 45. It says, study the table below to answer questions 45 and 46, given that y is equal to 2x plus 2 and ranging from minus 2 less than or equal to x greater than or equal to 6. Okay, now question 45 says find the value of y when x is equal to minus 2. So we have to find this table. This is the value in this table. That's when x, this is x here, this is y. When x is equal to what? Minus 2. We should find the value of y. It's just simply putting the value of x into this what? Equation. And our equation is what? Y is equal to 2x plus 2. So we'll put in the value of what? X as what? Minus 2. So we have y is equal to 2. What? This is x, so we'll put in minus 2 plus 2. And what is 2 times minus 2? That will give us what? Minus 4 plus 2. And what is minus 4 plus 2? Will give us what? Minus 2. So these are value for y at what? When x is what? Minus 2. So y is what? Minus 2. So y will be what? Minus 2. And our right option here is option D. Question 46 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 46. It says the equation of the table of value is a typical example of dash equation. Okay, it says trigonometry equation. No, when a trigonometry equation will involve like cos, sine, and all. It says simultaneous equation. No, it's not a simultaneous equation because we have just one equation. C says quadratic equation. No, it is not, because the quadratic, the power of x is just 1. Okay, it's just in this question what? It's just 1. For quadratic equation, you will have to have a power of 2. Okay, all right, greater than 1. Now this says linear. Yes, it is linear because the power of x is just what? 1. All right, it's not greater than 1. So this is an example of what? A linear equation. That's y is equal to what? 2x plus 2. Okay, so our right option here is option D. Question 48 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 48. It says find the perimeter of a rectangle with length 11, this will be centimeter, and its area is what? 99 centimeter square. Okay, but to find the perimeter of what? A rectangle. Okay, we have been told that the length is what? 11 centimeter. Okay, and its area is what? 99 centimeter. We don't know the breadth. Okay, breadth is unknown, but we've been told its area. And remember, what's the formula for area? Is what? Length times what? Breadth. Is that not it? So length times breadth is equal to what? 99. And we've been told that our length is what? 11. Okay, so it's just to substitute. So we have 11 times b is equal to what? 99. We can easily get a value of b here by just dividing both sides by what? 11. So b is equal to 99 divided by 11 will give us what? 9 centimeters. So our b is equal to what? 9 centimeters. So now it is easy for us to find our perimeter. Okay, and what's the perimeter of a rectangle? I hope you remember the formula is what? 2 bracket L plus B. Okay, that is 2 bracket your length plus your breadth. So we have 2 bracket our length is what? 11, and our breadth, which we've gotten from our area of the rectangle, as what? 9. All right, so we have what? 2 bracket what is 11 plus 9? That will give us what? 20. Okay, and what is 2 times 20? That will give us what? 40. So the perimeter is what? 40 centimeter. And our right option here is option A. Question 49 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 49. It says simplify this. That's the square root of 1 whole number 11 over what 25. Okay, this is mixed fraction. Let us convert to improper fraction. Okay, in converting, 25 times 1 is what 25, and 25 plus 11, that will give us what 36. So we have what 36 over what 25. So we have the square root of 36 over 25, which is the same thing as saying the square root of 36 over the square root of what 25. And from here we can easily find what is the square root of 36, which is what 6, and the square root of 25, which is what 5. So we have what our answer as was 6 over 5. And here we can simply further say, break this down. This is improper. Convert to what convert to proper mixed fraction. 5 in 6 will go how many times? 1 times, and we're left with what? 1 whole number over 5. And what is 1 divided by 5? I hope you remember. 1 divided by 5 is what? 0.2. Okay, so we just have 1. You know, this is what? 1 plus 0.2. And what is 1 plus 0.2? That will give us what? 1.2. So our answer is what? 1.2. And our right option here is option B, which is what? 1.20, which is also the same thing as, I can just simply add a 0, okay? Or from here, 1 divided by 5 is 0.20. For your level, your teacher will always, that's for the junior classes, your teacher will always write 0.20, okay? He will always put the 0. So let me, do what you're used to, okay? But for a senior class, your teacher doesn't, he expects you to know that it is 0.2. All right, or 0.20. All right, but let me use what you're used to in your classroom. Okay, so our right option here is option B. Question 50 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 50. It says, if this is equal to this, find x. That is, if x divided by 3 over 5 is equal to 2 over 3, find what x. Now from here, converting your division to multiplication, this would what? Invert. Okay, so we have x times 5 over 3 is equal to 2 over 3. And this is the same thing as saying 5x over 3 equal to what? 2 over 3. So all we need to do is what? Cross multiply. Okay, this will go up, this will go up. Alright, so we have 5x times 3 equal to 2 times 3. And what is 5x times 3? That will give us 15x equal to, what is 2 times 3? That will give us what? 6. To get x, we'll divide both sides by 15. This will cancel out. So we are left with what? X will be equal to, what can go here? 3 can go here how many times? 2. And 3 can go here how many times? 5 times. Okay, so we're left with x is equal to what? 2 over 5. And our right option here is option A. Question 51 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. It says, if A is equal to -1, B equal to -2, and C equal to 3, evaluate this. Evaluate AB minus BC. Okay, so we have A as -1, so you put -1 bracket, B as -2 bracket -2. What's binding these two is what? Multiplication. Okay, minus, what is B? B is what? -2 bracket, and what is C? That is what? C is what? 3. Okay, so we have to multiply this and this. So -1 times -2 will give us what? A positive what? 2. So we have 2. Then we have a minus here. -2 times 3. What would that give us? That will give us what? A negative what? What would that give us? It will give us a negative what? 6. So we have what? Minus what? 6. Okay, so from here, what do we have now? This minus will multiply this minus to open the bracket. So we have minus times minus will be what? A positive. So we have 2 plus what? 6. And what is 2 plus 6? That will give us what? 8. So this is our answer. And our right option here is option D. Question 52 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 52. It says, find the value of the angle marked X. Okay, so we're looking for X, all right? We have to find the value of the angle marked X. Okay, so this is a polygon, and this polygon has how many sides? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has 5 times. it has what? 5 sides, and these angles are the interior angles of what? The polygon. And remember, what's the formula for finding the interior angles of a polygon? That's the sum of interior angle of a polygon. It is what? 2n minus 4 bracket what? 90, okay, which is equal to the sum of all the interior angle of what? The polygon. All right, so, and what is the sum of all these angles? We have here 2x plus 130 plus 88 plus 100 and plus what? X, okay? And where n is what? The number of sides, and our number of sides of the polygon is what? 5. This is a pentagon, okay? So here we have here, let's put in our value of n equal to what? 5. So we have 2 times what? 5 minus 4 bracket 90 equal to, so 2x plus x will give us what? 3x, okay? That's why collecting like terms, so x plus x will give us 3x. Then the remaining numbers, 130 plus 88 plus 100 will give us what? 318. Okay, if you add up all these numbers, you are going to get what? 318. Okay, so here, what do we have here? 2 times 5 is what? 10 minus what? 4. Close the bracket, and we have 90. Okay, and we have drop down these same values. Let's solve what is here. And what is 10 minus 4? That is what? 6. So we have 6 times what? 90. Okay, all right, drop this down. And what is 6 times 90? That will give us what? 540, equal to what? 3x plus 318. Okay, so from here we can take plus 318 to this side. All right, so we have 540 minus, taking plus to this side, we have minus what? 318 equal to what? 3x. And what is 540 minus 318? That will give us what? 222. Okay, equal to what? 3x, which is the same thing as what? 3x is equal to what? 222. So from here, to get x, what do? We divide both sides by 3. 3 we cancel out 3, and 3 in 222 we are going to have what? 74. So x is equal to what? 74 degrees. So this is our answer. Our answer is what? 74 degrees, and our right option here is option B. For these questions, you need to know the sum of the interior angles what? Of a polygon. Okay, so you need to know this formula, all right, and equate it to the angles. All right, so the sum is equal to what? This particular formula. All right, so our answer is what? Option B. Question 53 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 53. It says, which of the following sets of numbers is not a Pythagorean triple? Okay, you know Pythagorean triple, where you have this, you have your hypotenuse, you have your opposite, and you have what? Your adjacent. All right, so where your hypotenuse is what? What's your hypotenuse? Is what? B square plus C square. That's your A, this is your B, and this is your C. So your hypotenuse is what? Opposite square plus what? Adjacent square. Okay, so they are asking, the question is asking which of this is not a Pythagorean triple. So it means that when you add the square of two of any of this number, you are going to get the square of what? 1. All right, okay, so from here, since you are adding, so it means the hypotenuse will be the bigger number. Is that not it? The hypotenuse will be bigger number since we're adding two other numbers. So from here, let's say this 5 will be the hypotenuse. And how are we so sure that 5 will be the hypotenuse? It will mean that 3 square plus 4 square will give us what? Will give us what? 5 what square. So let us try this. So if we have 3 square plus what? 4 square. What is 3 square? This is what? 9 plus what? 16. And what is 9 plus 16 will give us what? 25. And 25, the square root of 25 is equal to what? 5. So you can see this plus this will give us what? 5. This square plus this square, and the square root will what? Give us 5. So we can also try it for 6. So here 6 we have if 6 square plus what? 8 square, What is 6 squared? That's 36 plus what, 64. And what is 36 plus 64? It will give us 100. And what is the square root of 100 is equal to what, 10. Alright, so this is a Pythagorean or triple. The question says which of it is not a Pythagorean triple. Okay, so let's try option D. Option D is what, 5 square plus what, 12 square. And what is 5 square? That's 25 plus what? What's 12 square? That's 144. And what is this plus this? That will give us 9. Okay, and this will give us what, 6, right? This will give us 6, 1. And what's the square root of 169? That will give us what, 13. Okay, so it means it is what, a Pythagorean triple. So let's try for 2, 3, and 4. When you have 2 square plus 3 square, what's 2 square? That's 4. Plus what's 3 square? That is what, 9. And what is 4 plus 9? That's what, 13. And what's the square root of 13? You don't have the square root of 13. It can never give you what, a 4. So the set of numbers that is not a Pythagorean triple is what, option A, which is what, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so I hope you know how to confirm which of a set of numbers is Pythagoras triple from this question. All right, so our right option here is option A, which is what, it is not what, a Pythagorean triple. Question 54 of our BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, that's your OBJ question 54. It says make R the subject of formula from this expression. Okay, so this is the volume of a cone. Okay, that's what I was talking about. So you have V is equal to 1 over 3 pi R square H. Okay, so from here, this is the same thing as V is equal to what, by R square H over 3. We're making what, R as subject of what, the formula. Alright, so first thing we do, we cross multiply, take 3 out of here, out of the denominator. So when we cross multiply, we have what, 3V is equal to what, pi R square H. The next thing, to remove pi, in making subject of the formula, it means R needs to stand alone on one side of the equation, just the way V stands alone here. From this first expression, V is the subject of formula, so we have to make R the subject of formula, standing alone. Okay, so in standing alone here, we have to cancel out pi and h, and to cancel out pi and h, we divide both sides by pi h. Okay, so pi will cancel out here, h will cancel out here. So what are we left with? We're left with what, R squared is equal to 3V over pi h. We are not done yet because this is R squared. Our question says make R alone the subject of formula. So to make R alone the subject of formula, we have to square root both sides. And in squaring root both sides, this square would cancel out. So we have R is equal to the square root of what, 3V over pi h. Okay, everything square roots. All right, don't make the mistake of just putting the square root on only 3V. All right, okay, so this is our answer. All right, our option isn't too clear and correct, but there should be a square root here. Okay, that's this is 3V over pi h. Okay, this is more like the right answer here. All right, so our right option here is what, option A. But in your question, if there's no square root, please leave it blank. All right, don't take it, don't shade that portion. All right, okay. Question 55 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, that's your OBJ question 55. It says solve the equation this. So we're to look for x, that's what it simply means. So 8 is equal to 4x plus what, 10. All I need to do is just take 10 to this side. So we have 8 minus 10 is equal to what, 4x. And what is 8 minus 10? That will give us what, minus 2 equal to what, 4x. Divide both sides by 4. Alright, so we have here 2 here, 1, 2 here, what, 2. So we have minus 1 over 2 is equal to what, x. This 4 will cancel out this 4. So we have x is equal to what, 1, that is minus 1 over 2. Don't forget your negative sign. Okay, x is equal to what, minus 1 over 2. And our right option here is option D. Okay, this is minus 1 over 2. Okay, our right option here is option D. Question 56 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question, that's your OBJ question 56. It says Dash is used to measure angles of elevation and what depression. A says ruler, no. B says protractor, no. C says French curve, no. D says what? Clinometers. Okay, this is clinometers. Okay, so our right option here is what? Clinometers. Okay, clinometers are used to what? Measure the angles of what? Elevation and depression. They are used in some professions like surveyors use them, okay, to get the angle of depression and what? Elevation. Okay, our right option is option D. Question 57 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 57. It says, the line graph above shows the scores of students in a school. How many students took part in the test as shown in the diagram? Okay, so this is scores of students, all right? So how many students took part in the test? Okay, we have to find how many students took part in the test. Now our scores, okay, you have people that scored 1, people that scored 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let us find out how many students scored 1. Okay, so from here, 1 student scored 1. Okay, this student. 2, how many students scored 2? Okay, 5 students scored 2. Then for 3, how many students scored 3? You have 2 students that scored 3. Then how many students scored 4? We have what? 4 students. Okay, 4. 4 scored 4. And how many scored 5? We have what? 2 students. Okay, so 2 students scored 5. All right, so we add up how the question says how many students took part in the test. So the total number of students, that's what we have to add, not the scores. Okay, because we're looking at this, the total number of students. All right, since we've written, okay, 1 student scored 1. Okay, and the score mark, 2 students got the score, so from here, the score 1 student got it. The score 2, 5 students got it. The score 3, 2 students got it. And the score 4, 4 students got it. And the score 5, 2 students got it. So we have to add up all the students, okay? They add up all the students to know how many wrote the test. Okay, so 1 plus 5 is what? 6. And 6 plus 2 is what? 8. 8 plus 4 is 12, and 12 plus 2 is what? 14. So we have a total number of 14 students that took part in what? The test. And our right option here is option B. Question 58 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 58. It says, if the bearing of a school from home is 225 degree, what is the bearing of home from the school? Okay, if the bearing of a school from home, okay, is 225 from home, okay, from home, this is the home, H is home. So the bearing of a school from the home, all right, let's say the school is somewhere, or hold on, before we put where the school is first, let's count our degree. The bearing of a school from home is 225. So this is home. 225, we're going to start our counting from here. We're going to take the clockwise direction. So we have from here to here is 90. From here to here is 180. Okay, this is 225. And 225, then from here to somewhere, what is 225 minus 180? What's 225 minus 180? That will give us what? 45. Okay, so it means that from here to here, somewhere here will be what? 45. Okay, so this total angle is what? 225. All right, okay, when you add 180 to 45, you get what? 225. All right, so it means this is the bearing of what? The school from home. Okay, so let's say the school is somewhere here. All right, so this is the bearing of this is school from home. Okay, that's the school from the home. Okay, now the question now says, what is the bearing of home from the school? Okay, so what's the bearing now of home from school? So when the person is coming from the school, what's the bearing of home from the school? That's looking from your school now. What's the bearing of home? Now, the bearing of home from the school is from here to here. All right? And we've known that from here to here is what? 45 degrees. Is that not it? If from here to here is 45 degrees, remember alternate angles. If this is 45 degrees, it means that this is also what? 45 degrees. All right? So the bearing of what? Home from the school is from this, from here to here, and which is what? 45 degrees. Our right option here is what? Option D. I hope you remember bearing. All right, this is how to take bearing. All right, you start your bearing. You don't go from this quadrant. No, you start from this quadrant. All right, and you count what? In what? A clockwise direction, not anti-clockwise. All right, you take it in what? A clockwise direction. All right, and you start from this quadrant here. All right, so the bearing of home from the school is from here to here, which is what? 45 degrees, gotten from this angle here, because they are what? Alternate. So our right option is option D. Question 59 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. That's your OBJ question 59. It says the construction above is that of angle. This is quite simple. This is a straight line. This is that of angle what? 90 degrees. All right. Our right option here is option A. Question 60 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2018 Mathematics Past Question. Okay, that's your OBJ question 60. It says, find the simple interest on this for 4 years at 3% per annum. Remember, simple interest, SI is equal to what? PRT over 100. That's your principal rate and what? Time. And what's your principal here is what? 7,000. All right. I don't know this currency, but just put lei. Okay, since you have lei here. All right, 70 times what? What's your rate? Your rate is what? 3% times what? Your time is what? 4 years divided by 100. These 2 zeros will cancel out these 2 zeros, and we're left with what? 70. This is 3 times 4. Which was 3 times 4? That's 12. So we're left with what? 700. Sorry, 700 times what? 12. And what is 700 times 12? That will give us what? 7 times 12 is what? 84, and you add your what? Your 00. So we have what? 8,400. All right, and the currency here is what? LE. All right, so this is our answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 1 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, write in words this particular number. Okay, if you write in words this number. So first of all, you need to know how to write words. Okay, and let's say, let me show you a chart here that would help you your understanding. Okay, so we have this particular chart. Remember, one, when you just have one is what? One, you just have a number is a unit. When you have, and if you add a 0, it's tens, add 2 zeros is 100. And when you add 3, when you have 3 zeros, you have 1,000. Another 0, you have 10,000 and all that. So we are going to look at this particular number now and try to separate them by tens. Okay, and we'll do this best by the power of 10. So let's do this the very simple way. So let's write this number. We have 7303004,902. I will advise that you separate them in threes. Okay, so let's count 1, 2, 3. We'll put a comma here. Count another 1, 2, 3. We put a comma here. 1, 2, 3. You put another comma here. So it's easy for us to read out this number. Now you're going to just in your mind, first of all, to know the value of the first number, the number we have here. Just make all this in your mind 0. Okay, make them zeros. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so here we have how many zeros? We have 9 zeros. Is that not it? 9 zeros. And when you have a power of what? 10 raised to power 9, because this 9 zeros means 10 raised to power what? 9. Okay, when you have a power of 10 raised to power 9, it means you're dealing with what? Billions. Okay, That's this billion here. All right, let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so you're dealing with what? Billions. All right, so definitely this first number here is what? 7 billion. Okay, so 7 billion, we have a 7 billion in our option here. This is 7 billion here, this is 7 billion here. Okay, 7 billions. All right, then the next value here, which is this will be 303. Okay, so if we drop 303 here, 303, comma, put this rest as zeros, 0 0 0 0 0 0. Okay, so this is 303. When you have a power here, 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6, that's 10 raised to power 6. This is what? Millions. All right, when you have 6 zeros, okay, which is 10 raised to power 6, it is what? Million. So this is what? 303 million. All right, okay, let's see if the other, here it says 7 billion 300 millions. Okay, I didn't put a 3 here. Here it says 7 billion 33 million. This is wrong. This is wrong. Okay, okay, I've actually looked at this option. The option is quite wrong. I think maybe there's a typo somewhere. Okay, but this is closer to the answer. 7 billion 300 millions. All right, not 33 million, because this is 303. So 300, it's supposed to be 303. It's supposed to write a 303 here, but the option is wrong. Okay, for when you encounter this particular question, for me, if you don't see the right, if you are very very sure, if you encounter questions like this and you're very very sure there's no answer, all right, just leave that particular, don't shade it, you don't need to shade it. All right, if you are very very sure there's no answer, there's a typo somewhere, don't shade, just leave that place blank. Okay, all right, that's what I'll do. All right, because so many students will ask me, what do I do? Is there negative marking or whatever or something like that? But for me, if you know, you're very sure that there's no answer, don't shade, because even the examiner, the person marking the script, or they would know that you know what you're doing. You get my point? All right, okay, so this is what 300 and what? 3 million. All right, so the next value now, we're to look at what's the next value we're to write down. So this is a 0, this is a 0, this is a 0 and a 0, right? So here we're left with a 4. So this is quite easy. So you have a 4 comma 0 0 0, which is just a 4,000. Okay, 4,000, then 902. Okay, so here you can see 4,902. Here is this option is closest to the answer. Okay, which is what? 7 billion 303 million 4,902. Okay, so if you're to write this number in words, this is what it will be: 7 billion 303. Okay, 303 million 4,902. Okay, so that's the answer. All right, and that slide that can also help out with this. Okay, it further buttress my point here, which says the 9 zeros is what? A billion. 6 zeros is what? Million. You can see if you're having 12 zeros, it's a what? Trillion. Okay, and if you have 15 zeros, we have a what? Quadrillion. All right, so all you need to do is break this down to know the number of zeros. Okay, you can see what I did. If you notice, I also broke this down in a pack of 3. Okay, just to get the value of the first number, and so on and so forth. I did for the rest. All right, okay, in order to know how to write the numbers in words. Question 2 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says a man bought an item for 5,000 naira and sold it at a loss of what? 25%. How much did he sell it? Okay, bought an item. So this is our cost price. Cost price is equal to what? 5,000 naira. Okay, and loss, as percentage loss, is equal to what? 25% We have to look for the selling price. So what we're looking for is what selling price. That's the unknown. Okay. And remember, when you're dealing with loss, definitely it is what your cost price minus what your selling price. Is that not it? Since the cost price is more than the what selling price. And to get your percentage loss, that's the loss is equal to your cost price minus what selling price. And to get our percentage loss is equal to our loss, which is what cost price minus selling price divided by what our cost price times what 100. All right, that is what CP cost price minus SP selling price over CP times what 100. Okay, what's our cost price? That's 5,000. Remember, our percentage loss is what 25. So let's put in all our values. Okay, here, so 25 here. All right. Okay, so that will be 5,000 minus SP, which is our unknown, that's the selling price, divided by 5,000 times 100. Okay, so from here, what do we do? All right, we have to multiply out, right? This 5,000, we have to cross multiply, multiply it by this, all right? That's take this up here. So in taking this up here, we have what 5,000 times 25 equal to 100. Will multiply everything here. So we have 100 bracket was 5,000 minus SP. That's our selling price. So this times this, what would this give us? 5,000 times 25. Punch in your calculator, you're going to have 125,000. Okay? Calculators are allowed in your exams. Alright, so here we have 100 times this, which will give us how much? I'll give us 500,000 minus 100 times SP. We have 100 what SP. Okay, so from here, let's collect like terms. I would love to take this negative sign to this side. Okay, let's take minus 100 SP to this side and bring 125 to this other side. Taking minus 100 SP to this side, we have a positive 100 SP equal to taking, this is a positive 125,000. Taking it here, we're going to have a negative 125,000. So to be 500,000 minus 125,000. Okay, and 500,000 minus 125,000, that will give us what? 375,000. And here we have 100 SP. To get our selling price, we divide both sides by 100. Okay, these two zeros will cancel out these two zeros, this 100 will cancel out this 100, and we're left with our selling price SPE as what? Naira 3,750 naira. Okay, so this is our answer, 3,750 naira. And what is our right option? Our right option is option C. Question 3 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, find the inequalities illustrated in the number line shown below. Okay, so we're to find the inequalities illustrated by this number line shown below. And remember number line, I hope you remember number line. When you have a dark shade here, okay, it means it is what? Either it is less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to. Okay, all right. And when you just have, like, you have a line here, sorry, and you have just these, the dot is not shaded, it means it's either if it's going to face this way, definitely it is just greater than, okay, or if it's facing this way, all right, it is what? Less than. All right, so this is what it means. So coming here now, what does this inequality illustrate? Okay, on this number line, okay, so here we have, this is what, this is 3, this is, sorry, this is the line is on -3, so it means here, let me erase this, or let me just write this down here. So what this means here is what? X is what? Is the line is on -3, and definitely it is facing here. Okay, and this also is on +3, and definitely it is facing here. That's why they both meet. Okay, so here it means X is what? Greater than or equal to what? -3. That's what the sign, this particular number line shows here. And here it means that what? X is what? X is less than or equal to what? 3. Okay, so we have to combine these two inequalities. So we have x greater than or equal to -3, and we have x less than or equal to what? 3. Okay, so in combining this, first of all, you put x in the middle, all right? We have a -3 here, we have a 3 here. So first of all, let's look at this, okay? So here we have x is what? Less than or equal to what? So it's easy to put this down, just put this down. X is what? Less than or equal to 3. So for the left hand side now, it says x is what? Greater than or equal to -3. So all you need to do is change this sign to the other one. So it means x is what? Greater than or equal to what? -3, which this also says -3 is less than or equal to x. Okay, so this is what? X is what? Greater than -3, because this statement, that's what the statement that's what the statement means. X is what? Greater than or equal to what? -3. So this means x is greater than or equal to what? -3. So this is our answer. And where's our right option here? Our right option is option B. Question 4 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, if x varies inversely as p, okay, and x is equal to 2 when p is equal to 4, find the formula connecting x and p. Okay, so if x, first of all, x what? Varies inversely as what? P. Okay, this is what the statement means. All right, so here this is variation sign. Remember, in variation sign we have to change to equal to sign, and in changing we have to introduce a constant k. Okay, so you have the constant can be any letter. It can be k, it can be a, it can be z, but you know, in maths constant k is I think it's sweeter to call it k. Okay, and easier to remember. So introduce a constant k. So we have x is equal to what? K divided by p. All right, and we'll be told that and x is equal to 2 when p is equal to 4. We need to look for this constant. Then after we get the constant, then we'll find the formula connecting x and p. So to get our constant, substitute the value of x as 2 and the value of p as 4. Okay, follow me closely. Okay, so here our value of x is what? 2 equal to k. Our value of p is what? 4. So definitely k, we cross multiply this here. So k is equal to 2 times 4, which is what? 8. So k is 8. All you need now to do is put k is equal to 8 into this what? Formula which connects what? X and p. So here we have x is equal to our k is 8 and then divided by p. So this is the formula that connects what? X and p. Okay, and our right option here is option C. Question 5 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says factorize the expression this. Okay, now when you have this and they say factorize, all you need to do is just apply the difference of two squares. Okay, the method. Okay, so here we have 1 minus 16x squared. All right, so the difference of two square, I hope we remember this. Always put this at heart. When you have x squared minus y squared, this is equal to x plus y bracket x minus y. This is what the difference of what? Two squares. Or it can still be x squared minus y squared can still be what? X minus y bracket x plus y. It can be any of this. Okay, any of this is what? Correct. But just know that in one bracket there will be a positive sign, and in the other bracket it will be a what? Negative what? Sign. Okay, all right, so the two numbers will add up in one bracket, as the other two values also we would subtract in the other bracket. Okay, can you see this? Okay, this is the difference of what? Two squares. All right, make sure you have this at heart. Okay, it's going to help you on questions. You actually get this square. I think for the past how many years I've been solving past questions. a question like this always come out. Okay, you always see this particular question in your exam, so try to know the formula for the difference of two square. Make sure you have it at heart. Okay, so here we have this is likened to x, this one here is x, and this 16x squared is what? Y. Okay, so let's try to simplify it so it becomes represented as this. So from here we have 1 square, okay, minus 16. You can have 16 can be converted to a square, which will be what? 4 raised to the power 2, which is the same as 16. 4 times 4 is what? 16. So we have 4 raised to the power 2, x raised to the power 2. Okay, so here we have 1 raised to the power 2 minus, so this will be 4x all raised to the power what? 2. If you multiply this, 4x times 4x is going to give you what? 16x squared. Okay, so this is our x and this is what? Our y. So from here we have to now apply what? The difference of two squares. Okay, so apply this. So this is x, this is y. So here we have 1 plus what? 4x. Okay, from here, x is equal to 1 and y is equal to what? 4x. Okay, so we close the bracket, open the bracket, and the next one is what? 1 minus what? 4x. Okay, so this is our answer. All right, and what is our right option? This is wrong. This is is this correct? Is this correct? No, it is not correct. This, because this says 4x minus 1, which is making this x and making this y, but from our equation here we have what? This is what? X, and this is what? Y. Okay, so this says 1 minus 4x, 1 minus 4x. No, as I told you, in your difference of two squares, one of the bracket, the sign must be what? A positive. Okay, now this is our answer. Our answer says 1 plus 4x and 1 minus what? 4x. So this is our answer. Our right option is what? Option D. Question 6 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the shaded part of the circle below is called, that's this part, shaded part, is called a chord. No, it's not a chord. Okay, what is a chord? A chord is a straight line that touches two points, okay, on the circumference of the circle. Okay, and B says radius. No, a radius is a point. Let me use this particular picture to help us out here. Okay, now let's look at parts of the circle here. Okay, so it says a radius. As I said, this is a chord that touches what? Each line. Okay, that touches two parts of a circle. It's a straight line that touches two parts of a circle. Okay, it says a radius. No, a radius is a line that goes from the center of the circle, okay, to any point what? On the circumference. Okay, from the center of the circle to any point on the circumference. So that's why you see your radius, if your radius is 2 here, your radius definitely here will be 2 anywhere on this, as far as from the center of the circle, anywhere it touches on the circumference, the radius will be what? The same. Okay, it says a segment. Yes, it is correct, a segment. Okay, a segment, this is a segment that is it is in between a chord, which is this line, okay, that touches a straight line that touches two parts of the circumference, that's a circle. Okay, and also this particular place is an arc. Okay, an arc is just any point, or all right, on the circumference of the circle. You can see this is an arc. Okay, any point on the circumference on the circle, okay, is an arc. Okay, so where this whole circle is what? The circumference. This whole line is circumference, and an arc is just any point on that particular circumference. All right, so a segment is the portion, the section between a chord and an arc. Okay, this is the segment. Now let me just explain further so you just get it. A sector, this is not a sector. So this is a sector. Okay, a sector is this area, okay, enclosed by an arc and two radii. Okay, this is a radius, is a radius. So this is a sector. Okay, enclosed by what? An arc and 2 radii. All right. Okay. Which other thing again that you should know? A diameter is a type of chord that crosses what? The center of the circle. Okay. That's the diameter. Then your tangent is just a line that touches one point on what? The circle, and it is always perpendicular to the what? Radius. Okay. It is always at an angle 90 to the radius of the circle. This is a what? Tangent. Okay. So these are major parts of the circle which questions can actually come out from. All right. So if you're asked what is this part? This part is what? A sector. Okay. Do you get my point? This part is a sector because we have an arc, all right, and 2 what? Radii. So this part is what? A sector. All right. Where this line here, remember, is a chord, and this line on the circumference of the circle is what? An arc. All right. So our right option here for this shaded part what? Is a segment, which is option C. Question 7 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, what is the probability that a number selected at random from integers 3 to 30 inclusive, okay, inclusive, mind this word, is a multiple of 3? Now this inclusive means you are to include 3 and 30, okay, in the what? Integers. Okay, we're to include 3 and 30 in what? The integers. All right, so we're to find the probability that a number selected at random from integers 3 to 30 inclusive, including 3 and 30, is a multiple of 3. Okay, so we have to write down the numbers. And remember, what is probability? Probability is equal to what? That's our required outcome over our possible outcome. Our required outcome is the probability that a number selected at random is a multiple of 3. Okay, that's the multiples of 3 is the required outcome, while our possible outcome is the total numbers of what? Integers. Okay, so let's write down these integers. So we have from 3, and which it says inclusive, so we're going to add 3. We have 3, we have 4. We have to write down our numbers to what? 30. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and what? 30. Okay, so 3 and 30 inclusive. So it says, what's the probability that a number selected at random from the integers 3 to 30 inclusive is a multiple of what? 3. So let's find multiples of 3 here, where number 1 is what? 3. Okay, another multiple of 3 is what? 3 plus 3 is what? 6. Okay, our next multiple is what? 9. Okay, when they say multiple of 3, it means anything that you can divide by 3. Okay, 3 divided by 3 is what? 1. 6 divided by 3 is what? 2. Okay, and 9 divided by 3 is what? 3, and so on. So multiple of 3 is anything that you can divide by what? 3. Okay, and without a remainder. All right, so 4, if you divide 4 by 3, you have a remainder. So we have 9 here. The next will be what? At 12. All you need to do is just look at your 2 times table. All right, sorry, not 2 times table, your 3 times table. That's 3 times, 3 times 1, 3 times 2 is 6, 3 times 1 is 3, 3 times 2 is 6. So multiple of 3, your 3 times table, that's all you need to look at. Okay, and let me just 3 times 3 is 9, just to help your understanding. 3 times 4 is what? 12. 3 times 5 is what? 15. 3 times 6 is what? 18. 3 times 9. What's 3 times 9? Sorry, what's 3 times 7? This should be 7. 3 times 7 is what? 21. 3 times 8 is equal to what? 24. 3 times 9 is equal to what? 27. And 3 times 10 is equal to what? 30. Okay, so we're going to stop at 30. So these are the multiples of 3. So let us mark them here. So we have 12. The next will be what? 15. The next will be what? 18, right? The next will be what? 21. The next will be what? 24. And the next will be what? 27. And the next will be what? 30. Okay, so these are the required, these are the the numbers that are what? Multiples of what? 3. These are the required outcomes. So let's count them out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So our required outcome is what? 10. So equal to what? 10. And what is the possible outcome? That's the total number, total integers. What is the total integer here? Let's count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Okay, so divided by what? 28. So from here, what can cancel out? 2 can go in 10 how many times? 5 times. 2 can go in 28 how many times? 14 times. Can any other thing go? No. Okay? And this is what a proper what fraction, alright? It's not improper. So our answer is what? 5 over 14. Okay? So this is our answer. And where's our right option here? Our right option is option C. Question 8 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the probability that a student selected in a class will pass mathematics test is what? 3 over 5. Probability of success or pass. Probability of pass is equal to what? 3 over 5. How many students are likely to fail mathematics in the class? In the class which was 65 students. How many students are likely to fail? So what are we going to do? First of all, we have to find the probability of failure. And remember, in probability of failure, how do we get probability of failure? Okay, do you remember? It is just simply 1 minus what? The probability of success, which is the pass. Okay, that's 1 minus 3 over 5 divided by 1. Okay, so here 5, this is fraction, we're trying to subtract 3 over 5 from 1. So 5 in 1 is how many times? 5 times 1, we have what? A 5. Minus 5 in 5 is what? 1. 1 times 3 is what? 3. So what is 5 minus 3? That will give us what? 2 over 5. So to know how many students are likely to fail mathematics in the class of 65 students, all we need to do is say 2 over 5 times what? 65. Okay, so here 5 here 1, 5 will go how many times here? In 6, 1, remainder 1, and 5 in 15 will go how many times? 3 times. Okay, so we have, and 2 times 13. What is 2 times 13? 2 times 13 will give us what? 26. So we have 26 for students. So this is our right answer, 26 for students. And our right option here is option A. Question 9 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says an article is reduced by 12%. Okay, find the sale price of an article if the normal price is 20,000 naira. Okay, it says an article is reduced by 12%. Okay, so reduction by 12%. Find the sale price of an article if the normal price is 20,000 naira. So let us find 12% of what? 20,000 naira to know the amount by which it is being reduced. Okay, so we have 12 over 100 times what? 20,000. This 20 will cancel out this 20. We're left with what? 12 times 200, and that will give us what? 2,400 naira. So this is 12% of what? Of 20,000. Okay, so the question says find the sale price of an article. Okay, if this is a normal price, so what is the sale price? Definitely the sale price, we will just remove what? 12% from the total, the normal price. So that will be what? 20,000 minus 2,000 what? 400. Okay, so we have 0 0, and we're going to carry a 1 here and carry another 1 here, and what? 10 minus 4, that's 6, And here we're left with 9. 9 minus 2, we have a 7. And we have a remainder of 1 here, and we drop a 1. So our answer is what? 17,600 what naira. So that's the sale price of the article after the article is being reduced by what? 12% of the normal price. So where's our right option here? Our right option is option B. Question 10 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, what is the sum of this, this, and this in base 2? This is binary. Okay, we have to add these 3 binary numbers. Okay, let's do this together. Let's arrange them. We have 1, 1, 0, 1. Okay, here we have 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. Are you seeing the way I'm arranging this? And here we'll start from the last number here. We have 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Okay, you can do it this way, or better still, so you are not confused. Okay, we can start with the bigger one. All right, so we have 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. And here we have 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. And this we have 1, 0, 1, 1. Okay, they're just with this question, they're trying to confuse you. Okay, they're trying to trick your mind, so you make a mistake in arranging your values. Okay, because if you make a mistake here, all right, in arranging this particular numbers in base 2 to add, you would fail the answer. Okay, so we're adding all this in base 2. All right, I hope you remember your binary addition. All right, so here we have 1 plus 1 plus 1. What is 1 plus 1 plus 1? That will give us a 3. All right, we're adding in base 2. 3 is greater than 2, right? So we do a 3 divided by 2. What would that give us? That will give us a 1, remainder 1. Is that not it? So we'll drop our remainder and carry our quotient. Okay, we drop our remainder and carry our quotient. This particular one, it goes 2 in 3, goes how many times? 1 times our quotient. We have 1 here, so that will be 1 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, which is 1, and 1 isn't greater than 2, so we can drop our 1. Okay, the next one we have 1 plus 1 plus 1, okay, which is 3, so we have another 3 divided by 2, which is equal to what? 2 in 3 will give us 1 times remainder 1, so we'll drop our remainder and we'll carry our quotient. So here we have 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, which will give us a 4. So we have 4 divided by 2. And what is 4 divided by 2? How many times will 2 go in 4? We have 2 times. Would there be a remainder? No. So our remainder is 0. So we drop our remainder as 0 and carry 2. Okay, so we have 2 plus 0, which is 2, and plus 1 is 3. So we have a 3 divided by, we're going to divide by 2 again. So here 2 in 3 will give us how many times? 1 times remainder what? A 1. So we'll drop our 1 and carry another 1. All right, so we have 1 plus 1, which will give us a 2. So we have 2 divide by your 2. That's, we're adding in base 2. That's why we're dividing all by 2. So 2 divided by 2 will give us what? A 1. And do we have a remainder? No. So we have a remainder of what? 0. So we drop our 0 and carry another 1. Okay, and this one, this will be a 1 plus is an invisible 0 here. So we'll drop our 1. So this is our answer. Answer is 1010111. So where is our right option here? This is our right option, which is what? Option C. Okay, so this is our right answer. Question 11 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the product of the square root 81 and the square of 2 is, okay, this question is quite easy, but you could actually fail it if you don't understand what a square root is and what a square is. Okay, the product of the square root is this square root of 81 and the square of 2. That is what? 2 square. Okay, and the square of 2 is what? That's what we're trying to do. So the product means what? Multiplication. You can see there are 3 terms here. You need to know the what it means. The product, multiplication of the square root. This is square root, and the square of 2. So this is what the square of 2. So we're to multiply this, the product of this and this. And what is the square root of 81, which will give us a 9 times what is the square of 2? That's 2 times what? 2. 2 times 2. Or multiplying 2 times, that will give us what? A 4. And what is 9 times 4? That will give us what? 36. Okay? Our answer is what? 36. And our right option here is option D. Question 12 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says simplify this. Okay, so here we just open up the bracket and all. Let's do this together. So we have 5x plus bracket 2x minus y bracket closed minus 4y. There's a bracket here. Maybe there's a typo here, but I'm sure there should be another bracket somewhere here. All right, so okay, so let's simplify this. All we need to do is we can easily open up this bracket because this is a positive sign here. So a positive multiplying any other sign here, all the signs will still remain the same. So you can easily open it up. This negative sign isn't going to affect anything here. It's a sign in front of the bracket that would affect what is in here. So we have 5x plus what? 2x minus y, then minus 4y. So from here, what is we have to collect like terms is already arranged. So this is a like term, okay, 5x and plus 2, and this is another one, which is what? Minus y minus 4y. So what is 5x plus 2x? We have what? 7 what? X. And what is minus y minus 4y? We're going to add and drop a negative sign, okay? So that will be a minus what? Y plus 4. Y has a coefficient of what? 1. So that is 1 plus 4. So we have what? A 5y. So our answer here is what? Minus 5 what? Y. And this is our answer, 7x minus 5y. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option C. Question 13 of our BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says reduce this to its simplest form. Okay, reduce 5x, there should be a division sign here. 5x minus 10 divided by x minus 2. We have 5x minus 10 divided by x minus 2. What to reduce this particular algebraic expression to its simplest form. So it means we have to we can look for how to cancel out x minus 2 here, which is easy. We can bring out 5. Okay, we can factorize this, okay, by bringing out 5. All right, so when we bring out 5, we're left with what? X. 10 divided by 5 will give us what? A 2. So we're left with x minus what? 2 over x minus 2. You can see that if you open up this bracket, you're going to get 5x minus 10, because 5 times x is what? 5x, and 5 times minus 2 is what? Minus 10. So we factorized what is common to x and 10 out, which is what? 2. Okay, we brought out the common factor. Okay, just like doing your LCM. Okay, the common factor between 5x and 10 is what? 5. Okay, so all we need to do here now is we can cancel out this x minus 2, since what is binding 5 and this is multiplication. So which is what? 5 times what? X minus 2 over x minus 2. All these are together, they are together. So definitely we can cancel this out. And what are we left with? We're left with what? 5. So 5 is our answer, and our right option is option B. Question 14 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the sum of angles in a pentagon is, okay, the sum of angles in a pentagon, that's the sum of interior angles, okay? Alright, so when it says sum of angles in a pentagon, that is what? Interior angles. And what's the formula for finding the sum of angles in a polygon? Okay, you know a pentagon is a polygon. Alright, when it says pentagon, it means what? 5 sides. Penta, it means what? 5 sides. That's the polygon has what? 5 sides. Okay, so from here, the formula for finding the sum of interior angles of a polygon, of any polygon, okay, is equal to what? N minus 2 bracket what? 180. Okay, so here we're looking for the sum of angles in a what? Pentagon. So definitely we know N is equal to, and where N is the number of sides of the polygon, and this polygon, which is a pentagon, has what, 5 sides. So all we need to do is just put 5 here. 5 minus 2 bracket 180. And what is 5 minus 2? That will give us what, 3 times 180. And what is 3 times 180? Punching your calculator, you're going to get a what, 540. Okay, or do you want us to do this together? Times 3, we have 3 times this is 0, 3 times 8, we are going to have a 24, carry 2, 3 times 1 is 3 plus 2, we have a 5. Okay, so well, that's how we got 540 what, degree. So our right option here is option C. Question 15 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the bearing of a point X from a point Y is 250 degree. What is the bearing of a point Y from a point X? Okay, this is bearing, and this system is a 3-digit bearing. Okay, and you know the 3-digit bearing where you have, let's say, this point, a cardinal point, it starts from our true north and goes clockwise. Okay, you start from the north, all right, and you take your angle clockwise. It goes clockwise when you're using the 3-digit bearing. All right, so from our north, and we go clockwise. Now it says the bearing of a point X from a point Y. So let's say X is somewhere here, so Y is somewhere here. So the bearing of X from Y, so Y has this cardinal point, okay, is 250 degree. So we're going to start from our true north and go clockwise. We complete here, this is 90. You know, each of this angle is what, 90. Is that not it? And when you add them up, 90 plus 90 plus 90 plus 90, you're going to have what, 360. Okay, where let me write this here. From here to here is 90. If you add another 90, you have all this these two parts is what, 180. If you add another 90, sorry, this is 90, add another 90 here, we have what, 270. Add another 90 here, we have what, 270. Okay, that's 90 plus what, 180, this is 270. And if you add another 90 here, this will be what, 360. Okay, add this 90, we're going to have what, 360. So this 250 will definitely fall in somewhere here. Okay, let's do this together. So bearing of X from Y is what, 250. So from here to here is 90, add another 90, we have 180, it's still not up to 250. And let's take it a bit here, this is 250, and if you complete this, so this will be 270, which is greater than 250. So let's say 250 will fall somewhere here. Okay, is this. Let's draw X cardinal point too. So it's going to stop on X and the north, between the northeast. Okay, so we have it here. So we have 180, and to get this particular angle here, all right, to get this angle here, what do? We have to say 250 minus what, 180. Since from here to here is what, 180, to get from here to here would just definitely be what, 250 minus 180. So we have 250 minus 180. I hope you remember your bearing. All right, if you don't remember, I'm going to be treating that on in the new channel, which I'm going to have introduced you earlier in the video from the beginning. So you can try to subscribe to that channel to get videos, explanatory videos on bearing and other topics. Okay, so this is 0. 5, can we subtract? No, we add a 1, carry a 1. 15 minus 8, what would that give us? 15 minus 8 will give us what, 7. So it means from here to here is what, 70 what degree. Okay, 070 degree. This is the angle from here to here. All right, so why we got this angle is to be able to answer our question, which says what is the bearing of a point Y from a point X. So now the question asks us now, what is the bearing of y from x now? Okay, where the bearing of x from y, all this angle together is what, 250. Okay, with this one here being what, 70, and here being what, 180, so all together is what, 250. So our question says, what is the bearing of a point y from a point x? So now the bearing of y from x is what, is this angle. Okay, this angle here. Okay, where this is our knot. As I said, we start for the 3-digit bearing, we start our count from what, the true knot, clockwise. So the bearing of y from x is this particular angle. And remember, in plane angles, this is what, alternate what, angles. Is that not it? Alternate angles are what, equal. So if this is 70, this alternate angle is what, 70. Is that not it? So the bearing of y from x is what, 70 degree. All right, so our answer is what, 70 what degree, and our right option here is option A. Question 16 of the BECE WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, find the mean of the following sets of numbers. Okay, I hope you remember the formula for mean. So we're going to add up all these numbers and divide by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and divide by 6. Okay, this is statistics. So we have 15 plus 13 plus 11 plus 9 plus 7 plus 5 divided by 6. This should give us the mean. If you add all this up, we're going to have what, 60. Okay, all right, so 60 divided by 6. Or do you want us to do this together? Okay, I have to do this together. This is a junior class, so I'm not fast for some. Okay, if it was a senior class, I think I just need to go forward here. All right, but if you add this, 15 plus 13 will give us what, 28. 28 plus 11 will give us what, that would be a 9, and 3, 39 plus another. If you add all this up, we have a 55 plus 7 is a 12, and 12 plus 19 will give us what, a 21. So add this up, we have a 9 plus 1, we have a 0, which is 10, and bring this 1. 1 plus 3 is 4, and 4 plus 2 is what, 6, which is 60. So 60 divided by 6. How many times will 6 go in 60? Definitely to go 10 times. Okay, so our mean here is what, 10, and our right option is option D. Question 17 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, calculate the compound interest on 5,000 naira for 2 years at 10% per annum. Okay, we are to calculate compound interest. Now this is for 2 years, so it means we're going to find the interest twice. Okay, and find the interest on the first year, then add the interest to the principal of the first year, use that as your new principal, then find the interest on that particular new principal. All right, then definitely after we do that, then we'll get the compound what, interest. Okay, let's do this together. So for our first year, that's year 1, we're not going to use 2 years. All right, the normal procedure, if we're to find our simple interest, okay, is just to say I is equal to PRT over 100, where we're going to use 2. Okay, 2. But for this compound interest, we're going to use, for the first year, we're going to use 1 as the first year. Okay, so our interest for the first year, we have our interest is equal to PRT over 100. That is what our first principal, which is what, 5,000 naira, times our rate will still, because that's the rate. Okay, 10 times 1 divided by 100. Okay, this 0 cancel out this 0, this 0 cancel out this 0. So our first what, interest is what, 500. Okay, 500 naira. So we're going to add this first interest to our principal, the first principal, and make that the principal of the second year. So new principal, second year, just let me write second year principal is equal to 500 times 5 Sorry, 5,000 times what? 500, which will give us what? 5,500 naira. Okay, compound interest is, like compounding. You're adding interest. All right, this is interest for the first year. You have to roll that interest into the next year if the client decides to still keep the money in the bank or keep whatever the person is keeping the money. Okay, this is commercial math. All right, so we have second year principal of this. So what is our second year interest? Second year interest. This first year interest. All right, so our second year interest is what? I is equal to our new principal 5,500 times our rate, which is still the same, 10 times 1, okay, which is the second year, 1. All right, so divided by 100. Okay, so this 0 will cancel out this 0 will cancel out what? This 0, and we're left with what? 550. So this is our second year interest. Okay, so it's simple now from here because it said calculate the compound interest on this for 2 years. So definitely we'll find the interest twice. All right, where second year interest, you have to use a new principal by adding the interest of the first year to the principal of the what? First year. Okay, so it's easy here. There are two ways to do this. For me, I would just say simply the compound interest will simply the addition of the interest of the first year and what the interest of what the second year, which is what? 500 plus what? 550, and 500 plus 550 is what? 1,050 naira. Okay, so this is the answer. All right, or you can go this way. So here we'll now get the amount. The other way is to get the amount. Okay, amount of the second year. All right, where amount is what? Amount is the interest plus what? The principal of this year. Okay, so we have interest of this year. That's the amount of second year. Is the interest of this year plus principal of this year. That's the second year, I mean. Okay, where the interest of the second year is what? 550 plus what's the principal of the second year is what? 5,500. If you add this, you're going to have what? 6,050 naira. Okay, so when we have the amount of the second year, all we need to now do to get our compound interest, will be equal to what? Our amount of the second year, that's the last year. If it was 3 years, if this question says find the compound interest of 3 years, it means we still have to find the interest of the third year. And to get the interest of the third year, you have to also look for the third year principal. Do the same step, okay? But just remember, as it increases, if it is 4 years, you're going to look for 4 interest. Okay, you have to do this IPRT 4 times, and in each of the year you always have to add the interest to the previous principal. Okay, so we have our compound interest equal to amount. Okay, amount minus what? Our initial principal. That's the first principal. Okay, our compound interest is the last amount minus our what? Initial principal. Okay, so what is our last amount for the second year? Was 6,050 naira minus what is our initial principal? Is what? 5,000 naira. Okay, when we subtract this, what are we going to have? We're going to have 0,501. Okay, so we have 1,050 naira, which is the same as this. Okay, all right, so this is our answer. For theory's sake, if you have this kind of question in a theory, you have to follow this way. Okay, all right, this is my own shortcut. If it's an OBJ, all you need to do is when you get the interest, all right, don't forget this step. Don't forget this step of adding 500 back to 5,000. Okay, please don't forget this step, because if you miss this step, you're going to get the option. The option will be whatever you get, the option will be here. Okay, so don't forget this step of adding 500. This is a plus, not multiplication, please. Don't forget of adding this step of adding 500 to your initial what? principal and using this as your new principal to get the second year interest. Okay, so you can just easily add up the interest, or you do it this way. All right, so here this is our answer, and our right option is what? Option A, which is what? 1050 naira. Question 18 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says use the number line to illustrate -2 plus -6. So what is -2 plus bracket -6? That is this when this plus sign multiplies this negative sign, you have the word -2 minus what 6, and -2 minus 6 is what? -8. So it means that the final line touch point must touch down at what? Minus what? 8. Okay, that's the final touch point of this last line must touch down at minus 8. So in the option, let's look for that. This touches down at -9. It's not correct. This touches down at -6. Not correct. This touches down at -6. Not correct. This touches down at what? Minus what? 8. Okay, this is 7 -7. This is what? Minus what? 8. While this is -10 -9. So it touches down at -8. So this is the correct answer. But let's still check out where the other lines fall. So you can see here we have what? A minus what? 2. And to get your -8, we have to count 6 times. Okay, that's our -6 will move in the negative direction 6 times. Okay, so we have here we have a 1 2 3 4 5 6. So that's a -2 plus what? A minus what? 6. Okay, and we have equal to what? -8. So our right option here is option D. Question 19 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says if x is a missing number, there's a typo here. If x is a missing number, okay, find the value in 5 whole number 1/3 ratio x equal to 20/60. Let's convert this mixed fraction to improper fraction, and in converting this we have what? 3 times 5, which will give us 15, and plus 1 is 16. So we have 16/3 ratio x is equal to 20/60. Okay, so this is 16/3 divided by x, which is equal to what? 20. Remember ratio, when you have ratios, what? Divide by, you divide this will be your denominator, this will be your numerator. Okay, this is the denominator, this is the what? Numerator. So divided by what? 60, where this is the same as when you have 16/3 divided by what? X. You have to invert, right? You convert this division sign to a multiplication sign. We have what? 16/3 times what? 1/x, which will give us what? 16/3x. Okay, all right. But if you're I did this for people who won't understand. When I just say 16/3x, just multiply 3 by 16. Okay, I did this to let you know how we are going to come about answer next step here, which is what? 16/3x. Okay, just multiply 3 by x, all right, equal to what? 20/60. We are looking for what? X. Okay, so in looking for x, we have, let us cross multiply. Okay, in cross multiplying, we have here 16 times 60 equal to what? 20 times 3x. So from here we can just easily say okay, what is 20 times 3x? We have 16 times 60 equal to 20 times 3x will give us what? That will give us 60x. Is that not it? It's going to give us 60x. So let us divide both sides by what? 60, so we can get our x alone. Okay, divided by what? 60. So we have our x is equal to what? 16 times 60 divided by what? 60. Okay, where this will cancel out this. Okay, sorry, let us just cancel out here, right? Okay, let's cancel out here. So we have, all right, so 60 cancel out 60, and this 60 will also cancel out what? 60. So I left it was 16 is equal to what? X, where x is equal to 16. So this is our answer. X is equal to 16, and our right option here is option B. Question 20 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says solve the inequality this. So we have to solve 4 bracket 2 minus x less than 3 bracket 3 minus 2x close the bracket. Okay, so let's open up the brackets. Here we have 4 times 2 will give us what? 8, and 4 times minus x will give us what? Minus 4x less than, open up the bracket here, we have 3 times 3 will give us what? A 9, and 3 times minus 2x we have what? Minus what? 6x. Let us take like terms, okay? So we're taking this minus 6x to this side. When people get confused when you're taking a minus 6x to this side, the sign doesn't change. Okay, the only time an inequality sign changes is when you divide by a negative value. Okay, when you divide by, not when you take a number to the other, a negative sign to the other. When you divide by a negative value, that's the only time your sign changes to the opposite one. Okay, so let us rearrange this. So we have minus 4x here. So taking minus 6x to this side is going to give us a positive 6x. So we have minus 4x plus 6x less than, taking 8, which is a positive to this side, we're going to have a negative 8. So we have 9 left here, 9 minus 8. Okay, so from here, minus 4x plus 6x, what would that give us? That will give us a positive 2x less than, what is 9 minus 8? 9 minus 8 is what? 1. To get x, we have to divide both sides by 2. Okay, so this is where I was saying it's only when you have if you're dividing by a negative sign that your sign changes. If this was a minus 2, if we're dividing by a minus 2, then our sign would change to the other side. But this is not the case here. We're not dividing by a minus 2, okay? We're just dividing by 2. So here 2 will cancel out 2. So we're left with what? X is what? Less than 1 over 2. So this is our answer. And what is our right option? Our right option is option B. X is what? Less than half. That's 1 over 2. Option B. Question 21 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says solve the equation this. Okay, so we have 3 bracket y plus 2 close the bracket divided by 2 minus 2 bracket 2y minus 3 close the bracket divided by 3 equal to what? 0. Alright, so we have to solve this. So what do we do first? Let's try to clear out our denominator. Okay, so from here, first of all, let's open up the brackets in the numerator. Okay, so in opening up this bracket, 3 times everything here and 2 times everything here. So 3 times this will give us what? 3y plus what? 6. Is that not it? Divided by 2 minus 2 times this, that will be 4y minus what? 2 times 3 will give us what is 6. 4y divided by what? 3. Okay, now let's try to clear out our denominator. That's this 2 and 3. What's the LCM? Okay, this is algebraic fractions. What's the LCM of 2 and 3? It's a 6. That's 2 times 3, 6. How many times will 2 go in 6? To go how many times? To go 3 times. So we're going to multiply everything here by 3. So we have 3 brackets what? 3y plus 6 close the brackets minus, how many times will 3 go in 6? It will go 2 times, so it will be 2 times 4y minus 6. So we have 2 bracket 4y minus 6 close the bracket equal to what? 0. So to cancel out this 6, we'll multiply both sides by 6 or just cross multiply. Okay, cross multiply this to, that's 6 times 0, which will still give us a 0. So we're left with here 3 bracket 3y plus 6 close the bracket minus 2 bracket 4y minus 6, okay, equal to 0. Since this times this 6 times 0 will be what? 0. We've cancelled out our denominator. So let's try to open up this bracket and solve for y. Okay, so 3 times 3y will give us what? A 9y plus 3 times 6 is what? 18 minus that's minus 2 times 4y will give us what? A minus 8y. Then here a minus 2 times minus 6 will give us what? A positive 12 equal to what? 0. Now let's take integers to this other side and leave the coefficient of y on this side. So here we're left with a 9y and a minus what 8y equal to taking 18 to this side, a positive 18, we have a negative what 18. Taking a positive 12 to this side, we have what a negative what 12. So from here, 9y minus 8y will give us what y equal to what is minus 18 minus 12. We're going to add 18 to 12, which will give us what? It will give us 30, and we're going to keep the sign, the negative sign. So we have what? Minus 30. So minus 18 minus 12 is what? Minus 30. So y is equal to minus 30. This is our answer, and our right option here is option A. Question 22 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, find the scale factor of the similar figure. Okay, the similar figure. Here you can see we have a bigger triangle, which is a triangle QPT, and we have a smaller triangle, which is what triangle RST. Okay, RST. All right. Okay, so we're to look for the scale factor. Let's draw this triangle and we'll know the so triangle QPT, which is this, the bigger triangle. Okay, is what 3 plus 3, which will give us what 6, and from here to here is what 4. From here to here is what 6. Okay, and our small triangle, which is for RST, okay, is what from here to here is 3, and from here to here is 2, from here to here is what 3. So you can see this is a similar figure. Now to find the scale factor, okay, that's the scale to which this other one, the other similar one is drawn to. Okay, it's quite easy to get this, and you will notice from here that this smaller factor is half of the bigger one. Okay, you can see this is 3, this is 6, this is double of this. That's 2 times 3 3 times 2 will give us what this length. Here 2 times another 2 will give us the bigger length, and also here 3 times 2 will give us the bigger length. Okay, so the scale factor for this particular similar figure is what 2. Okay, so our right option here is option D. Question 23 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, calculate the difference between the range and the median of the following set of data. Okay, calculate the range and the median. All right, so what is the range? Remember, in statistics, range is what? The highest value here, the highest value in your sample space minus the lowest value. That's your range. Okay, minus the lowest value. And what is the highest value here? The highest value here is what? 12. Okay, this is and. Okay, this is not a figure, this is and 12. The highest value here is what? 12, and the lowest value is what? 3. So it is 12 minus 3. What is 12 minus 3? That will give us what? A 9. Now the next one, because the question says calculate the difference between the range, so we have to get the range, keep it, then we have to find the median, keep it, then we have to now subtract. All right, to know the difference between the range and the median. That is our answer to this particular question. Okay, all right, so the median, what's the median? The median is the middle number, the data that falls in the middle. So to get the median, we have to rearrange these numbers in the ascending order. Okay, so to get our median, rearranging this number in ascending order, we start from 3. Our next number will be what? 5. We have another 5 here. Okay, 5. Then the next number is what? 7 in ascending order. Okay, the next number is what? 8. And also the next number after 8 in this set of data is what? 11. And the final one is what? 12. So what is the middle number here? Now this median, this set of data is odd, so we will just pick one middle number. If the set of data was even, you remember that we'll pick the two middle number and divide by 2. That will be our median. But for this set of data, it's is odd, so definitely the middle number here is what, 7. Okay, this is the middle number. This, we have 3 here, we have 3 here. This is the middle number, which is what, 7. So our median is what, 7. So we have to find the difference between our range and median. Our range is what, 9 minus 7. This is 9. 9 minus 7, which will give us what, 2. So the answer to this is what, 2. And our right option is option A. Question 24 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the following data are recorded by a student in the laboratory. This is the following data. Find the mode. What is your mode? Your mode is what? The highest occurring what? Data. Okay? The highest occurring data. That's your mode. Okay? The highest occurring data. That is your mode. So from here, what's the highest occurring data or value? So here, 6 appears how many times? 1, 2, just 2 times. I can see 8 appears how many times? 1, 2, 3. Okay. And 5, how many times does 5 reoccurs? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so our mode here is what, equal to what, 5, because it reoccurs how many times? 4 times. Okay, this is the highest reoccurring what, data value. All right, so our right option here is option D. Question 25 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says find the sum of this, and this. Sum. When you see find the sum, okay, it means we should add this particular fractions. When you see product, product means what, you should what, multiply. Okay, so find the sum, we're going to add these fractions. All right, so we have here 1 over 4 plus 1 over 2 plus 3 over 8. What's the LCM of all these three numbers? It's quite easy. The LCM will be what? 8. Okay. All right. So 4 in 8 will go how many times? That will go 2 times. 2 times 1 will give us what? A 2. Okay. Plus 2 in 8 will go how many times? 4 times. And 4 times 1 will give us what? A 4. Plus 8 in 8 will go how many times? 1 times. And 1 times 3 will be what? A 3. So from here, what do we have? We have a 2 plus 4, which is a 6, and plus 3, which will give us what? 9. So we have 9 over 8. Okay, so this is an improper fraction. We have to convert it to what? A mixed word fraction. In converting to a mixed fraction, how many times 8 go in 9? It's going to go how many times? 1 times remainder 1 over 8. So this is our answer, 1 number 1 over 8. And our right option here is option D. Okay, this is 1 over 8. Not too clear, but this is 1 over 8. Option D. Question 26 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says find the smallest number by which 350 must be multiplied to give a perfect square number. Okay, find the smallest number by which 350 must be multiplied to give a perfect square number. So it means one of this option. Okay, when you multiply it by 350, okay, let's say one of this option, when you multiply by 350, okay, let's say the answer here, okay, going forward, all you need is your calculator. Okay, if you say 2 times 350, 2 times 350 is equal to what? 700. Is 700 a perfect square? What's the meaning of a perfect square? The meaning of the perfect square is when you square root this, you're going to have a whole number without a remainder. Okay, that's the meaning of a perfect square. Just like the square of 49. What's the square of 49? It is what? 7. The square of 9 is equal to what? 3. The square of 81 is equal to what? 9. The square of 100 is equal to what? 10. So all these 100, 81, 9, 49, they are perfect squares. Okay, so it says find the smallest number by which 350 must be multiplied to, okay, to give a perfect square. If you use 2, it will give us 700. It's not a perfect square. If you use 5, it will not give us a perfect square. If you use 7, you're going to use your calculator. This is quite easy. It's just for you to use your calculator to try out all the options. Okay, but if you use 14 times 350 will give us what? Equal to what? 4,900. And the square root of 4,900 is what? 70. So 4,900 what is a perfect what? Square. So the smallest number in this option by which you would multiply by 350 to give a perfect square is what? 14. Alright, don't let this smallest number confuse you by thinking it must be 2 or it must be 5, it must be 7. It says the smallest by which 350 must be multiplied. Okay, so 14 is still small. All you need to do is you have to get that particular number which when you multiply it gives you a perfect square. All right, so our answer here is option D. Question 27 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says find the highest common factor, that's the HCF, of 90 and 300 using index notation. Okay, we're looking for the highest the HCF of 90 and what? 300. Okay, we have 90, we have what? 300. Okay, let's start with the smallest number, 2. Let's start with 2. 2 in 90 will go how many times? 45 times. 2 in 300 will go how many times? 150 times. What else can go in 45 and also go in 150? Okay, in LCM you can do whatever you put here, the factor you put here can go in this first one and not go in this. But for HCF, whatever factor you're using must go in 45 and also go in 150. Okay, so the next number we can the next smallest factor we can use here is 3. So 3 in 45 will go how many times? 15 times. 3 in 150 will go how many times? 50 times. That is 3 in 15 is what? 5. Then drop our 0. What is the next factor that can go in 15 and also in 50? Definitely it is what? 5. 5 in 15 how many times? 3 times. 3 times 5 is what? 15. And 5 in 50 will go how many times? 10 times. Okay, so we are we have now 3 and 10. Can any number other factor go in 3 and also go in 10? No, so we stop here. Okay, so using index notation, the HCF of 90 and 300 is what? 2 times 3 times 5. So this is our answer, 2 times 3 times 5. And our right option here is option A. Question 28 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says factorize this completely. Okay, so factorize, that's it means we have to factor the common values out, okay, and put them in brackets. Okay, so from here we have what? Mn minus what? Pq plus Pn minus Qm. Okay, I'm going to rearrange this. Let's rearrange this so it would look good. Okay, in maths you really have to know how to manipulate to favor you so your signs don't confuse you. So in rearranging this, I would go, let's pick this mn and this m. Since m, these two have m, so we can bring out m. So we have what? Mn minus Qm. Okay, and we have this is let's leave this plus in the middle, plus Pn, take this minus PQ, let's put minus PQ here. All right, so let's take what's common to this and this. All right, so we have M brackets what? N minus what? Q. This is what will be left, comma, then plus. All right, we're going to have a positive sign. What's common to this? We have a P and a P. So bring out your P brackets what? N. We have left N minus Q. Okay, you can see the way I arrange this factorization. Okay, I might not be able to explain in detail in this particular question I'm solving. This is a past question I'm solving, not an explanatory video. Okay, but on the new channel I'll be doing factorization, several lessons and classes, so make sure you're subscribed to that channel so you get to understand factorization well. Okay, so I've rearranged this to suit me and it's okay. So we have n minus q here, we have a common factor here and also a common factor here, so we can simply put bring this out. So we have m plus p, or close the brackets, open and close the brackets, open and close, then the common factor, which is what? N minus q. Okay, so this is our answer All right, but unfortunately in the option I think they made a mistake with the letters, okay, because this supposed to be a p, okay, because this is n minus q, which is this n minus q. Then for m plus p, instead of putting an n plus p, it was a n plus q that was put here, okay. You can see everything here has an m and p, m and p, m and p, okay, but this is the closest to the answer since this is m plus p. Okay, we have a n plus p here, but this is an n plus q, which is wrong. This is supposed to be n minus q, but here this option is more close to the answer, which is what, n minus what, q. Okay, plus then close open bracket m plus, this is supposed to be a p. This is a typo, I believe. Okay, and it should be a bonus mark. All right, and also the other first one, the first option, when you just leave it blank, don't fill it, it will be a bonus mark, because you know these are typos in the standardized tests. It will just be a bonus mark. There's no big deal about you having a negative marking and all that, so it's a bonus mark to you. Okay, so this is the answer for this. Question 29 of the BEC Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says if x is equal to 1 over 5. It says if x is equal to 1 over 5 roots, okay, this is a divided by 2b, okay, a divided by 2b. Find b in terms of x and a, okay, find b in terms of x and a. So it means make b the subject of the formula. This is what it means, find b in terms of x and a. Okay, so in making b the subject of the formula, from this equation we have x is equal to 1 over 5 square root of what, a over 2b. Okay, so what's the first thing to do? Let's take this 5 to this side, cross multiply this 5. The 5 is outside the square root, okay? So let's cross multiply. So we have, or you can just say multiply both sides by 5. Is that not it? So this would be times 5 times 5, okay? Where this 5 will cancel out this 5, we're left with what? 5x is equal to the square root of what? A over 2b. So the next thing we have to do is remove the square. I remember in removing a square, it would affect what is on the other side of this particular what equation. And how will it affect it? You have to what, square both sides, okay? This a, remember in your indices, a, the square root of a over 2b is equal to what? A over 2b all raised to the power what? 1 over 2. Okay, so to cancel out this particular 1 over 2, that's the square root, you have to multiply by a square. Okay, that's 2. So whatever you're doing on this side of the equation, you also have to do on this other side. Okay, is that not it? So in squaring this 2 will cancel out this 2, so it becomes what? A over 2, this is a please, a over 2b, and this will be what? 5 raised to power what? 2. And what is 5x raised to power 2? That will give us what? 25x what square, equal to a over 2b. We are making b the subject of formula, okay? So let's cross multiply. Take 2b up, okay? Remove b from our denominator. So taking 2b up, so we have 25x squared times what? 2b equal to what? A. Okay, which is the same as what? 25x squared 2b equal to a. Okay, so from here to get our b, we just divide both sides by what is, sorry, 25 times 2 should give us a 50x squared. Okay, 50x squared, 50x squared, 25 times 2 will give us what? 50x squared b is equal to what? A. All right, so from here to get b, we divide both sides by what? 50x squared. 50x squared, where this will cancel out this, so we are left with what? B is equal to a over what? 50x squared. So this is our answer. And what is our right option? Our right option, where is our right option? Our right option is option B. Question 30 of the BEC Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the diagram below is a net of dash pyramid, okay? It's a net of dash pyramid. It said pentagon, B says rectangular pyramid, C says square base pyramid, D says triangular pyramid. Okay, now to know the type of pyramid this is, we already know it's a pyramid by this structure here. That's if you close the if you like you close this up, join them together to make a solid figure. Okay, so to know what type of pyramid is, what is the shape of the base? Okay, what is the shape of the base of this solid figure here? It's a what, the rectangle. Okay, so this is definitely what, a rectangular what, pyramid. Okay, it's not a square base because these sides are not equal. It's not a pentagon is 5 sides, this is a 4 side. Okay, it says triangular, this base is not triangular, so it is what, a rectangular what, pyramid. So our right option here is option B. Question 31 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says a prefect is to be chosen from a class of 16 girls and 14 boys. What is the probability that the prefect is a girl? Okay, it's to be chosen from a class of 16 girls and 14 boys. Okay, remember probability, okay, is equal to what, our required outcome over what, our possible outcome, the total possible outcome. Okay, and here what's our total possible outcome is what, for 16 girls, the total number of what, the people in the class, okay, which is 16 plus what, 14, which will give us what, 30. Okay, 30 people in the class, 16 girls, 14 boys. Then the probability that it will be the prefect will be a girl, that's our required outcome, will be what, 16. Okay, from what, 16. All right, so let us solve this. 16 over 30, what can go? 2 can go here, 8, and 2 will go here 15 times. Can anything go else go? No. So we have what, 8 over 15. So this is our answer. Okay, that's the probability that the prefect choosing will be a girl. So we have 8 over 15. Our right option here is option D. This is 8 over 15. Question 32 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says a ball is drawn at random from a box containing 6 red balls, 4 white balls, and 5 blue balls. What is the probability of picking a blue ball? Okay, how many blue balls are there? 5. Okay, remember probability is equal to what's required outcome, the total required outcome, where our required outcome here is what, we're looking for a probability that it's a what, blue ball, which is equal to what, 5 divided by our possible outcome, that's our possible outcome, that's everything all joined together. Okay, that's the total possible outcome, which is what, 6 plus what, 4 plus 5. What is 6 plus 4? That will give us what, 10, plus 5 is 15. So we have 5 over 15. Here what can go? We have 5 here, 1, 5 and 15 3 times. So our answer is what, 1 over 3. So the probability of picking a blue ball is what, 1 over 3, and our right option here is option D. Question 33 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says a bank gives a woman personal loan of 120,000 naira. She has to pay back 11,000 naira every month for a year. Find the amount paid back to the bank as interest. So we have to find the amount paid back to the bank as what, interest. Okay, remember amount is equal to what, interest plus our principal. Okay, all right, so here we're looking for the interest. We have to find the amount paid back as what, interest. We're looking for the interest, so interest is equal to what, amount, just taking this positive to this side, we have amount minus what, principal. Okay, so to get the amount now, she has to pay back 11,000 naira every month for a year. So it means 12 times 11. Okay, and what's the principal? The principal of the, that's the amount of the loan, which is what, So 120,000 naira. So we have 120,000. So 12 times this, we're going to get 132,000 minus 120,000. And what is 132,000 minus 120,000? We're going to have what? 12,000. Okay. So the interest, okay, that she has to, the amount paid back to the bank as interest is what? 12,000 naira. All right. So this is our answer. Our interest is what? 12,000 naira. And the right option here is option B. Question 34 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It said simplify this, okay? And you remember our board mass. This is fraction, so we have to apply board mass, where B is for bracket, O is for order, D is for division, M is for multiplication, A addition, and S what? Subtraction. Okay, so here we have to simplify this. Let's convert all this mixed fraction to improper fraction. Okay, so here we have, let me write this again. So we have 2 whole number 3 over 5 minus 1 whole number 2 over 3, close the bracket, times 5 over 8. So board mass will first start by solving what's in the bracket. Okay, B is for the bracket, so let's solve what's in the bracket. Okay, so converting all these mixed fractions to proper fraction, how do we do this? We say 5 times 2 is 10, and 10 plus 3 is what? 13. So we have 13 over 5 here, minus 3 times 1 is 3, and plus 2 is what? 5. That's 3 plus 2 is 5. So we have 5 over 3. Or close the bracket, times what? 5 over 8. So let's solve what's inside this bracket. What's the LCM of 5 and 3? The LCM of 5 and 3 is what? 15. That is what? 5 times 3 is what? 15. Okay, how many times would 5 go in 15 to go 3 times? 3 times 13 will give us what? 39, minus 3 in 15. How many times will it go? To go 5 times, and 5 times this 5 here, we have what? 25. So what is 39 minus 25? 39 minus 25, we're going to have here 14 over 15. So let's drop this multiplication. The multiplication will be here, and we'll drop it here, times what? 5 over 8. So let's cancel out 5 here, 1, 5 in 15 will go how many times? 3 times. 2 can go here in 8. 2 will go in 8 how many times? 4 times. And 2 will go in 14 how many times? 7 times. So we're left with what? We're left with what? 7 times 1, okay, over 3 times 4. We can't, there's nothing to cancel for that. So that is 7 times 1 is 7, divided by 3 times 4 is what? 12. So this is what? A proper fraction, so we don't need to convert back to a mixed fraction. So our answer here is what? 7 over 12. And our right option here is option C. Question 35 of the Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says express the ratio 7 days to 6 weeks as a decimal fraction. Okay, we are to express this ratio 7 days, okay, to 6 weeks as a decimal fraction. Okay, decimal. You can see options are in decimal. As a decimal word fraction. Now 7 days to 6 weeks. You know, these are different units. This is in days and this is in weeks. And when you anything in maths, in physics, or any subject, the units, if before you start cancelling out or calculating, the units have to be what? The same. Okay, so if we have weeks here, this is days. How many 7 days makes how many weeks? It makes 1 week, right? There's just 1 week in what? 7 what? Days. So let's convert all units to what? Weeks. So this 7 days represents what? 1 week. Okay, so we have, and it says express the ratio, so we have 1 week over what? 6 what? Weeks. Okay, which is this. Sorry, I'm supposed to write this first. 6 weeks, where 7 days is what? 1 week. Okay, and if we divide 1 by 6, what are we going to have? We're going to have what? 0.1666666 till you get to 7. And from here you can see this option is in how many significant figures? Just 2 significant figures. So we have here approximating, we have 0.1. This 6 here can add to this 6 here, that's plus 1, and if it adds, we have what 7, so 0.17. So this is our answer, and our right option is option A. Question 36 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the table below represents the values of the equation 2x plus y is equal to 7 for x equal to 0, 1, 2 to 8. Okay, that's it. For x equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it means I hope you know what this means. Say the table below represents the values of the equation this for x equal to this. That is when you put in x as 0 into this particular equation, you will get 7 as your answer. When you put in x as 1 into this equation, you get 5 as your answer. Okay, now and so forth and so on. So it now says, what is the value of a minus 3c? What is the value of a minus 3c? Okay, so where is c? This is c here and this is a here. So this is an unknown value. So what we have to do now is we put in to get our unknown here, a, okay, which is the value of y. Okay, we put in the value of in the equation, we put in 3 x equal to 3 to get this value here. So let's do this first. So our equation was 2x plus what y equal to 7. So putting the value of x equal to 3. So we have here where x, when x is equal to what, 3. So we have 2 bracket 3 close the bracket plus y equal to what, 7. So this is 2 times 3 is what, 6 plus y equal to what, 7. So here we have y is equal to, take 6 to this side, we have 7 minus what, 6. Okay, so y is equal to what, 1, which is what, a is equal to 1. Okay, so this unknown value here, which is represented as a, is what, 1. Okay, so this is what, 1. All right, so the next unknown is what, do we need, there's a b here, but we don't really need to solve for b, because what the question is asking us is find the value of what, a minus 3c, but we need to find c. Okay, this c here, so it means we have to put into this equation our value of x as what, 8. Okay, putting this our value of x as 8. So we write here, when x is equal to 8, considering this equation again, so we have 2 bracket 8 plus y equal to what, 7. What is 2 times 8? 2 times 8 is what, 16 plus y equal to 7. That will be y. Taking 16 to this side, we have what, 7 minus what, 16. And what is 7 minus 16? That's y is equal to what, minus what, 9. So it means this c here is what, minus 9. Okay, that's what c is, minus 9. So now let's put in this value of, that is c is equal to what, minus 9. Let us put in this value of a as 1 and c as minus 9 into this particular expression to get the value. So a is what, 1 minus 3 bracket, what is c? C is what, minus what, 9. So we have 1 minus 3 times minus 9 will give us what, a positive what, 27. Is that not it? 3 times 9 is what, 27, and minus sign times minus sign is equal to what, a positive sign. Okay, if you don't understand the signs, on the new channel I'm also going to be teaching signs. Okay, when you multiply, when you add signs of different values. Okay, all right, so here 1 plus 27 will give us what? What's that? It's going to give us what? 28. This is our answer. Our answer is 28, and our right option here is option C. Question 37 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, given that 2x plus y is equal to k, express x in terms of y and k. It's just telling us to what, make x the subject of formula. When you see this, express x in terms of y and k, it's just saying make x the subject of formula. Okay, don't get confused. Okay, most questions they don't put it direct like make x the subject of formula. They use this particular term to to ensure that you understand what you're saying and you've read up very well. Okay, so what the statement means is make x the subject of the formula. All right, so here we have 2x plus y equal to what? K. So from here, in making x a subject of formula, you can see here that x is with 2, okay, and what's binding them is the multiplication sign. So first of all, let's take this plus y to this other side of the equation, because you know what the goal we are to achieve here is make only x on one side of the equation. Okay, that's on your left side of the equation. So we have here taking plus y to the other side, we have 2x is equal to what? K minus y. So from here, to cancel out 2, what do? We divide both sides by 2. So this 2 will cancel out and we're left with what? X is equal to what? K minus y over 2. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 38 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says find the value of x degree. That's where to look for this value, the value of x degree. Okay, so from here, all right, these are angles in a triangle. Okay, all right, plane angles and all. So here, first of all, to get this particular value, this x degree, we need to get this particular value here. Let's say this value is what? Y. Remember, and here we have here 130 degree. Remember, angles on a straight line. What is the sum of angles on a straight line? It is equal to what? 180. Okay, remember the sum of angles on, sorry, this should be on a straight line is what? 180 degree. Okay, so it means here y plus 130 is equal to what? 180. So y will be equal to what? 180. Take 130 to this side, we have minus what? 130. So y is equal to what? 50 degrees. So here is what? 50 what degree. Okay, since we know this angle now, it is easy for us to know this, because the sum of angles in a triangle, what is it? The sum of angles in a triangle is equal to what? 180. Sum of angles in a triangle, triangle is 180 degree. Okay, so don't forget all this okay, so don't forget all these particular rules when you're playing around with triangles. The sum of angles on a straight line, the sum of angles in a triangle is what? 180 degrees. The sum of angles at a point is what? 360. Okay, remember those three things. So here, so the sum of angles in a triangle, so we have here x plus 60 plus 50 is equal to what? 180. So here we have x plus, what is 60 plus 50? That will give us what? 110 equal to what? 180. So x is equal to what? 180 minus what? 110. Taking this to the other side. So what is 180 minus 110? We have what? 70 what degree. So x is equal to what? 70 degree. And our right option here is option A. Question 39 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says, which of the methods above is/are the best way to construct a perpendicular to a line AB from point P? Okay, so this is very easy. Remember your construction. Okay, so to construct a perpendicular, which is a straight line at angle what? 90 degree. All right, so this is the best method. Okay, so which of the methods above is the best way to construct a perpendicular line to perpendicular to a line AB from P? Okay, so this is the right answer. The right answer is only what? I. Okay, that is what? A. It cannot be this, it can't be this. Okay, this is a perpendicular to a line AB from point P. Okay, so our right option here is option A. Question 40 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the probability of a student passing an examination is what? 2 over 5. That's probability of success is equal to what? 2 over 5. What is the probability that the student will fail? Probability of failure. Remember in probability, I hope you remember how to get the probability of failure. Okay? Probability of failure is just simply 1 minus what? The probability of what? Success. Okay? So which is 1 minus 2 over 5. Let's put this 1 divided by 1. Okay, which is still 1. LCM of 1 and 5 is what? 5. 1 and 5 will go how many times? 5 times. And 5 times 1 is what? 5. Minus 5 and 5 is 1 times. And 1 times 2 will give us what? 2. So here we have 5 minus 2 is what? 3 over, and we divide by 5. So our answer is what? 3 over 5. And our right option here is option C. Question 42 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says a basket contains 400 oranges and 40 are bad. What is the percentage of the good ones? Okay, 40 are bad, so it means the good ones, how many are the good ones from the 400 oranges? Since 40 are bad, it's just simply 400 minus what? 40. And what is 400 minus 40? That's what? 360. So we have 360 was good oranges. So the question asks what is the percentage of the good oranges? So definitely the percentage of the good orange is what? To get it's definitely to get 360, which is the total good orange. All right. What percent is 360 in what? 400 orange. That's the total orange. So definitely to represent that, we have what? 360 divided by 400 times your 100, since we're looking for the percentage. So this 20 will cancel these 2 zeros. 4 here, 1. 4 in 36 will go how many times? 9 times, and drop our 0. So the percentage of the good oranges is what? 90%. Okay, 90%. This is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 43 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says a worker's salary is increased from 150,000 to 180,000. Find the percentage increase. Okay, so first of all, let's find the amount it increased by. So it means it increased by, that's 180,000 naira minus what? 150,000 naira. If this was a theory question, you know you have to put your naira in front, okay? But this is on OBJ, so you can just solve on your rough sheet any way you like, okay? All right, so 180 minus 150 will give us what? That will give us what? 30,000 naira. So the amount it increased by is what? 30,000 what? Naira. So it says find the percentage increase. So how do you get the percentage what increase? So it will be what? 30,000 divided by his initial what? Salary, which is what? 150. So we have 150 times 100. Okay, so these 2 zeros will cancel out these 2 zeros. These other 2 zeros will cancel out these 2 zeros. So from here we have 300 over 15. Is that not a 300 over 15? Let's see, 5 can go here how many times? 3 times. 5 will go here how many times? That's 60 times. 3 here how many times? 1. 3 in 60 will go how many times? 20 times. Okay, so our answer is what? 20%, and our right option here is option B. Question 44 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says use the information on the graph to answer question 44 and 45. Write the coordinate. Question 44 says write the coordinates of x and y. Okay, this graph isn't too clear, but the coordinate of x and y, all right, this is x, okay, and this is y. All right, okay, and here if you can see we have a -4 here. This is so from here this is a line. Let me just quickly draw it. This is a line, this is 0, okay, this is 1, that -1, this is a minus side, this is -2, this is -3, minus what? 4, okay, and this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and this is what? Minus 1. Alright, this is minus 2, minus 3. Okay, and here this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4. Okay, so and this is y, this is x. So it's asking us to find the coordinates of what? X and y. So to find the coordinates of x and y, we just trace this point to, and you know this is our y-axis and this is our x-axis. I hope you know that. Y and x-axis. Okay, this is the negative side of x and this is negative side of what? Y. All right, so we trace this for okay, let's start from x. The coordinate for x, so we trace this to this line. So this part for the coordinate of x is what? Minus 4. Then this, we trace it here to this one. This is what? Minus 1, comma, minus what? 1. I know in writing coordinates, this part is traced to the x-axis, while this other second part is traced to the what? Y-axis. This is the way we write our coordinates on a graph. Okay, so for the y coordinates, what do we have? Trace first to the x-axis. We have here, if we trace this down here, we have 2, comma, then trace to the y-axis. Okay, we have 4, so it's 2 comma what? 4. So these are the coordinates of what? X and y. So we have minus 4 comma minus 1, then 2 comma 4. Okay, so these are the coordinates of what? X and y on this particular graph. All right, so where is our right option here? Where is our right option? Our right option is option D. Okay, you can see this is this here they said 4 and 2, which is what? Wrong. Okay, as I said, in arranging your coordinates, you don't start with y, you start with x. All right, the coordinates of a point, you start with x comma y. For this, you can see it was interchanged, so you might mistakenly start with y, and as you might mistakenly make this y and make this one x, which is very, very what? Wrong. Okay, the right way is to start with x and the next value by the side will be what? Your y. That's the way you write coordinates of a point. Okay, so this is just to test your knowledge on how to get the coordinates of a point. Okay, so our right option is this, which is option D. Question 45 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. Okay, this is the next question on the graph. Okay, it says, what is the name of the shape formed in the graph? Okay, option A says a kite. No, it's wrong. B says a rhombus. No, it's actually wrong. Then C says a rectangle. No, this shape is not a rectangle. The correct answer here is what? A trapezium. It is a trapezium because from here it just has one pair of parallel opposite sides. Okay, just one pair. For rhombus and kite, they have two pairs of parallel opposite what? Sides. Okay, so this is what? A trapezium. So question 46 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the plane shape with only pair of parallel sides is called. Definitely, you can see they are trying to further buttress if you knew question 45. Okay, so a plane shape with only a pair of parallel sides is what? A trapezium. Okay, it's not a circle, it's not a kite, it's not a triangle, it's what? A trapezium. Okay, because you have this and this is the pair of the parallel sides. Okay, so it is what? A trapezium. Question 47 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says find the slant height of a cone whose base diameter is what? 12 centimeter and its perpendicular height is 8 centimeters. So we have a cone here. Okay. All right. Okay. It says find the slant height. So we're looking for the slant height. This particular place from here to here. Our slant height, which will represent as what? L, capital letter L. Okay, of the cone. Okay, whose base diameter is what? 12 centimeter. Base diameter, that means from here to here is 12 centimeter. okay? To get the radius is half of what? Our diameter, right? So the radius is what? 6 centimeter, okay? Our radius is what? 6 centimeters, and it says its perpendicular height is 8 centimeter. This is the perpendicular height. That's a line from the top of the cone to the center of the base, okay, of the base of the cone. So this is what the height, perpendicular height, which is what? 8 centimeter, and we know our radius as what? 6 centimeter. Remember, in finding the slant height, it is what? L square is equal to what? R square plus H square, which we're looking for L square. We know our R square as what? 6 what square? As 6, so we have 6 square, and our height as what? 8, so we have what? 8 square. So this is L square. What is 6 square? This is what? 36 plus what? 8 square is what? 64. What is 36 plus 64? That will give us what? 100. And we have L square. To find the value of L, okay, alone, we have to what? Square root what? 100. So we square root what? 100. So what's the square root of 100? The square root of 100 is what? 10. So L is equal to 10. Our slant height is what? 10 centimeter. So our right option here is option C, which is what? 10 centimeter. Question 48 of our BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics past question. It says, dash is the set of all possible, this is possible outcomes of an experiment. Dash is a set of all possible outcomes of an experiment. Here it says dice, which is very wrong. Is this B? B says random, very wrong. C says probability. Probability is not the set of all possible outcomes of an experiment, okay? The set of all possible outcome of an experiment is what? A sample what? Space, okay? That's what it means, a sample space of that what? Experiment, okay? That gives you the set of all possible what? Outcome. It's just like when you have a data set, it's a sample space of all the outcome of whatever maybe experiment you're doing in the lab, okay? So our answer is what? Option A, which is what? A sample space is a set of all possible outcomes of an experiment. Question 49 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics past question. It says calculate y given the mean of this values is what? 27. So we have to calculate what? Y, okay? Given the mean of the value, okay, this is just of given or something. I really don't know what is a typo here, not too clear, okay? So but we have to calculate y. These values are correct, okay? Calculate y given the mean of this is what? 27. So how do you find your mean? First of all, your mean is what? 20 plus 2y plus 25 plus y plus 30 divided by how many data sets do we have? We have 1 2 3 4 5 divided by 5. It said is equal to what? 27. Given that the mean of this is what? 27. So this is the mean. We have to find y, okay? So from here, what do we do? Let us just cross multiply 5 here, take 5 up here, so we cross multiply. So we have here, and can we easily just add up everything here as we cross multiply? Can we do this, or I have to repeat this step? Okay, let me just write this down so you don't get confused, you follow me well, okay? So we have 27 times 5. So from here, let's simplify this. We have 20 plus 25 will give what, which will give us what? 45, and 45 plus 30 will give us what? 75. And here we have let's write this 75 down, and here we have 2y plus what? Y. What is 2y plus y? We have 3y. And what is 27 times 5? That will give us what? 135. Okay, that's 27 and 5. We have here this times this will give us what is this? That's 35. 5 carry 3, and 5 times 2 10 plus 30 plus 3 will give us what? 13. So 135. Okay, so here let's collect like terms. 3y will be here, will stay on this side. Since we're looking for y, take 75 to this other side, so we have 35. Taking 70 plus 75 to this side, we have a negative what? 75. So we have 3y is equal to this minus this will give us what? 60. Okay, so to get our y, we divide both sides by 3. This will cancel out. We have y is equal to 60. How many times will 3 go in 60? It's going to go 20 times. Okay, so we have y is equal to what? 20. So this is our answer, or that's to calculate why our y is equal to 20, and our right option here is option A. Question 50 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the sum of two numbers, okay, this is two numbers is 14. Okay, the sum of two numbers. Let us make these two numbers, I'll make them A and B, okay? This is the first number and this is second number. So the first statement says the sum of two numbers, which is what? A plus B is equal to what? 14. This is a word problem, okay? Now it says 5 times the first number. Okay, 5 times the first number, that's 5 times A. So let's write 5 times A, which is what? 5A, added to, this is 1/3. 1/3 added to, that's plus to 1/3 of the second number. 1/3 of what? B. So we have 1/3B is what? 28, equal to what? 28. Find the two numbers. You can see this now is a simultaneous equation from word problems. Okay, simultaneous equation in word problems, I mean. Okay, so what to find A and B. Okay, in simultaneous equation you can decide which to use, either substitution or elimination. Okay, I prefer to use elimination method because it's quite straightforward. All right, so let us simplify this particular equation. So here we have equation 1 and we have equation 2, but let's simplify this equation so it's easier for us. To simplify this, let's take out this particular denominator here, which is what? 3. Okay, we have 1/3b. In taking out this denominator here, we multiply everything on this equation by 3. Okay, so we have here, let's write this here. So we have 3 times 5a plus 3 times 1/3b equal to 3 times 28. Okay, so what are we going to have here? This times this will give us 15a, and this 3 will cancel out this 3. We have what? Plus b equal to, and 3 times what? 28 will give us what? 84. So we simplify this. So here we have a plus b equal to 14. Then we have 15a plus b equal to what? 84. So equation 1, equation 2. Okay, so from here I would love to cancel out plus b. Okay, that's this b here. Since it doesn't have any number in front of it, it's easy for us to cancel it out, so we look for a. So to cancel out, since this is positive and this is positive, I need to make this sign here what? Negative. Okay, I need to make the sign here negative. To make the sign here negative, I have to multiply equation 2 throughout by a negative sign. So that will be times what? Negative. So if I multiply by negative, this 15 will take a negative sign, this positive here will turn to a negative, and 84 will be a what? Negative. Okay, so from here we have a minus 15. To solve this now, we have a minus 15 will give us what? A minus what? 14a. Okay, where this will cancel out, since we have plus b minus b, which will give us a 0, equal to 14 minus 84. That's 14 minus 84. What would that give us? That will give us what? What's 14 minus 84? It will give us a what? Minus what? 70. So equal to a minus what? 70. So from here it is easy for us to what? Find our what? A. Okay, to find a, we divide both sides by minus what? 14. Divide by minus 14. So here minus 14 will cancel out this minus 14, and this minus sign will cancel out this minus sign. We're left with what? 14 divided by 70. What would that give us? If you punch in your calculator, 14 divided by 70 will give us what? A 5. So a is equal to 5. So since we know a is equal to 5, it's easy for us to get what? Our b. So we can substitute the value of a equal to 5 into equation 1. So where equation 1 is what? A plus B equal to 14. So putting the value of A as 5 so we can get B. Plus B equal to what? 14. So from here, B is equal to, take 5 to this other side, we have 14 minus 5. And what is 14 minus 5? 14 minus 5 is what? 9. So B is equal to 9. So therefore, A is equal to what? 5. And B is equal to what? 9. So our answer is what? 5 and 9. And our right option here is option B, which is what? 5 and 9. Okay, our right option is what? Option B. Question 51 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says Mohammed travels in a car from Lagos to Ibadan. His car uses 25 liters of fuel for a distance of 200 kilometers. Okay, that's 200 kilometers. He uses what? 25 liters. How many liters of fuel will be needed for a distance of 300 kilometers? So for a distance of 300 kilometers, what will be needed? X. Let's say it is X, okay? So from here, what is the value of X? All we need to do is what? So since 200 kilometers, he uses 25 liters for 300 for the same car, okay? For 300 kilometers, how many liters will he use? Definitely it's going to increase. So to get X here, let's just cross multiply, okay? So we have X times this times this. So we have 200 times what? X is equal to what? 300 times what? 25. So to get X alone is equal to what? 300 times 25 divided by what? 200. Where this 0 will cancel out this 0. Can 2 go into anything here? No, it can't. 3 times 25 will give us what? 75 over 2. Okay, so let's divide. How many times would 2 go in 75? In 7 it will go 3 times, remainder 1. Take this 1 here. In 15 it will go how many times? 7 times, remainder what? Remainder 1. That is remainder 1 over 2. So we have 37 and what? Half. And what is this half here? Half is what? 0.5. So our answer here is what? 37.5. Okay, that is 37 and half. All right, so our answer is what? 37.5 liters. That is what is going to use at a distance of what? 300 kilometer at the same rate and speed which it travels in the same car. All right, so our answer is what? 37.5 liters, and our right option here is option C. Question 52 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says find the highest common factors of this. Okay, what? Find highest common factors of this. You remember HCF? Okay, I think we've done HCF earlier on in this particular past question. So please do read up on HCF. Questions come out on HCF and LCM, but more on HCF. Okay. So here we have 18x squared y. Draw our lines. We have 12xy, and we have 24xy squared. Okay, so from here, what will be the first thing? Let's try our 2 and 2xy. Okay, 2xy can go. All right, in everything, you know, in HCF, you have to be able to whatever factor you're putting here must go in everything. Okay, it's not like LCM where it can go in 18 and not go in 12 and you can still continue, but HCF, it must go in everything here. Okay. All right, so we can do 2x what? Y. So 2xy in 18, let us use it. 2xy in 18x squared. Okay, that's 18x squared divided by what? 2xy. This y will cancel out this y. This x will cancel out 1x here. So we have left 1x, and 2 in 18 is what? 9. So we have left here as 9 what? X. So our answer here is what? 9x. Okay, now 12xy divided by 2xy. Okay, so what do we have? This xy will cancel out this xy, and 2 here 1, 2 here is what? 6. So we are left with what? 6. Here we have 24 xy squared divided by what? 2xy. This x will cancel out this x. Y will cancel out 1y here. We're left with 1y. 2 here, 1. 2 in 24 will give us what? 12. Okay, so here we're left with what? 12y. So our answer here is what? 12y. Okay, can any other thing go? Yes, something else can go. 3 can go in 9, in 6, and in 12. Okay, so we have 3. So we have 9x divided by 3. Here we have 3 will go here 1. 3 will go here many times? 3 times. We're left with what? 3x. So drop down 3x. What else again? Yeah, 3 in 6, that's simple. We have 2, okay, and 3 in 12, that's 12y divided by 3. 3 here 1, 3 here what? 4. So we're left with what? 4y. So our answer here is what? 4y. Can any other thing else go in these three values? Nothing else can go. Okay, so our answer is what? 2xy times 3, and that will give us what? 6xy. So this is what? The highest common factors of what? These three values here. So our answer is 6xy. And what is the right option here? Our right option is option D. Question 53 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says solve the equation this. So we have 17x minus 2 bracket 6x plus 1 equal to what? 8. Okay, so let us open up this bracket. So we have 17x minus 2 times 6x. We have what? Minus what? 12x. All right, that's 2 times 6 is 12, and drop, there's a x here, so we have a minus 12x, and minus 2 times plus 1. Okay, this is, I think there's nothing here, please. Minus 2 times plus 1 will give us what? A minus 2 equals what? 8. So from here, we can take our minus 2 to this side. All right, so we have 17x minus 12x is equal to what? 8. Taking minus 2 to this side, we have what? Plus 2. All right, so what is 17x minus 12x? That will give us what? 5x. Okay, and what is 8 plus 2? 8 plus 2 is what? 10. To get our x, we divide both sides by 5. So how many times would how many times would 5 go in 10 to go what? 2 times. So x is equal to what? 2. So our answer is what? 2. Alright, and what is our right option here? Our right option is option D. Okay, be careful with your sign. Don't just open up the bracket. Okay, don't just say 2 times 6 is 12 and just leave the sign there and say 2 times this is 2. So you make this a positive sign. Once you make this a positive sign, your answer will definitely change, and you will see the answer here in the option. So make sure what you're trying to test is your knowledge of opening brackets with a sign in front of it. That is the test here. Okay, so make sure you always know that this minus here is attached to this 2 here. So when you're opening up the bracket, you have to multiply everything in the bracket by this minus 2. Okay, all right. Question 54 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says solve the equation this. So we have 8x minus 6 is equal to what? 3x plus 4. They are still trying to test your knowledge of science too. Okay, and algebra. All right, so let's bring in, take the like terms, bring x to this side of the equation and take 6 to this other side. Okay, so we have 8x, bringing 3x here, we have minus 3x equal to, bringing minus 6 to this side, this is a plus 9, we have 9 plus what? 6. 9 plus 6. So what is 8x minus 3x? That will be 5x. And what is 9 plus 6? That is what? 15. To get x, we divide both sides by what? 5. Okay, so here we have x. In dividing 5 and 15, we'll go how many times? 3 times. So x is equal to 3. Our right option here is option B. Question 55 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says the instrument used for measuring, drawing, and confirming angles is called, definitely is a protractor. Okay, remember your protractor. Okay, like this with different angles. Okay, used for what? Confirming your what? Angles. Okay, so our right option here is option D. It's not a pair of your compass, it's not a pair of your dividers, it's not the ruler. Okay, it's your what? Protractor, which is used to measure, draw and confirm your what angles. Okay, so our right option is option D. Question 56 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says calculate the area of the diagram below. Okay, this diagram is what? A trapezium. Remember the formula for calculating the area of a trapezium. Okay, I hope you remember the formula. Please, you have to have this formula at heart. Okay, it is what? 1 over 2 bracket what? A plus B close bracket what? H, where A is this particular length from here to here, B is the bigger length, okay, and your H is what? The height. All right, the height from here to here. Okay, so from here we have 1 over 2. All right, the length from here to here is what? 6 plus the bigger length down here, that's from R to T, is what? 12 bracket, and our height of the trapezium is what? 6. So this is times what? 6. So from here we have 1 over 2. Let us solve what is in the bracket. 6 plus 8 plus 12 is what? 18, and we have times 6 here, so it's just simply everything, we're multiplying everything. This is a multiplication sign binding, so we can just say 1 over 2 times 18 times 6, where 2 here will go here 1, and 2 in 6 will go how many times? 3 times. Okay, and what is 18 times 3? 18 times 3 is what? 54. Okay, and our unit here is 54 centimeter square, since we're looking for what? Our area. Okay, so the answer is 54 centimeter square. This is our answer, and our right option here is option C. Question 57 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 Mathematics Past Question. It says calculate the total area of the shape shown above. Okay, this is an irregular shape, so we're to calculate what? The area. Okay, there are several ways to calculate the areas or perimeter of irregular shape, but the one I love best is breaking down the shape, okay, to smaller shapes. Okay, so from here you can see, if we break this down from here, this is a rectangle. If we break this down also, this is another rectangle, and this is also a rectangle. So we have the first rectangle, the second rectangle, and we have the third rectangle. Okay, so we'll find the area of this, the first one, second one, third one, and add them up together. That will give us what? Our total area of this what? Shape. Okay, so in finding the area of the first rectangle, what's the formula for finding the area of a rectangle? Area of rectangle, I hope you remember, area of rectangle is equal to what? Length times breadth. Okay, length times breadth. So from this rectangle here, let's draw this out. The first one. So this is what? The breadth, which is 3 centimeter, that's from here to here, and the length is from here to here, which is what? 7 centimeters. So the area of this rectangle is what? Our length 7 times 3, which will give us what? 21 centimeter square. Okay, this is a centimeter here, a centimeter here. When they multiply, we have a square. Okay, so the next shape is this. From here to here, let's draw it out. We have, this is our shape. So we know that from here to here is what? 6 centimeters given by our question. So from here to here is 6 centimeters, but we are not given from here to here. Okay, how do we then find from here to here? All right, we know that we have from here to here as what? 5 centimeters. All right, and also from here, the total length here is what? 7 centimeters. So it means that from here to here will be what? 7 minus what? 5 centimeters. So this will be what? 2 centimeters. I hope you understand this. Okay, this is, we're resolving this, the length from here to here. All right, where this from here to here is 7 centimeters, and the whole length from here to the bottom down is was sorry, this is 5 centimeters, and the whole length from the top to the bottom is was 7 centimeters. So therefore, to get this smaller length, it will definitely just be 7 minus 5 centimeters, which will be what? 2 centimeters. And when you add 5 plus 2, it will give us what? 7 what? Centimeters. So from here to here is what? 2 what? Centimeter. Okay, so definitely, what's this length? This area, the area of this shape, is what? Length times our breadth. And what's the length? It was 6 centimeters times our breadth is what, 2 centimeter. And what will this give us? This will give us 12 centimeter square. Okay, so we have this for the second shape. Now let's look at the third shape. This is the third shape. Sorry, not too straight. Okay, this is the breadth of the third shape, 3 centimeter, and this is the length, 7 centimeter. Okay, so from here you can see it's the same as this particular first rectangle. So from here our area is what, length times breadth, which will be what, 7 centimeter times 3 centimeter, and this will give us what, 21 centimeter square. Okay, and our total area will be of the shape is equal to what, 21 centimeter square plus 12 centimeter square plus 21 centimeter square. Okay, and also don't make the mistake of not calculating this final one. Okay, as I said from the beginning, you can have another method in which your teacher taught you how to calculate the area or perimeter of a irregular shape, but I feel this is the easiest. Just break down the shape into similar, as in smaller shapes, like a rectangle. If you had a square, just break it down to smaller shapes, and calculate each and every one of them. If it's the perimeter the question asks for, you calculate the perimeter of each and every one of them. Then when you finish up, you add them up. Okay, you sum them up. So when we add up all this, we're going to have what, this is what we have 21, we have 12, we have another 21. So this is 1 plus 2, 3 plus 1, 4. Then we have 2 plus 1, 3 plus 2 will give what, 5. So we have what, our answer is what, 54 centimeters square. So this is our answer. And what's our right option? Our right option is option A. Question 58 of the BECE WAEC 2019 mathematics past question. It says find the value of m degree in the figure below. Okay, we have this figure. If you remember, plane angles. Okay, and if you see these two angles here, what is this angle? Our rules on plane angles. Okay, these two angles here are what, corresponding angles. Okay, and it says that corresponding angles are equal. All right, so for us to get m, all we need to do is just equate this and this. Okay, so we have 4m plus what, 15 is equal to what, 5m minus 10. Since these angles are equal, they are corresponding angles. Okay, so we equate them, they are equal. That's why we have the equal to sign. This is equal to this. All right, so let's collect like terms. Okay, in collecting like terms, what do we do? Okay, so let's take 5m here. We have 4m. Taking plus 5m, we have a negative 5m equal to, we have a negative 10 here already. Taking this plus to this side, we have a negative what, 15. And this will be what, 4m minus 5m will give us a minus m equal to, this is minus 10 minus 20, minus 10 minus 15, which will give us what, a minus what, 25. From here, this minus sign can from here, this minus sign can cancel out this minus sign, all right? Because we have the same thing on the two sides of the equation, so this will cancel. So m is equal to 25 for degrees. So this is our answer, and our right option is option D. Question 59 of the BECE Junior WAEC 2019 mathematics past question. It says, how many triangles are there in a regular polygon of 20 sides? How many triangles? Remember, what is the sum of interior angles of a polygon? Okay, the sum of interior angles of a polygon is what? N minus 2 brackets multiplied by what? 180 degree. Alright? And when 180 degree represents what? A triangle. Remember, the sum of all angles in a triangle must equate to what? 180 degrees. So this 180 degrees represents what? A triangle. One triangle. So to know how many triangles are in a regular polygon of 20 sides, where definitely 20 sides is equal to our n. Okay, this is n. So all you need to do is say 20 minus, what is 20 minus times 180? What is 20 minus 2? That will give us what? 18. So we have 18 times what? 180 degrees. So it means we have 18 what triangles. This is what this expression means. We have 18 triangles in a regular polygon of what 20. Okay, as I said earlier, 180 degrees represents what a triangle. So we have 18 what triangles. So this 18 times 180 degree, it means we have what 18 triangles. Where, sorry, let me put this, where this 180 degrees represents what one triangle. So we have 18 times what 1, which is what 18. Okay, this is the way you find how many triangles is in a regular polygon. All right, so if for instance, if you're given how many triangles are in a regular polygon of 15, okay, all you need to do is say 15 minus 2, sorry, minus 2 times your 180 degrees. So what's 15 minus 2? That is what 13. Okay, so we have here 13 what triangles. All right, in a regular polygon of what 20 or 15 sides here. Okay, I just did this example so it would sink in. All right, so this is how you find how many triangles are in a polygon. Our answer for this question is 18 triangles, and our right option here is option B. Question 60 of the BECE Junior Y 2019 Mathematics Past Question, it says a statistical survey shows that 3 out of every 10 women wear size 14 dress. What is the probability that a woman chosen at random does not wear a size 14? Okay, so 3 out of every 10 women wear a size 14 dress. 3 out wears. So it means 7 out. 7 out of the remaining, right? 7 out of every 10 women do not wear. Do not wear what size, what 14 dress. That's what it means. If 3 out of every 10 women wear size 14, the remaining, which is what 10 minus 3, which is what 7. So 7 out of every 10 women do not wear size 14 dress. Okay? So it says, what is the probability that a woman chosen at random does not wear a size 14? So definitely remember, probability is what? Probability is equal to your your number of required outcome over what? Your number of what possible outcome. Okay, so our number of required outcome is what we're looking for, the probability that a woman chosen at random does not wear. So our required outcome is what 7, and our possible outcome is what 10. Okay, which is the total what women. All right, so 10. So our answer is what 7 over 10. This is our answer, because we can't break anything. Nothing can go in 7 and also go in 10. So we have to leave our answer as what 7 over 10. And our right option here is option B. Question 1 of the Junior WAEC, that's your BECE 2020 Mathematics Past Question. It says, what is the value of the number 8 in the number 142.68? Okay, so what's the value? All right, you know this is place value. Okay, I hope you remember place value from the decimal point here. You know 8 is after the decimal point. From the decimal point here, this first number is your tens, while the second number is your what hundreds. Okay, if you have another number, it's your thousands. You know, you have to add the ths. Okay, but when you have tens, hundreds, it's for numbers before the decimal point, like this 2. Okay, this number here, this like this 2 is your unit. Okay, while this 4 will be your tens, and this one here will be your hundreds. Okay, you need to know your place value. Okay, all right, so for this question, the value of the number 8 in this number, that is after the decimal point, is what 100. So our right option here is option D, hundreds. Okay, don't forget the th what s. All right, question 2 of the Junior WAEC 2020, that's your BECE Mathematics Past Question. It says determine the mode this set of numbers. So we have this set of numbers. I hope you remember the mode. Mode means the highest in frequency. Okay, the number that occurs frequently. All right, that has the highest in what frequency, that has the highest in frequency. Now you can see this from this set of numbers. We have 4, 7, 5, 8, 5, 10. Now the number that appeared frequently most is what? 5. It appeared 2 times. No other number appeared twice. All right, so the mode, okay, from this set of number is what? 5. All right, don't confuse the mode with the median. All right, the mode is for frequency, the highest in frequency. Okay, while the median, you know, for the median you have to arrange the numbers in a ascending order, then find the middle number. Okay, so don't confuse your mode and median. All right, the mode again is the highest in what? Frequency, and our right answer here is option B. Question 3 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which of these quadrilaterals does not have its diagonals perpendicular to each other? Which of these quadrilaterals does not have its diagonals? Okay, remember, what are the diagonals? They are for the square. When you have a square like this, okay, the diagonal is this, the line from this particular edge to this edge, and this edge to this edge. Okay, so for a square, okay, the diagonal bisects. Okay, bisect means cut through each other in angle what? 90 degrees. Okay, that means diagonals is what? Perpendicular towards each other. All right, bisect each other at angle 90 degrees. When you hear perpendicular, it is what? Angle 90. So this is angle 90, this is angle 90, this is what? Angle 90. Okay, for your kite, you have your kite way, and these are the diagonals. This one, the first one, and the second one, and they also bisect each other at what? Angle 90 degrees. Okay, so it's the kite by the quadrilateral that bisects at what? 90 degrees. Then for your rhombus, you know, your rhombus has all sides what? Equal, not like the kite. The kite just has the adjacent sides what? Equal. All right, but rhombus, all sides are what? Equal. Now for the rhombus, it also, the diagonals, which is 1 and 2, okay, bisects each other at what? Angle what? 90 degrees. All right, so it says, which of these quadrilaterals does not have its diagonals perpendicular to each other? Okay, it is none of this, because each of them, the square, the kite, the rhombus, which are quadrilaterals, they all bisect each other at angle 90 degrees. So the right option here is what? None of this. Okay, so this is our answer, as all these bisect each other at angle 90 degrees. That's the diagonals are what? Perpendicular to each other. Okay, remember, these are your diagonals, the lines inside it. All right, the lines inside the shape are the diagonals. All right, and they bisect at what? And they are what? Perpendicular to each other, which means they bisect each other at what? Angle 90 degrees. Question 4 of the Junior WAEC BECE 2020 Mathematics Pass question. It says, if today is Tuesday, what day of the week will it be in 18 days time? Okay, today is Tuesday. All right, Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. What day of the week will it be in 18 days time? You can just, to get this easily, all right, how many sevens can we get out of 18? We can get 2 sevens, right? 2 sevens plus what? 4 days, right? Okay, so it means two sevens, that's 2 weeks. All right, we'll get another Tuesday, okay, this is what? 14 days. Then for us to get the 4 days, then we'll now count from Tuesday. We have Wednesday. Okay, I'm going to abbreviate this. We have Wednesday, we have Thursday, we have Friday. All right, then the final day we have what? Saturday. Okay, so these are answers. So Saturday. So if today is Tuesday, what day of the week will it be in 18 days time? In 18 days time, you can get 7 days, and you know, you can get 2 7 days, which is 2 weeks. All right, plus 4 days. So you take out the 2 weeks, which is back to back, a Tuesday to a Tuesday, then another Tuesday to a Tuesday. It completes the 2 weeks. Then you count the remaining 4 days, and this is the remaining 4 days: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So if today is Tuesday, in 18 days time, in 18 days time, the day of the week will be what? Saturday. So our right option here is option A. Question 5 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE. It says simplify this. Okay, so we have to simplify this. That's in base 2 minus this in base 2. So we have, how many are they? We have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can arrange them. Okay, so we have 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0. Okay, since there's both 6 numbers, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1 in base 2, in base 2. We're subtracting in base 2. Okay, so this is 0 minus 1. We have to carry, you can't subtract 1 from 0, so you have to borrow a 1 from here. And remember, it's base 2. When you borrow a 1, that 1 would be what? 2. Okay, so we have here 2. So we have 2 minus 1 will give us what? 1. What are we left with here? We've taken a 1 already, so here we are left with just what? 0. So 0 and 0 minus 0 is what? 0. Here, this is a 1 minus 1. We have a 0. Now here again, this is a 0 minus 1. You can't do that. You can't take away 1 from 0. Okay? We have to borrow a 1, and that 1 you borrow is a 2. You remember, this is base 2. When you're doing subtraction on just ordinary numbers, that's your base 10. Okay, you see that when you borrow a 1, that 1 is a 10. I hope you remember that. Okay, but here this is base 2. All right, your normal numbers, digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's in base, that's base 10, but this here is base 2. That's why when you borrow a 1, that 1 is a 2. In the other base 10, when you borrow a 1, that 1 is a what? 10. Okay, I hope you remember that. So we borrow a 1 here, so the 1 here becomes what? 2. So we have 2 minus 1 will give us what? A 1. What is left here? What is left here will be 0. So 0 minus 0 is 0. And here we have 1 minus 1 is what? Is 0. So our final answer here is 1001 in base 2. So this is our answer. And what's our right option? Our right option is option A. Okay, so whatever base you're given, if it's base 3 and you're told to subtract the number you're going to carry, it will be 3. Okay, if it's base 8, the number you carry, okay, to just the way we did, the number you carry to this will be what? 8. Okay, so don't forget that. Question 6 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says simplify this. Okay, so we have to open up the brackets, we distribute. All right, so here we have 6 in parentheses x minus 2y minus 3. We have in parentheses 2x, that's in your bracket, plus what? Y, close the bracket. Okay, so let's open up this bracket now. So we do 6 times x, that's 6x. 6 times minus 2y, we're going to get a minus what? 12y. 6 times 2 is 12, and times y, we have 12y. Now here we do what? This minus 3, don't leave out minus. Okay, don't just use only 3. Okay, that's you're going to get the wrong answer if you just use only 3. This is where students make a mistake. And you guess what? If you make that mistake of just using only 3 to multiply everything here, you'll find the wrong answer in your option and you get it wrong. But don't leave out this negative here. All right, so it's going to be negative 3 times 2x. That will give us what? A negative what? 6x. Then a negative 3 times plus y, that will give us what? A negative 3y. Okay, you see that if you leave out this negative here, you will just do 3 times y and you get a positive 3y here. And if you resolve that way, the answer is here. Okay, but don't leave out this negative in front of 3. Okay, you have to use it to multiply, distribute it into this what? Bracket. Okay, so here let's collect like terms. So the like terms as the variables with x together and the variables with y together. So here we have 6x. We'll move it. This is a negative 6x, so we have negative 6x. Then we have negative 12y and negative what? 3y. Okay, 6x minus 6x, that will give us what? Is 0. So we're left with minus 12 minus 3y. And what is minus 12 minus 3y? We are going to add and our answer will be negative. Okay, so 12 plus 3, that will be 15. y, then our answer will be what? In negative. Okay, so our final answer here is minus 15y. All right, and our right option here is option B. Question 7 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which of the statements is true? A. All parallelograms are rhombuses. B. All kites are parallelograms. C. All rhombuses are parallelograms. And D. Kites are rhombuses. Now you must first of all know what examples of what parallelograms, okay? And parallelograms can be your rhombus. Remember your rhombus has all sides equal, okay? Can also be a rectangle. A parallelogram can also be a rectangle, okay? And also what? A square. All right, this is a square. All right, so these are parallelograms. All right, so parallelograms can be a rhombus, can be a rectangle, and can be a square. All right, so the question says which statement is true. So this says all parallelograms are rhombuses. This is wrong. This is a wrong statement, okay? Because a parallelogram can be a rhombus, it can be a square, it can be a rectangle, okay? B says all kites are parallelograms. Kites are not parallelograms, okay? One more thing I forgot to ask, why a rhombus, a rectangle, and a square are parallelograms and why kite is not, okay? Why it is because for parallelograms, the opposite angles are what? Equal. All right, this opposite angle is equal to this. These opposite angles, they are equal. For the rectangle also, opposite angles are equal. Opposite angles are equal. And this is also for the square. The opposite angles are what? Equal. But for a kite, you know, a kite, this is a kite. A kite has the two adjacent sides equal, but the opposite angles are not equal. That's why a kite is not a parallelogram. All right, and a parallelogram always has four sides. All right, not more than four. A parallelogram is a quadrilateral. All right, so for kites, this is wrong. All kites are not a parallel because it's never it's not a parallelogram. Okay, now for C, it say all rhombuses are parallelogram. This is a what? Correct statement. Okay, not all parallelograms are rhombuses because a parallelogram can be a rhombus, it can be a rectangle, and it can be a square. Okay, so the right answer here is option C. All right, D says kites are rhombuses, which is very, very wrong. A kite has just the two adjacent sides equal, while a rhombus, this is a rhombus has all sides what? Equal. All right, so this is wrong, and this is what? Wrong. Okay, this is the right answer. So you need to know your shapes and their properties. All right, so because it comes out a lot, so you need to know this. All right, so the right option for this, number 7, is what? C. Question 8 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question, it says find the amount on 800 Naira for 1 year at what? 10%. Remember, what's the formula for amount? Amount is equal to what? Principal plus what? Your what? Interest. Okay, make sure you know this formula. All right, so we know the principal but we don't know the interest, and remember the formula for your simple interest, that's your interest, is equal to what? PRT over 100, where from here we know our P as 800, we know our rate as what? 10%, and our time T as what? 1. So let's put in the values here. So we have 800 times 10 times 1 divided by 100. Okay, so we're going to cancel out this 0 here, this 0, so we're left with what? 80. Okay, so our interest is what? 80 Naira. So it's easy for us to get our amount now. So amount is equal to principal plus interest. So A is equal to P plus what? I, which is equal to 800 Naira plus what? 80 Naira, and that would give us what? 880 Naira. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option D. Question 9 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question, that's your BECE exam. It says express this to the nearest thousand. This is 2,966,739. to the nearest thousand. So you can see with the nearest thousand from here, this is 2,966,000. So it's from here, okay, from this point here, 966,000 to the nearest thousand. So from this point here, we check the next number. Is it greater than 5? Yes, it is greater than 5. So we can approximate a 1 to add up to this. So we now have 2,967,000 and 967,000. Okay, so this should be approximation to the nearest 1,000. All right, so this is the right answer. All right, so and our right option here is option C. So you check the 1,000. Okay, the 1,000 is from here. That's 966,000. Okay, so after the 1,000 value, we do what? We check for the next value. Is it greater than 5 or equal to 5? Yes, it is greater than 5. So we can approximate a 1 to add to this 6 here, which gave us 2,967,000. I wanted to say naira, but there's no unit here. Our right answer is what? Question 10 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question. That's your BECE exam. It says a sales boy earns 3,000 naira per week. Each week he spends 3x on food, okay, 2x on rent, and saves the rest. How much does he save in a week? Okay, how much does he save in a week? So he earns this per week. Each week he spends this on food, this on rent, and the rest he saves. So it means this plus this plus this would give us what? The 3,000 naira per week. So let's do this together. So we have 3x, okay, naira 3x plus naira 2x plus let's say what he saves, let's make it as what? S, okay, unknown, we don't know, is equal to what? 3,000 naira. So how much does it save in a week? So we're looking for this S. So let's add up this, then take it to the other side. So we isolate S, make S the subject of formula, and that will give us the value for S. So this plus this is what? Naira 5x plus what? S equal to naira 3,000. So take this 5x to this side. What do we have? We have S is equal to, that's the save, what he saves is equal to what? 3,000 naira minus what? 5x. Okay, 5x what? Naira. So this is the answer. Okay, all right, so you can see from my option they brought out the naira, so we can bring out the naira. So we have the naira out, okay, because it's common. Then we have 3,000 minus what? 5x. Okay, so this is how we get how much he saves in a week. So this is the answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 11 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question, that's your BECE exam. It says a student is picked at random from a class containing 17 boys and 13 girls. What is the probability that the student is a girl? Okay, so we're looking for the probability that the student is a girl. Don't forget your probability formula. Okay, let me abbreviate this. Probability is equal to what? Your required outcome, that is what you're told to look for, okay, over the possible outcome. Okay, so from here, our required outcome, we're told what the question is asking us is, what's the probability that the student is a girl? So how many girls do we have? We have 13 girls. So our required outcome here is what? 13. Then what is our possible outcome? Okay, our possible outcome is the total number of students, okay, in the class. That's our possible outcome, and the total number of students in the class is what? 17 boys and 13 girls. That is 17 plus 13, and what will this give us? 7 plus 3, that's 10. We drop a 0, carry 1, and 1 plus 1, 2, plus another 1, we have 3. So the possible outcome, that the total number of students in that class is what? 30. So we have here 30. Can we reduce this? No, we cannot. Okay, so our final answer is what? 13 over 30. So this is the probability that the student is a girl. And our right option here is option D. Question 12 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the diagram above shows a village V. Okay, this is the village V, which is 8 kilometers on a bearing of, this is a 3-digit bearing, on a bearing of 40 degrees, okay? V, which is 8 kilometers on a bearing of 40 degrees from a point O. That's from a point O. V is on a bearing of what? 40 degrees, okay? And the distance is what? 8 kilometers, okay? All right, it now says, it's now asking us to what? Calculate how far the village is north of O. Okay, calculate how far the village, this village is. What's the north? It says north of O. This is O here. The north of O, we're going to have a straight line. Okay, you know, this is you know, drawing your cardinal point, we have this, okay, where from here to here is 40 degrees on or V is on the bearing of 40 degrees from O. Okay, now north of O is this straight line here, perpendicular line. All right, so this is the north of O. So let's say this is N. All right, the north of O. It says calculate how far the village is north of O. So how far the village is north of O. So the distance from this north of O to here, how far the village is from here to here. That's what's asking us to look for, okay? How far the village is north of O. And where is the north of O? This is the north of O, a straight line drawn, okay? Then the distance from the village to from the north of O is what we're told to look for. So let's say this is what X. Remember, this is a right angle triangle. That means we have to apply a trig rule, so which is what? So ka toi. Okay, so here this is our angle here, so it means this is our opposite. Is that not it? This is a hypotenuse and this is our adjacent. Okay, so since we have 8 here, we have a value here, so let us use, and we have our angle, so we have to use these two sides. Okay, if we're using these two sides, that is opposite and hypotenuse, you go to your trig formula. Where do we have opposite and hypotenuse is what? Sine. Okay, so we do sine 40 is equal to, what is our opposite? Our opposite here is what? X, and our hypotenuse is what? 8. Okay, so what do we do? To get our X, we'll cross multiply this, so 8 here. So we have sine 40 times 8 is equal to what? X. And we've been given a hint here that sine 40 is this. So we have 0.6428 times what? 8. And this would, which is equal to X. So X is equal to, so we say X is equal to 0.6428 times 8. Punching your calculator, you should have 5.1424. Okay, and we can approximate this, since this is approximated to just one decimal place, so we have what? 5.1 kilometers. So this is our answer, and our right option is option C. Question 13 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the diagonals of a rhombus are 8 centimeters and 6 centimeters in length. Calculate its perimeter. So a rhombus, has all sides equal. Okay, that's a rhombus. Okay, it has all sides equal. All right, and it says the diagonal, so from here to here is 8 centimeters, and from here to here is also is 6 centimeters. So we have this. So if this is 8 centimeters, it's equal. Okay, so it will divide into 2. So we have 4 centimeters here and 4 centimeters here. Then the length, the second diagonal is 6 centimeters. So this will be 3 centimeters and 3 centimeters. Okay, that will divide into 2 equal parts. Okay, all right. So it says calculate its perimeter. Now to get the perimeter, perimeter is not the diagonal. The diagonal is inside the rhombus. So the perimeter are the sides of, we have to add up the sides of the rhombus. Okay, we have 4 sides on the rhombus, so we have to look for this particular side, and once you get to this side, you've gotten all the side, because each side of the rhombus is what equal. So from here we can apply, it's the diagonals bisect each other at angle 90 degrees, so we can apply Pythagoras theorem here, where we're looking for our hypotenuse. We have our opposite, 4 square, hypotenuse square, plus what, 3 square. These are adjacent. Okay, so 4 square is what, 16, plus what, 9, which is what, 25. So these are hypotenuse square. To get a hypotenuse alone, what do? We square root what, 25, which will give us what, 5 centimeters. So if this side is 5 centimeter, definitely this side is also 5 centimeter, this side is 5 centimeter, and this side is 5 centimeters. So to calculate the perimeter is just to add up all these 4 sides. So we have 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5, and that will give us what, 20 centimeter. Okay, so our answer is what, 20 centimeter. The right option here is option B. Question 14 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says express this 341, this is 6, as a number in base 10. So we have 341 in base 6 as a number in base 10. I hope you know how to, convert a base to another base, especially from any base to base 10. So the first thing is you have to get the powers of your 6. So you number from the your last digit on your right. You say 0, 1, and 2. So we do this. For this we have 3 times 6 raised to the power 2. Okay, that's the power that your base will be raised up to, plus 4 times 6 raised to the power 1, then plus 1 times 6 raised to the power 0. So we have here 3 times what, 6 raised to the power 2 is 36, plus 6 raised to the power 1 is 6, that's times 6, then plus 1, 6 raised to the power 0 is what, 1. Alright, what is 3 times 36? Punching your calculator, you're going to have 108, plus 4 times 6, you're going to have 24, plus 1 times 1 is what, 1. And when you punch your calculator, we add up all these values, we are going to have 133. So this is our answer. Alright, so and our right option here for this number in base 6 to base 10 is 133, which is option C. Question 15 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the angles of a triangle are in the ratio 2, 3, 4. What is the size of the smallest angle? Okay, this is ratio. So what is the size of the smallest angle? So, and it says the angles of a triangle are in this ratio. All right, so when you have a triangle, what's the total angle in a triangle is what, 180. Is that not it? The total angle in a triangle is 180. So what do we do to get the angle of any of the ratios here? Okay, so what is the total ratio here? We have 2 plus 3, which is 5, and plus 4, that is 9. So total ratio is 9. So to get the angle of 2, we have what, 2 divided by 9 times the total angles of a triangle, which is what, 180. That's how we're going to get this first angle. And when we do this, 9 will cancel here, 1, 9 in 180 we'll go what, 20 times. So this will give us what, 40 degrees. Let's do that of 3. What will be the angle of 3? 3 over 9 times 180. This 1, and in 180, 20, and this times this is what, 60. Then we have 4 over 9 times what, 180. 9 would go in here 20 times, and 4 times this is what, 80. Okay, and you see that when you add up all these angles, you are definitely going to get what, 180. That's the sum of angles in a triangle. So we are correct by this. Now from this, what is the smallest size? What is the size of the smallest angle? From here, these are the angles of the 3 sides. The smallest angle is what, 40 degrees. So our right option is option B. Question 16 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which of the following is not a graphical presentation of data? Which of the following is not? Okay, so we're looking for that which is not a graphical representation of data. Okay, it says A says bar chart, definitely bar chart is. Okay, B says histogram, yes. Remember a bar chart, you have bars like this. There's a space, okay, space between bar charts, all right, but for histogram there are no spaces. Okay, for histogram there's no space between the bar. All right, that's the difference between a bar chart and histogram. Bar line, okay, there's nothing like bar line for graphical presentation of data. This is wrong, this is very wrong. And this pictogram, and pictogram are used, it uses pictures to represent data. Okay, just like in your primary maths where you have, several apples drawn for you, okay, to add up with another several apples and all that. Okay, so it uses pictures to represent what data. Okay, so this and this are graphical presentations of data, but there's nothing like bar line. So the right option here is option C, bar line. Question 17 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, it says expand this. So we're to do 2a minus 3 bracket 3a plus 5. All right, so how do we expand this? Well, first of all, do 2a times 3a, that will give us what, 6a squared. Then the next thing we do 2a times what, 5, and that will give us what, positive 5. 2a times positive 5, that will give us a positive 10a. Then the next thing we do this minus 3 times 3a, that will give us a negative what, 9a. Then we do minus 3 times plus 5, that will give us a negative what, 15. All right, so let's simplify this. This is 10a and 9a. We can simplify this, so plus 10a minus 9a, that will give us a positive a. Okay, so we have 6a squared plus what, a, then minus 15. You should understand how to add sign numbers. All right, it's very key and critical in maths. All right, you need to know how to add sign numbers. All right, so our final answer here is what, 6a squared plus what, a minus 15. So this is our answer. And where is our right option? Our right option is option D. Question 18 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, what is the median of the following set of numbers? So we have these numbers, we're told to find the median. All right, so we have to arrange them in ascending order. So the lowest, that's from the ascending order means the lowest to the what, highest. We're looking at the median. All right, that's the middle number. So we start with 2. So we have 2 here, comma, we have another 2. All right, don't make the mistake of just representing it with just 1, 2, okay, and you don't add the second one. No, you have to add up the second one. All right, we have to, when we arrange, we have to have the same set of numbers as we have here. All right, so we have 2 here, we have 2 here. The next highest number is what, 3, and we just have 1 3. The next is what, 4, and we have 2 4s here, so we have 4 comma 4. The next is what, 5, we just have 1 5. The next is 6, just 1 6, and the next is what, 8. So let's count to make sure. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 numbers. So how many do we have here? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so we have 8 numbers, and this is an even set of numbers, 8. So it means our middle numbers will fall between what, 2 numbers. Okay, if for instance we count and we had 7 numbers, our middle number would just fall on 1 number. Okay, now when your middle numbers are 2, all you need to do is add up these 2, whatever the numbers are, and divide by 2. So we do here 4 plus 4 divided by 2, which is what, 8 divided by 2. And what's 8 divided by 2? That is what, 4. So our answer is what, 4. And our right option here is option C. Question 19 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. It says Each interior angle of a regular polygon is what? 150 degrees. How many sides has the polygon? Alright, so we have to remember the theorem here that states that the sum of interior angles of a polygon, okay, polygon is equal to what? N minus 2 in parentheses multiplied by what? 180, okay? 180 multiplied by this parenthesis where n is the number of sides, okay? So, but from here, it says each interior angle of the regular polygon is 150, all right? So, each angle is 150. So, it means that the sum of the interior angle of that polygon, where we don't know the sides, we're looking for the sides, okay? It's what? N times what? 150. That will give us the sum of the interior angle of the polygon, because here we've been given that what? Each angle of the polygon is 150 degrees. So to get the total sum of the interior angle of that polygon is what? N times 150. That's the number of sides of the polygon times 150 will give us the sum of the interior angle of that polygon. Okay, so we have n times 150 equal to what? N minus 2 in parentheses what? 180 multiplied by 180. So here we can easily solve for n. Okay, so n times 150 is what? 150n equal to, opening up this bracket, 180 times n, we have 180n minus 180 times minus 2 will give us what? In minus 360. Okay, from here, what do? Let's take 180 to this side. So we have 150n minus 180n equal to negative 360. 150n minus 180n will give us a negative 30n equal to a negative 360. Okay, divide both sides by negative 30, divide by negative 30. Okay, we have n, this negative will cancel out this negative, this 0 will cancel out this 0, and 3 in 36 will go how many times? 12 times. So n is equal to what? 12. Okay, so our number of sides, which is n, is equal to 12, and our right option here is option C. Question 20 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says find the values of B and M in the figure below. Okay, so we have to find the values of B and M. All right, okay, from here, you know, this is two parallel lines. All right, and when you have this angle and this angle, it means they are corresponding, right? These are two corresponding angles, and corresponding angles are what? Equal. So we have 4m plus 15 is equal to what? 5m minus 10. So let's get our m. Bring this 5m here, collecting like terms. We have a negative 5m equal to, we have a negative 10 here. Taking a plus 15 to this side, we have a negative 15. So a negative 15. So what is 4m minus 5m? That will give us a negative m. And what is negative 10, negative 15? That will give us what? A negative what? 25. Here the negative can cancel out the negative, and we have m is equal to what? 25. So this is our value of m. Now let us find the value of b. Now we know that this is b, and b is opposite this angle. We're still dealing with what? Parallel lines. All right, two parallel lines. All right, so it means this and this is opposite. So opposite angles are what? Equal. So we have b is equal to what? 4m plus 15, and we've gotten our m as 25. So let's put in our value of m here. So b is equal to 4 times what? 25 plus 15. And what is 4 times 25? That's 100. 100 plus 15. And what will that give us? That will give us 115 degrees. So this is also in degrees. So m is 25, while b is what? 115. So our value of b, and okay, this is our right option, which is option A. B has 115 degree and m has 25 degree. Question 21 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, what is the reciprocal of this? Reciprocal of 0.25. When you just hear reciprocal, it's just 1 divided by whatever number, and here we have a decimal number, which is what? 0.25. all right, and which is this. So we have 1, this 0.25 converting to fraction, it will be what? 25. You know, you will shift that decimal place 2 times. When you shift your decimal place 2 times, it means you have to divide by 100. So we have, wherever your decimal point is, you have a 1. Then when you shift 1, 2, we add 2 zeros. So we have 25 over 100. Okay? And what does this mean? This means 1 divided by what? 25 over 100. And this means changing this division to multiplication, we have 1 times what? You invert. So we bring 100 up and bring 25 down. So we have 100 over 25. So here we can divide, right? We can reduce this. 100 divided by 25 will go how many times? That's 1 times what? 4. And what is 1 times 4? That is what? 4. Okay? Or 4 points, the same as what? 4.0. And our right option here is option D. Question 22 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which is the smallest number by which 24 must be multiplied to give a perfect square? Which is the smallest number? So we just try out all these options here. Okay, so let's start from the smallest number, of course. The smallest number here is 6. So let's multiply 24 times 6 to see if it will give us a perfect square. You know what a perfect square is? So we know what a perfect square is. That's something that, you know, when we square root, we can get a single whole number. Whichever number that we can find the square root that will give us a single whole number, okay, that's a perfect square. All right, so here we have 24 times 6. Let's multiply this. So we have 6 times 4, that's 24. So we put a 4 carry 2. And 6 times 2, that's 12, and 12 plus 2, that's what? 14. Okay, so we have 144, and definitely we can find the square root of 144. Okay, and it will give us a whole number, which is what? 12. Remember, 12 times 12 is equal to what? 144. All right, so this gives us what? A perfect what? Square. All right, and our right option here is option what? 6. Okay, 6 is the smallest number by which 24 must be multiplied to give a perfect what? Square. All right, so this is the right option since 6 is the smallest number here. Question 23 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says factorize c squared plus 8c plus 12. Okay, it says we should factorize this. Okay, 8c completely. All right, I hope you remember factorization. All right, for factorization, the quickest, easiest way, open two brackets. Okay, put c, the variable, put c here. Then we now check. We come to 12. This positive 12 here plus 12. We'll now check for the factors of 12 that we can add or subtract to give us plus 8. Okay, to give us plus 8. So the factors of 12 are 2, we have 3, we have 4, 6, yes, and 12. Okay, so these are the factors of 12. So which ones can we add or subtract to give us 8? Okay, we can use 6 and 2 and 6. Okay, we can't use 3 and 4 because this will give you 7. Okay, but we can use 2 and 6. 2 plus 6 is what? 8. Okay, and you know this is a positive 8, so we use a positive 2, a positive what? 6. And when you multiply this, positive 2 times positive 6, it must give you what? A positive what? 12. Okay, so it's confirmed that we can use this positive 2 and positive what? 6. So we put them into the bracket. We start with the smallest, with the smaller number, so we have plus 2 and what? Plus 6. So this is your answer, c plus 2 in brackets, then another bracket, c plus 6. So this is the answer, and the right option here is option B. Question 24 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says calculate the vertical angle of an isosceles triangle if one of its base angle is 48 degrees. Remember, an isosceles triangle has how many sides? Or has two sides equal. That's here, two sides equal. So and it says if one of its base angle is what, 48 degrees. So if this is 48 degrees, remember isosceles triangle, if one base angle is 48 degrees, the other base angle is also what, 48 what degrees. For an isosceles triangle, the base angles are what, equal. Okay, so this is testing your knowledge on properties of your types of triangle. So you must know what an isosceles triangle is. A equilateral triangle has 3 sides equal. Isosceles triangle has just 2 sides equal, and the base angles are equal. Okay, so if they give you one of the base, it means the other base is what, 48 what degrees. So we are told to calculate the vertical angle, which is this angle x. And remember, the sum of angles in the triangles will give us what, 180. So we have x plus 48 plus 48 will be equal to what, 180 degrees. So it's easy for us to get x. So x plus 48 plus 48 will give us 96. Okay, equal to 180 degrees. So to get x, we take 96 to this side. We have x is equal to 180 minus 96. And when you subtract that, what are we going to have? We're going to have 84. So x is equal to what? 84 degrees. So this is our vertical angle here. Is equal to what? 84 degrees. All right. And our right option here is option A. Question 25 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says express this in standard form. Okay, in standard form, that is in tens, 10 raised to a power. Okay, so to express this, we have 5, 7, 1, 6, 0, 0. So from your left hand side, we'll count to know how many powers are 10 will be raised to. We'll count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You stop here, 5. So we have 5.716 times 10 raised to power what, 5. Because we move the decimal point how many times? 5 times. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it will be 10 raised to power 5. So this is our answer. And where is our right option here? Our right option is option B. Question 26 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says, what is the scale used in the x-axis in the graph above? So this is our x-axis. Okay, so this is testing your skill on knowing your coordinate points, knowing everything about your graph, your axis. All right, where is your x-axis, where is your y-axis, how to identify them. All right, so we're looking at the x-axis. The x-axis is a horizontal line, while your y-axis is a vertical line. So this is our x-axis. So it says, what is the scale used? Now from here, this is a 1 centimeter to 1 unit. Now why 1 centimeter? Because the space from here to here is 1 centimeter. Then why do I say 1 unit? Because you have from 0 to 1, the difference is 1 unit. From 1 to 2, the difference is 1 unit. 2 minus 1 is 1. The difference from 2 to 3 is also 1 unit. 3 minus 2 is what? 1. For some graphs, you might see this might be 0, and you see here 5, you see here 10, you see here 15, you see here 20. Now in this instance where you have 0, 5, 10, 15, okay, the scale, first of all, the measurement is what, 1 centimeter. Then the unit is what, 5 units, because the difference from 0 to 5 is 5. The difference from this 5 to 10 is 5. So in this case, this example I'm giving is 1 centimeter to 5 units. But our question here, okay, I'm doing this to clarify your understanding of units, what unit is. Okay, so let me give another example. Sometimes you can have 0, it might be 2, 4, 6, and 8. Okay, here it is 1 centimeter to 2 units. Okay, because the difference from 0 to 2 is what, 2, and from 2 to 4 is 2, 4 to 6 is 2. So that's why it's called 2 units. Okay, why centimeter is a measurement on the graph. It's a small box from that will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 1 centimeter. Okay, if you add another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will be 2 centimeter. Okay, but here it is from here to here, which is what 1 centimeter. Okay, so from our question, this is a 1 centimeter to 1 unit on the x-axis. Okay, which also is the same here, 1 centimeter to what 1 unit. Okay, so and our right option here is what option A. Question 27 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says the ages of the children in a football team are all this. Calculate their mean age correct to 1 decimal place. So to calculate the mean, how many children do we have in a team? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there are 11 children. So we're going to add up all their ages and divide by 11. So we have 10 plus 11 plus 9 plus 11 plus 12 plus 13. We're here plus 9 plus 11 plus 10 plus 12 and plus 11, our final 11, then divide by what? 11. Okay, when you add up all this number, you should get 9 divided by 11. And when you divide this, you should get what? 10.81. But our question says correct to what? 1 decimal place. Okay, that's what our question says, correct to 1 decimal place. So from here, we count, this is our decimal, then it says 1 decimal place. We'll count the first number, which is just 1. Okay, then we look at the second number. Is it equal to 5 or greater than 5? It is not equal to 5 or greater than 5, so we can approximate a 1 here. So we now finally have 10.8. okay, this to be 10.8 correct to what? 1 dp. Yes. Alright, so this will be our answer, and our right option here is option C. Question 28 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says if x varies inversely as y. Let us interpret this together. X varies inversely as what? Y. That's 1 over y. And x is equal to 10 when y is 15. Find the value of y when x is what? 25. So first of all, we have to find, change this variation sign to an equal to sign. So what do we have? We have x will be, we introduce a constant k, so x will be equal to k over y. Okay, so here first of all we have to find, this is the relationship that binds x and y. All right, so we have to find k. So to get k, we've been given our first values. All right, so and x is what? 10 and y is 15. So we do x as what? 10 equal to k, y is what? 15. Okay, so to get k, we just cross multiply, right? So k is equal to what? 10 times what? 15, which is equal to what? 150. So here we have the equation that binds x and y. So this is it. So from here now, we can find the value of y when x is what? 25. So from this our formula, when x is 25, so we have 25 is equal to what? 150 over y. We're looking for y. So to get y, we take y up and bring 25 down. Okay, I hope you remember change of the subject of formula. Okay, this is where it's going to help you in every step of your maths. All right, and I'll treat that very soon on the channel. Okay, so we have 25 is equal to 150 over y. So to get y, we take y up, okay, and bring 25 down. Or let me do it this way, just cross multiply. We have 25, y is equal to what? 150. Then to get y, we divide both sides by 25. Okay, this is just for easy understanding. So when we divide this, 150 divided by 25 is going to be 6. Yeah, 6. It's going to go 6 times. Okay, so this is our answer. Y is equal to what? 6. And our right option here is option A. Question 29 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says a girl has K kobo. She spent 15 kobo and 32 kobo left. What is the value of K? Okay, a girl has K kobo. So the total of the girl's money is what? K kobo. Total is K. Okay, she spent 15 kobo and 32 kobo left. All right, she spends 15 kobo and 32 kobo left. Okay, what is the value of K? It's quite simple and straightforward. All right, she has a total of what? K kobo. She spent 15 kobo and she has 32 left. So the total that she would have, K, is equal to what? 15 that she spent plus the 32 that was left, which is equal to, this will give us what? 47. So the total of what she has is what? 47. Okay, that's the value of K, and our right option is option D. Question 30 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's BECE exam. It says three positive integers are this, and this. If their sum is 105, find the numbers. If their sum, that is x minus 1 plus x plus bracket x plus 1 is equal to 105. We should find the numbers, okay? So to find the numbers, we have to first get x. So we have to open up all these parentheses, the brackets. So opening up this, it will still be x minus 1 plus x. Opening this, we have a positive in front of this bracket. So positive times everything here, the sign will remain the same. So we have plus x plus what? 1 equal to 105. So let's take like terms. We have x plus x, and we have minus 1 plus what? 1 equal to 105. X plus x plus x will give us what? 3x, and minus 1 plus 1 will give us what? 0. So we have equal to what? 105 here. Now to get our x, we divide both sides by 3. This will cancel out, and 105 divided by 3, what are we going to have? We are going to have what? 35. So x is equal to 35. So we have to now get each of the positive integers, all right? And to do this, is just from each of them, we already know x as what? 35. So we put this in, we say 35 minus 1 to get this first integer. 35 minus 1 is what? 34, comma, x is already what? 35. Then our final positive integer is what? 35 what? Plus 1, which is what? 36. So our integers are what? 34, 35, and 36. So this is our answer. And where is our right option here? 34, 35. Okay, option D. Okay, this is our right option. Question 31 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says find the difference between the range and the median if the following set of numbers are this, okay? So we're looking for the difference between the range and the median of this following set of numbers, okay? So we need to find the value of our range, then find the value of our median, then find the difference between them. So what is range? Range, remember, is the highest number minus the lowest number, okay? And what's the highest number in this set of numbers? This is it is 12. Okay, so our range will be equal to 12 minus, what's the lowest number here? The lowest number here is 3. Okay, so 12 minus 3, and that would give us what? 9. Okay, so our range is 9. Now to get our median, remember our median, we have to first of all arrange all this number in ascending order, then find the middle number. Okay, so let us arrange these numbers now. So from the lowest to the biggest. Okay, now we have 3. And if a number repeats itself, you also have to add it, okay? When you're arranging, you don't leave it out, okay? That's one mistake students do make. You don't leave it out, okay? So we have 3 here, and we also have 3 here. Write it down. The next number higher than 3 is here. We have 5. So we have 1 5 here. Okay, we have another 5 here. We have another 5 here. And we have another 5 here. Okay, what's the next number? Is there a 6? No. The next number higher than 5 here is 7. And we have how many? 7? 2, 7. So let's drop down 7. Okay, comma 7. Okay, the next number is 8. We have 2 8s here. This is 1 and this is another 1. So we have 8 8. Do we have a 9? No, we don't have a 9 here. Do we have a 10? No, we don't. We have 11. So, we're arranging in ascending order. So we have 2 11, and finally 12. We have how many 12? 2 12. Okay? And let's count the number to see if we're correct. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have to have 14 numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we are correct. So from here, we have to find the middle number. You can see this set of numbers is 14, and 14 is an even number. So it means we are going to have a median of 2 values, okay, that will stay in the middle. Okay, I would pick this because from here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is in the middle. These 2 values is in the middle. Okay, because it's this the number of the set of these numbers is what 14, so it will always fall, the middle will be between 2 numbers. Okay, but if you have an odd set of numbers, that's if you count and let's say we have 13, you would notice that the middle will just be a number alone, and that will be the median. But if you now have an even set of numbers and you have 2 numbers as the middle numbers, how do you get the median? All you need to do is add up these 2 numbers and divide by 2. So we have 7 plus 7, which is what 14. Then we divide by 2, which will give us what 7. So our median is what 7. So this is our median is equal to 7. So we are not yet done, okay, because the question says find the difference between the range and the median. We know our range as 9 and our median as what 7. So the difference is what 9 minus 7, and that would give us what 2. So 2 is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 32 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says use the graph below to answer questions 32 and 33. So we have this graph. Then the question says which point is represented by the coordinates 8, 5. 8, 5. So this 8 is what your x-axis value, and what this 5 here is what your y-axis value. So let us trace. So on your x-axis we have 8, you trace it up, and on your y-axis you have a positive. This is the positive side of the y-axis, and this is the positive side of the x-axis. So we trace this 5 down here. Sorry, we trace this 5. My lines are not straight, so we trace this here. So this is the point. Okay, this graph isn't too clear. They missed a point. Okay, so this point I feel should be R. All right, since there's a SPQ here, so this point should be R. It's missing in the question. All right, so but this is how I did this to let you know how you trace your coordinate points. Okay, so this is how you trace it. So for the first value here is on your x-axis, while the second is on your y-axis. This is positive, this is positive. If it was negative, definitely you have to go to the negative side of x and the negative side of y. But we are dealing with positive, so a positive 8 is here. You trace it up, and a positive y is here. A y as 5 is here. All right, so you trace this down here, and this is the point of this coordinates. Okay, 8, 5. So the right option here should be option A, point R. Question 33 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says use the graph below to answer question 32 and 33. This is a graph. It says write the coordinates of Q and S. So we have to write the coordinate of Q and S. So this is where Q is, okay, and this is where S is, okay. So so this point, okay, this question isn't too clear from the text I copied it from. So here we have, it should be somewhere here. The point should be here, Q. Okay, so let's find Q. So Q, from here you trace on the x-axis. The first, when doing your coordinate points, all right, the first value is your x, y, the second is your y. Okay, as we discussed in question 32. So for the x-axis, we have a -6. On this same point here, you trace down to the y-axis, we have a -5. So this is the coordinate point of what? Q. So let's find out of what? S. This is S. Open your bracket. This is your X and this is your Y. So this is S. Trace it down to X, it should be 4, and to Y is what? 15. So we have 4 comma 15 positive what values. So this is our coordinate point of Q and S. And where's our right option here? Yes, our right option is option B. So this is option B. -6, -5, and 4, comma 15. That's what we have here. Question 34 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says evaluate 99 square minus 1. What is 99 square? 99 square is 9801. Then let's subtract 1 from that. Okay? This is what we're doing. Okay? So let's subtract 1 from that, from this, and this is going to give us 9,800. Okay, 9,800. So this is our answer, and our right option is option C. Question 35 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says calculate the value of x in the diagram below. Okay, so we have this diagram. This is a polygon, okay, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has 5 sides. It's a polygon, okay? If it was 4 sides, we're going to call it a quadrilateral, but it's more than 4, so it's a polygon, all right? So we're to find the value of x. Now from here, we've been given this angle as 80 degrees, so it's possible for us to get this angle, all right? Since remember the theorem that states that the sum of angles on a straight line is equal to what? 180. So let's say we want to look for this. I'm going to tell you why we need to look for this shortly. So, or let me first of all say do this. So when we get this when we quickly get this angle here, so it is easy for us now to apply the theorem of the sum of interior angles of a polygon, okay, to get our value for x. So let's quickly get this value here, y. So the sum of angles on a straight line is what? 180. So y plus 80 is equal to what? 180 degree. So to get y, we take 80 to this side. We have 180 minus 80, and that would give us what? 100. So this angle here is what? 100. Okay, 100 what? Degrees. Okay, so now we know every angle inside the interior angles now. Okay, remember the theorem that says what? The sum of all interior angles is equal to what? N minus 2 in parentheses 180, okay, degree. All right, so we add up all this, the sum of all interior angles. So we're going to add up this. So we have here x, okay, plus 3x plus 2x, okay, plus 100 plus 110. So we add up x plus this plus this plus this and plus this equal to this. Okay, remember that formula, all right, because this we're dealing with a polygon. All right, so here, and this polygon has how many sides? 5 sides. Is that not it? We've counted it earlier on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we put n here is equal to 5. So we say n is equal to what? 5. So we can put this in here. Okay, let's simplify this. Here we have here x plus 3x, that's 4x, and plus 2x, that's what? 6x. Then plus 100 plus this is 210 equal to, this would be 5 minus 2, close the brackets, 180, and that's 3 times, that's 5 minus 2 is 3 times 180, and what would this give us? 3 times 180 should give us 540. Okay, here we have 6x, just let's drop this, 6x plus 210. So to we are trying to isolate x, find x. So we take this 210 to this side, so that's collecting like terms. So we have 540 minus 210. And what would that give us? 540 minus 210 is going to give us 330. 6x. To get x, we divide both sides by 6. Okay, so x 330 divided by 6 is going to give us what? 55. So we have our x, our value of x as what? 55 degrees. So this is our value of x. Okay, so in case you have a quadrilateral, all right, if this was a quadrilateral, that's 4 sides, you just put in your 4. So it depends on whichever polygon you have here. Okay, so this is 5. This is a pentagon. All right, so always know your polygons. The formula for the sum of it is very critical, because a question, I think this is the second question on sum of interior angles that we've treated in this past question. So you need to know the sum of your interior angles of a polygon. You need to know what a polygon is, what a decagon is, pentagon is. You need to know all those. All right, so please make sure you know your polygons well before you go into the exam hall. All right, because at least 2 questions should come out, all right, from your polygons. All right, so this is how you solve for your x. So this answer is 55 degrees, and the right option here is option C. Question 36 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says solve the simultaneous equations. So we have this. So this is equation 1 and this is equation 2. Okay, for me, this is quite easy and straightforward. Since here y doesn't have a coefficient, I will just easily use substitution method. Okay, and we've already been x has been made subject of formula here, so I will just say put the value of x equal to y plus 1 into equation 2. It's quite easy. This is easy for us. Okay, so put in the value of x equal to y plus 1 into equation 2. So wherever you see x in equation 2, this is equation 2, you put y plus 1. So equation 2 is what? X plus 2y equal to 7. So put y plus 1 as x. We have y plus 1 plus 2y equal to what? 7. So here take like terms. We have y plus 2y will be what? 3y. Okay, or let's arrange it together so I don't confuse you. So we have y plus 2y, then take this plus 1 to this side. We have 7 minus 1. So what's y plus 2y? That's 3y. And 7 minus 1 is what? 6. So to get y, we divide both sides by 3. Okay, if this was a theory question, you have to write the steps. All right, this is OBJ. That's why I'm not writing the steps. And you can, for your theories, I've done 20 years. I've done 20 from 2017, 2018, 2019 theory questions solved. Okay, and I've shown you the way to answer your theory section in maths. You have to write your steps. You don't jump your steps, okay, because each steps take a point. All right, it takes a mark. All right, so this year 2020, that was last year, because of the COVID, there was no theory section. It was just all through OBJ. So you have like 100 questions OBJ. All right, but I believe this year there will definitely be theory section. All right, so here we divide, we cancel this, 3 cancel out, then 6 divided by 3, what would this give us? That would give us what? 2. So y is equal to 2. So since we've gotten y, it's easy for us to get our x. So we just put in the value of y as 2 into equation 1. And what is equation 1? Equation 1 is x equal to y plus 1. So put in the value of y as 2. So x is equal to 2 plus 1. And what would that give us? That will give us 3. So x is 3, and y is equal to 2. So this is our answer. X is 3 and y is equal to 2. And what is our right option? Our right option here is option B. Question 37 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says which angle is constructed below. Okay, so we have this. If you see this particular angle here, this is 60, and you can see this is in the in between, in the middle of what 60. So it means this point is what? This angle here is 30 degrees. So this is the construction of what? 30 angle 30 degrees. All right, and our right option here is option B. Okay, once you see this angle here, it means it's a 60. Then half of this all right, is what, 30 degrees. So our right option is option B. Question 38 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the pie chart shows the sectorial representation of the number of students per class of a certain school. Find the value of x. Find the value of x. This is x. This is what we're looking for. Okay, find the value of x. All right. It shows the sectorial representation of the number of students per class of a certain school. So we have JS1, JS2, JS3, SS3, SS2, SS1. So we're looking for SS what? 2, and in degrees, okay? So it shows the sectorial in degrees. So all we need to do is angles, the sum of angles at a point is what, 360. So the sum of all these angles is equal to 360. So that's how we're going to get our x. So we have here x, okay, which we're looking for, plus 40. Then let's go clockwise. Plus 40. Then this is a right angle triangle. So this angle here is what, 90 degree. So plus 90 plus our next angle 80 plus 60, that's 60 here, then plus 30 is equal to what? 360. That's the sum of angles at a point is equal to 360. So let's find x. 40 plus this plus this plus this plus this, that would give us this plus this is 130, right? 130 plus 80, that's going to give us 210. 210 plus 60, that's going to give us 270, and 270 plus 30 will give us 300. So we have x plus 300 is equal to 360 degrees. So let's take 300 to this side. We have x is equal to 300. A positive to this side will give us what? 300 minus 300, I mean. And 360 minus 300 will give us what? 60 degrees. So x is equal to what? 60 degrees. And our right option here is option D. Question 39 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says a boy's age is x years, while his father is 10 years more than twice his age. So a boy, okay, his age is what? X years. Then the father is equal to 10 years more, all right, than twice his age. Okay, so twice his age means 2 times the boy's age, all right. So we have 2 times the boy's age, which is x. We know the boy's age as x. 2 times x, then 10 years more. 10 years more means plus 10. Okay, that's what the statement means. This is a word problem, all right. It says, let's just take it again. A boy's age is x years. This is the boy's age. His father is 10 years more than twice his age. So what is twice the boy's age? This is what? 2 times what? X, all right, because we don't know the boy's we know the boy's age as what? X years. Then more, 10 years more will be what? Plus 10. All right, so this is the father's age. So you say the question says calculate the father's age in terms of, this is the father's age in terms of what? X. So this is the answer. So we have 2x plus 10 all into bracket what? Years. So this is the father's what? Age. All right, and our right option here is option A. Question 40 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says solve the inequality this. So we have 8 minus 3x less than or equal to what? X minus 4. So let's take like terms first. X will go here and 8 will come here. All right, always when you're solving inequalities, always make sure your x, the ones with the variables, come to what? Your left hand side. Don't bring them to your right hand side. Okay, note that please. So we take our x here and take the 8 here. So we now have left here, we have minus 3x. Don't forget the minus 3. This minus is in front of 3x. Okay, all right, because you know the signs, the sign a number carry is always in front of it. The sign of 8 here is what? Positive. All right, and you really don't need to put positive in maths when you just, if a number stands alone without a sign in front of it, it means it's what? Positive. Okay, so bringing x to this side, we have a negative what? X less than or equal to what we have left here is minus 4. Taking your positive 8 to this side, we have a negative what? 8. So what is a negative 3x negative x? That will give us a negative 4x. Okay, and why do we have a negative 4x? Because this is a negative and negative, we add, then our sign will be what? Negative. Okay, that's the sign of the biggest number. All right, so here we have less than or equal to minus 4 minus 8 will give us a minus for 12. Now to get our x, we have to divide both sides by a negative 4. Okay, and remember in inequality, when you divide by a negative number, your sign would change to the opposite. So we immediately change your sign. All right, I always advise students to please immediately change their sign. Don't divide, don't just cancel and go forward. You might forget. You might forget to change your sign to the opposite one. So before you write down, change your sign immediately because you're dividing by a negative sign. All right, so this negative 4 will cancel this negative 4. We're left with an x here. Then this negative will cancel out this negative. And here we have 12 divided by 4, and that will give us what? 3. So this is our answer. X is greater than or equal to 3. And our right option here is option B. Question 41 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics First question, that's your BECE exam. It says a die has 6 faces, numbered 1 to 6. Remember a die, the one you used to play Ludo, okay? That's a die, all right? So it says if the die is rolled once, okay? Rolled once, that's you throw your Ludo, your dice, okay, once, okay? Find the probability of obtaining number 2. Find the probability of obtaining number 6. Okay, a die, that's just one die. If it was 2, it would have been 2 dice. Okay, but it's just one die, has number 1 to 6. If the die is rolled once, find the probability of obtaining number 6. What is probability? Probability is equal to what? Our required outcome, okay, over our possible outcome. Alright, so what's our required outcome? It says what's the probability of obtaining a 6? You can only obtain a 6 once. So our required outcome is what? 1. And our possible outcome is what? The die has 6 faces, numbered 1 to 6. So our possible outcome, that's the total possible outcome, is what? 6. So this is our probability of obtaining number 6, 1 over 6. So this is our answer. And our right option here is option D. Question 42 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past question, that's your BECE exam. It says, Ada made a profit of 14% on an article she bought for this. She bought means her cost price. This is her cost price, okay? When you're reading, always try to interpret, okay, as you go along. The question is asking us how much did she sell the article. So it's asking us for her selling price, SP, okay? This 4,200 naira is what our cost price, and she made a profit of what? 14%. This is our percentage of profit. Okay, remember the formula for to find your percentage profit is what? Your selling price minus your cost price divided by cost price. Okay, that's the formula to find your percentage profit, and we've been given the percentage profit as what? 14%. Okay, so let's put, and we have our cost price as what? 4,200. So let's put in our values here. Our percentage profit 14%, that's 14 divided by 100, that's 14%, equal to, we're looking for our selling price minus our cost price is 4,200 divided by another cost price 4,200. All right, so here, let me bring this close here. So we have 14 over 100. So here we can what? Cross multiply. Is that not it? So let's cross multiply. This goes up here and this here. So we have 14 times 4,200 is equal to 100 bracket SP minus 4,200. Let's leave out the naira now. All right, but in your if it's a theory question, you have to put your naira. All right, I don't want the naira to clog our work, or we could still put it, no problem. So here 14 times this, use your calculator. So we have 58,800 equal to, opening up this bracket, 100 times this, we have 100 SP minus 100 times this, that will be 42,000. Sorry, that will be 420,000. Okay, so let's collect like terms. All right, so here we take this 100 SP here and bring this here. Taking 100 SP here, we have a negative 100 SP equal to minus 420,000. Bringing here, we're going to this positive here, we're going to have a negative 58,800. So we have a negative 100 SP. This minus this, that will give us a negative. We're going to add and have a negative, so we have 4,788,800. Okay, as 478,800 when we add this and put a negative in front. Now to get our SP, we divide by what? 100, a negative 100, I mean. All right, so this negative 100 will cancel out this negative 100, this negative will cancel out this negative, these two zeros will cancel out these two zeros, and so what are we left with? We're left with what? SP is equal to what? 4,788, which is what? 4,788. So this is our selling price, 4,788. And what is our right option here? Our right option is option C. Question 44 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which of the following is not a quadrilateral? Okay, so first of all, what's a quadrilateral? Quadrilateral is a shape that has four sides. Okay, so here it says pentagon. Definitely this is wrong. Okay, it says trapezium. Trapezium has four sides. Rhombus has four sides. Kite has what? Four sides. So all these three are what? Quadrilateral, but pentagon is not, since it has what? Five sides. So the which of the following is not a quadrilateral is what? Option A, which is what? Pentagon. Okay, remember how a trapezium looks like. I have these four sides. Remember how a rhombus looks like. A rhombus has all sides equal. Sorry, all sides equal. And a kite just has the adjacent sides equal. Okay, that's these sides are equal and these sides are equal. While a rhombus, all sides are equal. All right, so our answer here is what? Option A, a pentagon. Question 45 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, if A is equal to this, express A in terms of A, capital A, small letter B, and H. This is a typo. This should be a capital letter A here. Okay, so we have a capital letter A equal to half bracket small letter A plus B, close the bracket H. So to express A in terms of this, what does it mean? It means make A the subject of the formula. Okay, always familiarize yourself with this term. They're just trying to confuse you. Okay, when they say express A in terms of this, it means make A the subject of formula. That's isolate A, let it stand alone on the left hand side of the equation. So this is change of subject of the formula, and let's do this together. Okay, it's a very important topic that you need to know, okay, before you go into the exam hall. It doesn't just help you in the question, it helps you with other things in maths. Okay, so here let's simplify this. So we have capital letter A equal to, this half means it's A plus B bracket H divided by 2. Okay, this half is just saying like 1/2. So just bring the 2 to the bottom here. That's what I did. Okay, let me write this clear. So we have A plus B, so we have 2. All right, so here, sorry, we have a capital letter here, we have an equal to sign. So here we can cross multiply, so we can get rid of this denominator 2. So take these 2 up here. We have 2a equal to what? Bracket a plus b bracket h. Let us open up this parenthesis here, this bracket. So h will multiply this and this. So we have 2a, capital letter A here, h times small letter a, we have ah, okay, plus h times this b, we have what? bh. All right, so the next thing we do is, since we're trying to isolate a, okay, small letter a, let us take this plus bh to this side. Okay, so we'll take plus bh this side. We have 2 capital letter A, take plus here, we have a negative BH equal to AH. Okay, and this, okay, this expression is the same as what? AH is equal to 2A minus BH. Okay, I hope you remember this. It's the same. This is an equal to sign. All right, it's the same as this expression, is the same as this. So from here, let's go up here. AH is equal to 2 capital letter A minus BH. So from here, to let our A stand alone, we divide both sides by what? H. So we have A, this H will cancel out, so we are left with what? Small letter A is equal to 2 capital letter A minus BH over H. So this is our answer. Alright, this is our answer. And where is our right option here? Our right option is option A. Okay, this is our right option. A is equal to what? 2a minus bh over h. So this is our right answer. Question 46 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says dash is a number that can be divisible by 1 and itself is a prime number. Okay, a prime number can be divisible by 1 and itself. It's not an odd number, because an odd number is a number that can't be divided by 2. Okay, so not an odd number, and it's not definitely not an even number, and it's definitely not an ordinary number. So it's a prime number. It's a number that can be divided, divisible, sorry, by 1 and itself. Okay, and examples of prime numbers. Prime numbers are what? 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. Okay, numbers that can be divisible by only 1 and itself. And 1 is not a prime number. Okay, remember that. All right, so prime number are numbers excluding 1 that can be divisible by 1 and itself. Question 47 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says the table below shows the record of food types that the students of a school bought from the school's food shed during the lunch break. Okay, so this is the table. It says which food is most popular among the students. So we have the table here. This is food and this is frequency. That's the frequency of people that bought. Record shows the food types that students bought. Yeah, the frequency of the food. This is the frequency of the one students bought. So we are asked which is the most popular. So the highest frequency. That's what this means. The most popular. That's the one students bought more. So yam, students bought 7. Beans, students bought 8. Rice, students bought 9. Pasta 5. Potato 2. Bread 4. The highest here is what? Rice. Students bought what? 9. Bought rice 9 times. So the most popular food among students is what? Rice. And our right option here is option B. Question 48 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says if the probability of passing an examination is 0.8, probability of passing 0.8, what is the probability of failing the same examination? Okay, the probability of failing is definitely 1 minus what? The probability of what? Passing. Okay, that's probability for you. All right, failing is equal to what? 1 minus passing. So we have 1 minus what? 0.8. Since it says the probability of passing the exam is 0.8, so you just subtract 1 from 0.8 from 1, and that will give us what? 0.2. So this is the probability of failing the same exam, which is what? 0.2. And our right option here is option D. And always note that the probability of passing plus the probability of failing
failing is always equal to 1. Okay, that's why it's easy for us to get the probability of failing. You just subtract 1 from you subtract passing from 1. Okay, question 49 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question. That's your BECE exam. It says study the diagram below and use it to find the value of m. So we have m here. We have to study this diagram. Okay, this is 48. So from here we can see for us to get for this value of how this value of 48 is gotten is 2 times 4, which is what, 8. Then 3 times 2 is what, 6. And when you multiply 6 times 8, you're going to get what, 48. All right, this is how the value of 48 is gotten. So it's easy for us to then find m. So we do 2 times 4, which is what, 8. Then 3 times 5 is what, 15. 8 times 15, what's 8 times 15? 8 times 15 will give us what, 120. So m is equal to what, 120. So our right option here is option A. This is our quantitative reasoning. All right. Question 50 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question. It says simplify this. So we have 2 over 6x plus 1 over 4y. So what's the LCM of this? The LCM of 4 and 6, the best LCM to use is what, 12. And don't forget your xy. So 6x and 12xy, that's going to give us 2y. Okay, see, let me do it. That's 12x divided by 6x. X would cancel out this x. 6 here 1, 6 here 2. So we're left with 2y. So 2y times 2 will give us what, 4y plus 4y in 12xy. Y will cancel out y. 4 here 1, 4 here 3. So this is 3x. Okay, so 3x times 1, we have 3x. Okay, so we can add 4y and 3x because they are different variables. So we have to leave our answer like this. So our answer is 4y plus 3x over 12x. And what's the right option? Yeah, 4y plus 3x over 12x. So this is the right option, option C. Question 51 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question. That's your BECE exam. It says a certain number is added to 6. A certain number. Let's make this certain number x. So x is added to 6. X plus 6. And then divided by 10. So x plus 6 divided by 10. The result is 3. The result is equal to, that's equal to 3. Find the number. So we have to find x. Okay, this is quite straightforward. All right, so let's cross multiply this. Take 10 up here. We have x plus 6 equal to 3 times 10. So x plus 6 is equal to 30. To get x, we take 6 to this side. We have 30. Plus to this side, we have the negative 6. So we have x is equal to 30 minus 6 will give us what, 24. So to find the number is what, 24. And our right option here is option B. Question 52 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question. That's your BECE exam. It says calculate the value of y in the figure below. Calculate this value of y. Okay. Now we have two parallel lines. Okay. We have to find it's for us to easily get y. For us to get y, we have to know this angle here. So this is two parallel lines. So we can trace this parallel line, trace this here, and trace this line up here. Okay. So what this means is this angle here is 25 degrees. So it's easy for us to get this angle here. Remember, when we have parallel lines, all right, this is what alternate what angle. So it means this angle right here is what, 25 degrees. Okay, this is what it means. All right, so you have two parallel lines. Trace it down. Trace this. Okay, make it look like your
your plane angles on the two parallel lines. All right, so we have this. So if this is 25, this alternate angle will be what? 25 degrees. So it is now easy for us to get our y, since this triangle now is complete. So to get our y, remember the theorem that says the sum of angles in a triangle is what? 180. So we have here y plus 25 plus 95 is equal to what? 180. 25 plus 95, that will give us what? 120, equal to 180. So y will be equal to, take plus to this side, we have 180 minus 120. That will give us what? 60 degrees. So y here is what? 60 degree. Okay, so this is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Question 54 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says the bar chart below shows the favorite subject of students from a school's timetable. It says what is the least popular subject? Okay, the least popular subject, meaning the subject students don't like. Okay, the least one. Now you can, from our bar chart, if you look at this, okay, the least is what traces down. This is the lowest, all right, which is what PHE. Okay, the highest is English, the second to the highest is social studies, followed by maths and French, but the least popular subject is what PHE, and our right option here is option C. This is actually testing your knowledge on how to interpret graphs. Okay, how to interpret your bar chart. We saw the pie chart earlier on. I think there was another one again. I don't know if it's a histogram we saw earlier on, I've forgotten. So it's how to interpret data. It's testing your knowledge on interpretation of data. All right, so this is the least popular subject, and our right option here is option C. Question 55 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says express 63 base 10 as a number in base 2. I hope you remember your number base conversion. Okay, we have to express this in base 2. So we have 63. You draw your line. Okay, so we're going to divide by 2. All right, because it's base, we're converting to base 2. So we say 2 first. So 2 in 63, we're going to have a 3 and 1, 31, remainder 1. You write down your 1. 2 again, 2 in 31 is going to go 15 times, remainder 1. That's 2 in 30, 15, remainder 1. 2 in 15 is going to go 7 times, that's 2 in 14. That's 7 times, remainder 1. Then 2 in 7 is going to go 3 times, that's in 6, remainder 1. Then 2 in 3 is going to go 1 times, remainder 1. And 2 in 1 is not going to go. We're going to add a 0. Then we'll say remainder 1. Then we put up our arrow like this. We're going to take our answers upright. Okay, so we start from 1, 1. So we have 1, 1, 1. Another 1, another 1, another 1 in base 2. So this is our answer. Okay, how many ones are here? As 6 ones. Okay, we take our answers upward. All right, so we say 1 1 1 1 1 1 in base 2, and our right option here is option D. Question 56 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says if x is a set of positive integers, okay, such that 2x minus 7 is less than 1, list all elements of set x. Okay, so first of all, we have to find the value of x from this inequality here. So let's look for it. So here we have 2x minus 7 less than or equal to 1. Okay, let's take minus 7 to this side. We have 2x. Taking a negative to the other side of the equation, it becomes for positive. So we have a plus what? 7. Okay, so we have 2x is less than or equal to 1 plus 7, that's 8. To get x, we divide both sides by 2. So we divide by 2. So this would cancel out. We have left here x less than or equal to 8 divided by 2 is what? 4. So x is what? Less than or equal to 4. So this, and what does this mean? Okay, that x is less than or equal to 4. So it means x, from here the elements of x will be what? 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's x is what? Less than or equal to 4. So these are the elements of what? X. Okay, so option A is what? Correct. All right, from here you can see the statement says if x is a set of what? Positive integers. All right, that's why you don't have a 0, a -1, a -2, a -3 as part of the elements of it. Can't be part of the elements of set x, since it says the set is what is going the if x is a set of what? Positive integers. So that's why we have from 1, 2, 3, and 4, because x less than 4, x, because it says x less than or equal to 4, so you have to state 4 in your answer. All right, you can see option B didn't put 4 here, okay, but it's wrong, because we have x is less than or equal. You can see this or equal to sign, or equal to 4. So 4 has to be part of this elements of set x. All right. So option C, this is x greater than or equal to 4. That's why you have 4, 5, 6. Then this is D says the element is 4, which is very, very wrong. All right. So our right option here is option A. So we have to first solve the inequality, find the value of x, then from the interpretation get the elements of what? Set x. Question 57 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says find the value of this. So we have -8, negative in parentheses, -12 plus, also in parentheses, -2. So let's open up this parentheses, that's our brackets. Okay, so we have -8. This negative times this negative, we're going to have a positive 12. Then this times this, we're going to have a negative what? 2. All right, so what do we first do? Let's start with this addition. So we have -8 plus 12. What would that give us? That would we're going to subtract, and we are going to have a positive answer. So 12 minus 8, that's 4. So we're going to have a +4. +4 minus 2. +4 minus 2, we're going to subtract and have a positive number. The bigger number we're going to use the sign of the bigger number. Okay, so here 4 minus 2 is what? 2, and we have a positive what? 2. Okay, so remember your sign rules. All right, this is quite important here, the knowledge of, when you want to add and subtract signed numbers, you need to remember that rules. Okay, so this is our answer, +2, and our right option here is option C. Question 58 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says round off the product of this and this. So we have 0.025 times 0.3. So we are to multiply this, okay, and round up to one significant figure. All right, so we do 3 times 5, that's 15. So we drop 5, carry 1. 3 times 2, that's 6 plus 1, that's 7. 3 times 0 is 0, and 3 times this 0 here is what? 0. Okay, and 0 times 5, that will give us 0. 0 times 2, that's 0. 0 times 0, 0. 0 times this, 0. Okay, so we add up. All right, so we drop 5, we drop this 5, since there's nothing in that. 0. 0 plus 7, or 7 plus 0 is what? 7. We have 0 here, 0 here, and 0 here. Apologize, my pen, 0 here. So now let's count our decimal points place. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to count 4, okay, from your right to your left. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have our answer at 0.0075. Now we have to approximate to what? One significant figure. Remember, when you have a decimal point, all right, and you're looking at significant figure, you first of all go to the first number. You don't start from whatever number is after, that's after the decimal point or before the decimal point. You have to pass through all the zeros to the first whole number. Okay, so that's where you start counting. So this is the first number, and we're approximating to one significant figure. So this is 1. All right, then we check the next number. Is it greater than 5 or equal to 5? Is equal to 5, so we can approximate. So we can take a 1 and add to this what 7, and that will give us what 8. So to one significant figure, that's to 1 dp, our answer is what 0.008. Okay, so this is the answer, 0.008, and our right option here is option D. All right, make sure you remember how to approximate in significant figure and also in decimal places. Question 59 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says express as a single fraction this. Okay, so we have Q, this is a division sign, so divided by 4p minus Q divided by p alone, so expressed as a single fraction. So the LCM of this, we're going to solve this fraction that has variables. The LCM of this is what? 4p. 4p in 4p is 1, and 1 times q is q, minus p in 4p. What would that give us? That would give us what? Just 4. Okay, it's going to cancel out, right? The p would cancel out and we're left with 4. Then 4 times q, we have 4q. All right, what is q minus 4q? That would give us what? A negative 3q over 4p. So these are final as a single fraction. All right, these are final answer as a single fraction. And where's the right option here? Yeah, this is the right option. You can just put this bracket here or parenthesis. So the right option here is what? Option B, minus 3q over 4p. Question 61 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says solve the equation. So we have this. So this is 1 over 4x plus 2 over 3 equal to 1. Okay, the easiest and fastest way to solve this is, okay, now you have these two fractions. What is the LCM of 4 and 3? Okay, the LCM of 4 and 3 is 12, right? So we multiply each value, okay, by 12. So we can cancel out this denominator. So let's multiply each value times 12 by 12. So we have 12 times 1 over 4x plus 12 times 2 over 3 equal to 12 times 1. Don't forget, you multiply everything, okay, both on this side of the equation and the other side of the equation. All right, so here 4 would cancel out 4 here, and 4 and 12 3 times, so we're left with 3 times x, which is what? 3x, plus here 3 here 1, and 3 in 12 is what? 4, and 4 times 2 is 8, equal to 12 times 1 is what? 12. So from here you can see it's easy now for us to solve. So let's just take this plus 8 to this side of the equation. So we are left with what? 3x is equal to what? 12 minus 8. Taking positive to this other side, it becomes what? Negative. So we have 3x is equal to 12 minus 8. That would give us what? 4. So to get x, we divide both sides by 3. And x is equal to what? 4 over 3. And this is an improper fraction. We have to convert to what? A mixed fraction. In converting to a mixed fraction, we'd say what? 3, how many times will 3 go in 4? It's going to go 1 times, and what will be the remainder? 1, then divided by 3. So this is our answer. Okay, and our right option here is option D. Question 62 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says multiply this 10 base 2 by 11 base 2. So we're multiplying in what? Base 2. So we have, drop this, so times, this is in base 2. Don't forget the subscript here. Okay, so we do 1 times 0 is what? 0, and 1 times 1 is what? 1. 1 times 0 is what? 0, and 1 times 1 we have what? 1. Okay, let us add. So we have 0 here, 1 plus 0 is what? 1, and we have a 1, and in base 2. Okay, so you can see this is quite straightforward. Why is it straightforward? Because from here, our addition, even multiplication, multiplying, there's no value that is greater than 2 or equal to 2. And in our addition here, there's no value that is greater than 2 or equal to 2. So it's quite straightforward. If there was a 1, if this 0 was a 1, we're going to do 1 plus 1 is 2. But remember, it's base 2. So how you will do, how many times would 2 go into, that's what 1. So you're going to carry the value and drop the remainder. It will give you a remainder 0, so you drop that 0, carry the remainder. Okay, but in this case we don't have such, so it's quite straightforward and easy. All right, so our right answer here is option C. Question 63 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which of the following angles has 3 lines of symmetry? Okay, which of the following angles has 3 lines of symmetry? It says a right angle triangle, it says an isosceles triangle, it says a scaling triangle, it says an equilateral triangle. Okay, which of the following angles has 3 lines of symmetry? The right option here is an equilateral triangle. Okay, because for an equilateral triangles, all the sides are what? Equal. Okay, all the sides are equal. So you have a line of symmetry as this. You have this. You also have this. Okay, so these are the lines of symmetry of an equilateral triangle, because they have each side equal and the three angles was equal. A right angle triangle doesn't have any line of symmetry because all the angles are not equal and the sides are not equal. Okay, an isosceles triangle, you have an isosceles triangle this way. Since it has 2 sides equal, the line of symmetry of an isosceles triangle is just this way. It just has one line of symmetry. A scaling triangle doesn't have any sides equal or any angle equal. It's also almost the same as a right angle triangle. It doesn't have any line of symmetry. Okay, so our right option here of the following angles that has 3 lines of symmetry is what? An equilateral triangle, because it has 3 sides equal and 3 angles was equal. So these are the lines of what? Symmetry of an equilateral triangle. Question 64 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says simplify this. So we have 6p plus 3p minus 2p minus p. Okay, so let's do this together. So 6p plus 3p, that's what? 9p. Okay, then minus 2p, we have minus 2p, then p. 9p minus 2p, that will give us what? 7p. Then 7p minus p, what will that give us? That will give us what? 6p. So our answer is what? 6p, and our right option here is option A. Question 65 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says express this as a fraction. 11.4%. Okay, 11.4%, that's 11.4 divided by what? 100. Okay, we have to express it as a fraction. So let's simplify this. Let's remove this decimal point. So we take this decimal point, we shift it one place to the right. So whatever you do to your numerator, you must also do to your denominator. If we shift a decimal place one place to the right, it means we're multiplying by 10. Okay, so we also multiply this by 10. All right, so this becomes 1000. So we now have 144 divided by what? 1000. Now we can reduce this. 2 can go in 1000 and also go in 114. How many times will it go in 114? Let's see. 2 in 10, 5, remainder 1 to this 4 here, that's 14. 2 in 14, that's what? 7. And 2 in 1000 is definitely what? 500. Okay, so we have left 57 over 500. Can anything go? Can 3 go? No other number can go between 57 and 500 because 57 is a prime number. Okay, so no other number can go. All right, so this is our final answer to express this as a fraction, and our right option here is option A. Question 66 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. It says, are they things of a number? Okay, of a number, let's make the number x. He doubles it, that's he doubles x, so we say 2x, 2 times x, and then subtracts 5, and then subtracts 5, so we say minus what? 5. Okay, then it says the result cannot be less than 100. So we need to interpret this word, cannot be less than 100, cannot be less than 100, cannot be less than 100. So it means it will be greater than 100 and equal to what? 100. Okay, so it cannot be less than 100. So it is greater than 100 and is also what? 100. Okay, so we have this. So we have this expression. This is what this statement means. The result cannot be less than 100. So greater than 100, but also equal to what? 100. Okay, so it cannot be 90, it cannot be, sorry, it cannot be 99, 98 and all that, but it can be 100 and greater than 100. All right, so it says find the ranges find the ranges of values of what? X. So we have to solve this inequality. And so here we have 2x. Let's take this negative 5 to this side. So we have 100 plus 5. So we have 2x is greater than or equal to what? 1 or what? 5. So we divide by 2, divide by 2. All right, so we have this 2 would cancel out these 2. So we have x greater than or equal to 105 divided by 2. What would that give us? 2 in 10 is what? How many times? 5 times. Okay, and 2 in 5, how many times? 2 times is going to remainder what? 1. So we have 52 whole number 1 over or 2. So 52 and a half. Okay, so x is what? Less than or equal to what? 52 and a half. So this is a value for what? X. Okay, so this the ranges of values of what? X. X is equal to 52. X is greater than or equal to 52 and a half. And our right option here is option C. Question 67 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the adjacent angles on a straight line are this, this, and this. Okay, on a straight line, the adjacent angles on a straight line. Let's say you have this straight line and maybe you have something like this. Okay, adjacent angles on a straight line. You have all this line, the straight line, and you have here 3x plus 20. You have 2x. You have 3x. Okay, so but the major point is the adjacent angles on a straight line are this. Find the value respectively. Find the value of x. Remember your theorem that says sum of angles on a straight line is what? 180. So we add up all this. So we have 3x plus 20 plus what? 2x plus what? 3x. Sorry, I'm supposed to start with 2x plus 3x plus 3x plus 20. Okay, equal to what? 180. All right, so what do we have here? So in this interpretation, I was supposed to start with 2x, then 3x, then here 3x plus 20. Okay, that's the right way to arrange it. All right, so here let us opening all these parentheses, nothing, we just have a positive here, positive multiplying every sign here is still going to remain positive. Okay, so since we have a positive here, so we have 2x plus 3x. Positive times this is a positive 3x, and positive times your 20, positive 20 is a positive what? 20, equal to what? 180. So let's sum up like terms and take this one here. So we have 2x plus 3x as 5x plus 3x, that's what? 8x plus 20 equal to 180. Take this plus 20 to this side, we have 8x is equal to what? 180 becomes what? Minus what? 20. And what is 180 minus 20? That will give us what? 160. So we have 8x equal to 160. To get x, we divide both sides by 8. We have left here x, and 160 divided by 8 will go how many times? 8 and 16 is 2, then we'll drop a 0, so we have what? 20. Okay, so x is equal to what? 20 what? Degrees. So this is the value for what? X. And our right option here is option D. Question 68 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says simplify this. So we have 3 over 4x minus 1 over 3x. Okay, so the LCM for this is what? 12 what? X. All right, so 4x into 12x will go how many times? 3 times. That was it. where your x will cancel out. 4 here 1, 4 here 3. So 3 times 3 would be what? 9 minus 3x into 12x. So we have this over 3x. This will cancel out. 3 here 1 and 3 here 4. So we have 4, and 4 times 1 is still what? 4. And what is 9 minus 4? 9 minus 4 is what? 5 over 12x. So this is our answer, 5 over 12x. And our right option here is option B. Question 69 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says find the value of x in the diagram below. So we're to look for this value x here. Okay, remember your trigonometry, we have so, ka, twa. Okay, from here, this is our hypotenuse. This angle is facing here, so these are opposite and these are adjacent. Okay, and we're told to look for x and we know our hypotenuse, so we're going to use the trig that has hypotenuse and opposite, and which is what? Sine. Okay, that's so that's opposite over hypotenuse. So we're going to do sine 30 is equal to what? Our opposite is what? X over hypotenuse is what? 20. Okay, so x will be what? We cross multiply this, so we have sine 30 times what? 20 equal to what? X. Okay, which is same thing as x is equal to what? Sine 30 times 20. And remember, your sine 30 is half. Okay, and always have at the back of your mind that your sine 30 is what? Half. Okay, so sine 30 is 1 over 2 times what? 20, where this would cancel out. 2 here 1 and 2 in 20 is what? 10. So x is equal to what? 10 centimeter. Alright, so this is our answer, 10 centimeter. And where's our right option? Our right option is option A. Question 70 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says find the mean age of 5 students whose ages are this. The mean age of 5 students, we're told to find the mean. Remember the mean, we'll add up all these numbers and divide by what? How many sets how many set of numbers there are, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we divide by 5. So we do 14 plus 13 plus 15 plus 17 plus 16 divided by 5. Okay, when we add up all this, we're going to have 75 divided by 5, and that would give us what? 15. So the mean age of 5 students whose ages are this is what? 15 years old. That's the mean average age. Okay, and our right option here is option D. Question 71 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says find the value of x in the diagram above. Okay, so this is when we have two parallel lines. Okay, and you remember that when you have this angle here and this angle here, they are what? Alternate what? Angle, and alternate angles are what? Equal. So x is equal to what? This angle here is equal to what? 43 degrees. So x is equal to 43 degrees, and our right option here is option B. Question 72 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says calculate the perimeter of a triangle whose dimensions are this, this, and this respectively. It's so easy. Okay, you have a triangle. Let's say this is 10 and this is 12 and this is 8. Okay, so this is 10, this is 12 centimeter, and this is what? 8 centimeter. Okay, perimeter is just the summation of the sides. Okay, the summation of the sides. So you just add up 10 plus what? 12 plus 8. Okay, this question is trying to test your understanding of perimeter, how to get the perimeter of any shape. It's just you add up all the sides. Okay, so 10 plus 12, that will give us what? 22, and 22 plus 8, that will give us what? 30 centimeter. And our right option here is option B. Question 73 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. It says factorize this. So we have 2a minus 6a squared. Okay, factorize this means bringing out, your common term. All right, so what's common with 2a and 6a? I can bring out, since 2, we can bring out 2 from 6, okay? So we have, and we can also bring out a from both of these values here. So we'll bring out 2a, and what are we left with? We're going to be left with what? 1 here minus, if you bring out 2 from this 6 here, we're going to have 3. Then bring out a from this a here, we're going to have what? A. Okay, so this is our answer. If you open up this bracket, 2a times 1 is 2a, and 2a times minus 3a is what? 6a squared. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option D. Question 74 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says, which of this is the correct bar chart for the table below? Now you have this score, these are the scores, and this is the frequency of the scores. Okay, so definitely the scores are here, all right, on your x-axis, while the frequencies, this is a bar chart, the frequency is on your y-axis. Okay, the length of the bars tells your what frequency. Okay, so we're going to check which of these diagrams is what correct. So for the first chord 2, we have a frequency of 3, so 2, yeah, we have a frequency of 3, so this is correct. So this is like 3 here. For the next chord 3, we have a frequency of 8, okay, which is also correct. 8. 4, we have a frequency of 9, yes, 9 is somewhere here. 5, we have a frequency of 4, okay, yeah, which is correct. Then 6 chord, we have a frequency of 1, okay, which is also correct. So option A is the correct answer, but let's check this other one so you understand why option A is correct. Okay, so this first call, it says this is 2, it says the frequency is 3, but here it's saying 1, so this is wrong. This one is what? 3. The next call is 3, frequency is 8, but here it's saying 3, which is also wrong. This call is what? 4. Okay, as far as just one bar is wrong, the answer is wrong. Let us check this one. The first call is 2. From our table, it says the frequency should be 3, but this frequency is reading 9, so this is wrong. Option D, the first call is 2 and the frequency should be 3, but this is reading 10, so it is wrong. So our right option here is option A. Question 75 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says if y is equal to AB, then B is what? So y is equal to AB. What is B? Is making B the subject of the formula. That's how straightforward this question is. So all we need to do is divide both sides by A. Divide by A. Okay, this is A. Okay, this will cancel out. So y over A is equal to what? B. Okay, which is the same as what? B is equal to y over A. Okay, so this is the answer. And where's our right option here? Then B is equal to what? Y over A, which is option C. Question 76 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says find the value of D in the figure below. Okay, so this figure below, we have 4D, this is 3D degree, this is 5D degrees. Okay, so this is a two parallel lines. Okay, when you have these two parallel lines, this angle is equal to this angle, and this angle is equal to this angle. That's opposite angles are what? Equal. Okay, so this is 3D and this is what? 5D. And so here, this is a triangle, is that not it? This shape here is a triangle. And remember that the sum of angles in a triangle will give us what? 180. So we add up this and equate it to 180 so we can find D. So we have 4D plus 3D plus 5D is equal to what? 180. Okay, degree. So 4D plus 3D, that's 7D plus 12 plus 5D, that's what? 12D, equal to what? 180 degrees. So to get D, we divide both sides by 12. This will cancel out, and 180 divided by 12, how many times will it go? It will go 15 times. So we have D is equal to what? 15 degrees. So the value of D is what? 15 degree. And our right option here is option B. Question 77 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says the inequality illustrated below is, Okay, there should be a dark ball here. All right. Okay, so illustrated below is, so we have this minus 6, we have this sign is what less than, so it's x is what less than or equal to what minus 6. Okay, so this is what this inequality means. X is what less than, because the arrow goes this way, less than or equal to minus 6. So this is our answer. And where's our right option here? Our right option is option A. Question 78 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the marks below show the score of 6 students in a reading test. Okay, this is score of 6 students in a reading test. What is the modal mark? Okay, modal, that's your mode. Okay, now what is the modal mark? You know, your mode is the highest frequency, okay, of the marks that the students got. Okay, so the highest frequency is from here, that's the number that is repeated most. All right, the mark that is repeated most from the score of the 6 students, okay, is what 3, because we have a student that scored 3 here and another that scored 3. Okay, so the highest repeated mark is 3, so our mode is equal to what? 3. Our right option here is option C. Question 79 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says some old goods are sold for 2/5 to 5th of their original prices. Okay, what will be the selling price of a t-shirt which originally cost this? Okay, this is quite straightforward because it says some old clothes, sorry, some old goods, so the t-shirt is among the old goods, are sold for 2/5 of their original prices. So it's now asking us what would be the selling price now of a t-shirt which originally cost this. So it's just 2/5 of this 850, which is the original price of the t-shirt. So we have 2/5 of naira 850. This 50, sorry. So we have 2/5 times 850 off. That's what this means, off product. Okay, that's multiplication. So 5 here, 1, 5 and 8 will go 1 times remainder 3 and 35 7. So we have 0 and 170. Okay, so it was 2 times 170, that would give us what? 340. So the current price that the t-shirt will be sold for will be 340 naira. And our right option here is option A. Question 80 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says, which of the following is/are appropriate for the construction of angle 30 degree using a pair of compasses only? Okay, bisection of angle 60, bisection of angle 90, bisection of angle 150. All these are wrong. Okay, the only one that is correct for the construction of angle 30 degrees was bisection of what? Angle 60. Okay, this is what is correct. All right, and our right option here is option C, I only. Question 81 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says a prime number has dash factors. A prime number has 2 factors. Okay, one of the factor is 1 and itself. Okay, remember the definition of prime numbers. They are numbers that can only be divided by 1 and itself. So it has 2 factors. Our right option here is option B, 2 factors. Question 82 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says write in words this number. Let us pronounce this number together. So we have, these are how many zeros? Let's say all these are zeros. Okay, so we have 990, so it means we're in the billion range. Okay, if it was 6 zeros alone, it means it's millions. Okay, so this is 65 billion, okay, 473 million, all right, 218,239. Okay, so this is how you pronounce this word. So let's look for the right option here. This says 600. No, it's not 600. This B says 600. No, it's not 600. Yes, this says 65 billion. It has to start from billion. Yes. Option D says 65 million. No, it is not 65 million. So it is C is the correct option. So let's complete it. So it says 65 billion 473,218,239. Okay, so this is the right option, option C. Question 83 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says a car traveling at 6 km per hour took 3 hours to arrive at its destination. Alright? How long will it take the same car to cover the same distance at a speed of this? Okay? How long will it take the same car, that's the same car that traveled at this hour, to cover the same distance at a speed of this? Okay? So we have this question focuses on the formula of speed, okay, where speed is equal to what? Distance over time. Okay, you have to always remember this formula in maths. All right, so we have to look for how long it will take the same car to cover the same distance at a speed of this. Okay, so first of all, we have to know the distance. A car traveling at 6 km per hour took 3 hours to arrive at its destination. So we have to look for the distance that the car traveling at this took to arrive at its destination, because we have to use that value in getting how long it would take the same car to cover this same distance. So we have to find the distance first of the car when it traveled at this speed and at this time. Okay, so to find the distance, at making distance formula the subject of the formula, it is what our distance is equal to a speed times time. All right, so the car traveling at this speed 60 times at this time. Okay, the distance is what? 180. We are dealing with kilometers, so 180 kilometers. So this is the distance it used when it traveled at this speed and took this time. Okay, so the question says, how long will it take the same car to cover the same distance at a speed of this? So we now have the distance to plug into here. Okay, so the same distance here is what? 180 kilometers. So we have to find time, and time, the formula for time, making time the subject of formula, time is equal to what? Distance over speed. Okay, when you make time the subject formula, take time up, bring speed down. So here we're using our distance as what? 180 kilometers, and our speed as what? 100 kilometer per hour. Okay, so 180, we're going to have this 18 divided by 10, that gives us 1.8. So we have 1.8 what? Hour. Okay, so that's hours, because it's greater than 1. Alright, so this is the time it will take the same car to cover this same distance of 180 kilometer at a speed of what? 100 what? Kilometer per hour. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option D. Question 84 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says simplify this. So we have 3 over 8 times 1 over 4 plus 3, okay, this is not plus, this is division, divided by 3 over 4 plus 1 over 5. Okay, this question isn't that correct, okay, but I'm still going to solve it to, still explain board maths to you. Okay, all right, it isn't too clear, or it's a typo from the examiners. All right, so let's use board maths. First of all, we do what? There's no brackets, there's no other, so we do what? Division. So we have 1 over 4 time divided by 3 over 4. So we have 3 over 8. So we're first of all going to do this. So times 1 over 4, changing this division sign to multiplication sign, we invert this one. So we have 4 over 3 This will cancel out. We have a plus 5 here. So we have 3 over 8 times 1 over 3 is left here, plus 1 over 5. What's the next thing to do? Multiplication. So we'll multiply this. So it means this 3 will cancel out this 3. So we're left with what? 1 over 8 plus 1 over 5. So we do addition. 8 and 5, the LCM is what? 40. 8 in 45 and times 1 is 5, plus 8 in 40 is 5 in 48, and 8 times 1 is what? 8. And what is 5 plus 8? That's what? 13 divided by 40. Okay, this is the answer you're going to get. Okay, you can see the answer is not here, so this is a typo in this question. All right, but this is the way you solve a fraction using your what? Board mass. So there are a lot of questions that are not quite clear even in this in the past question. Okay, but I've tried to solve some and I left out some that are not clear. Okay, question 25 of the junior WAEC 2020 mathematics past question, that's your BECE exam. It says a piece of land is roughly in the shape of a circle of diameter 200 meter. What is the approximate area of the land in hectares? In hectares. Okay, it says use pi as 3. Okay, so what's the area of a circle? The area of a circle is what? Pi r square. Okay, the area of a circle is what? Pi r square. So where our pi is 3, and what is our r? Our r is the half of our diameter, that's 200 divided by 2. Okay, r is your radius. Okay, and that's what? 100. So our radius is 100. So we have 100 what? Square. So that's 3 times 100 square is 10,000. So that's we have 30,000 meters square. Okay, but our question says the approximate area of the land in hectares. Okay, hectares. So we have to convert this meter square to hectares. And remember that 1 hectare is equal to what? 10,000 meter square. Okay, so we can convert this. So we have here, if we have here, so since 1 hectare is what? 10,000 meters square. So to get how many hectares is what? 30,000 meters square. It's just simply what? 30,000 divided by what? 10,000. And this 4 zeros will cancel out this 4 zeros. So we have how many hectares in 30,000 meters square? So we have 3 what? Hectares. Okay, so this is our answer, 3 hectares. All right, in 30,000 meters square. And our right option here is option D. Question 86 of the junior WAEC 2020 mathematics past question, that's your BEC exam. It says the table below shows a record of cases of death in an hospital. So this is the cause of death, this is the no of death. It says what is the percentage of people that died of HIV/AIDS? Okay, so we have the number of deaths of HIV/AIDS as what? 180, but we're told to look for the percentage. Okay, so we have to know first of all the total number of deaths. And what's the total number of deaths? That's 50 plus we have to add up all this. Okay, so to know the percentage of HIV from the total no of death. Okay, so we have 200 plus 50, that's 250 plus 250 plus 120, that's 0.73. Then this is plus 30, that will give us 400, then plus 20, so that will give us what? 420. So total of 420. So to get the percentage is definitely 120 divided by 420 times what? 100. That would give us the percentage of people that died of what? HIV/AIDS. So this 0 will cancel out this 0 here. What else can go? Just when we punch in your calculator these values, we are going to have what? 28.757% okay, so this is the percentage of people that died of HIV/AIDS. Okay, and our right option here is option D. Question 87 of the junior WAEC 2020 mathematics past question, that's your BEC exam. It says the line that divides a circle into 2 equal parts is called a definitely is called what? A diameter. Remember, we just did something on circle here. Okay, 2 questions back. A diameter is a line that divides, okay, the circle into 2 equal parts. All right, so B is your answer, diameter. All right, I think I didn't draw that other circle quite fairly enough. My diameter was up here, but a diameter always crosses the center of the circle and divides the circle into 2 equal parts. Okay, your diameter can be this way or either vertical. All right, this is also your diameter. The major point is it crosses the center of the what? Circle. All right, and divides the circle into 2 equal parts. So diameter is the answer. Question 88 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. That's your BECE exam. It says solve the equation. So we have 4 in brackets as your parenthesis 5g minus 1 equal to what? 16 plus what? 5g. All right, so we have to open up this bracket, right? So we have 4 times 5g, that will give us what? 20g, and 4 times minus 1, we have minus what? 4, equal to what? 16 plus what? 5g. So we have to collect like terms. Bring g here, take minus 4 here. Okay, bring the variables to the left hand side, take just the whole numbers to the right hand side. So we have 20g, bringing plus 5g to this side, we have a negative 5g equal to 16. Taking a negative 4 to this side, we have a plus what? 4, positive what? 4. And 20 minus 5g will give us what? 15g equal to 16 plus 4. All that give us, that would give us what? 20. So we divide both sides by 15. This will cancel out. We have to reduce this. 5 will go here many times? 4 times, and 5 will go here many times? 3 times. So we're left with 4 over 3. This is an improper fraction. We have to convert to a proper fraction. So, and no, sorry, we have to convert to a mixed fraction. So how many times will 3 go in 4? It will go 1 times, remainder 1, then divided by 3. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option C. Question 89 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the following are acute angles, except, now what is an acute angle? An acute angle are angles less than what? 90 degrees. That's an acute angle. Okay? Angles less than 90 degrees, while obtuse is what? Greater than what? 90 degrees. Okay, so obtuse is greater than 90 degrees, and I not also is greater than 90 degrees but less than what? 180 degrees. That's for obtuse angles. But acute angles is what? Less than what? 90 degrees. So what are the angles that are less than 90 degrees here? Okay, so we have 60, 44, 30. So the following are acute angles except A. Okay, 120 degrees, which is greater than what? 90 degrees. All right, so our right option here is option A. Question 90 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says find the value of x in the diagram below. So we have this triangle. This is just Pythagoras, okay, theorem. These are hypotenuse. This is your what? What's this? We have this as our adjacent and this as our what? Opposite. Okay, so we're looking for the opposite. All right, so our opposite square is equal to what? A hypotenuse square minus what? Your adjacent square. Okay, remember the main formula for a Pythagoras is what? Hypotenuse square is equal to what? Opposite square plus what? Adjacent square. So to get your opposite square, you just take adjacent square here. All right, that's what we have here. So hypotenuse square here, we have 5 square minus what? 4 square. That's what? 25 minus 16. Okay, 4 square is 16, 25 square is 25, so we have 9. So opposite square is equal to 9, so our opposite alone will be the square root of what? 9, and that would give us what? 3 centimeters. So here is equal to what? 3 centimeters, and our right option here is option A. Question 91 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BEC exam. It says how many sides has a polygon if the sum of its angles is 48 right angles? Okay, Sum of a polygon, if the sum of its angles, that's its interior angles, is what? 48 right angles. 48 right angles meaning 48 times what? 90 is equal to what? N minus 2 brackets 180 degree. Remember, as I said, polygon, you really need to know your sum of interior angles of a polygon. You're going to use it for about 3 to 4 questions in your exam. So you need to know about polygon. All right, you can see this. I think this is the third or fourth question on polygon. So you need to know this formula. All right, the sum of angles of a polygon is equal to this, and we've been given the sum of the angle as what? 48 right angles. So we have 48 times 90 equals to n minus 2 in bracket 180. So what's 48 times 90? That's 4320 equal to, opening up this bracket, we have 180n minus what? 360. Okay, I would prefer to just take this 360 here. So we have 4320 minus 360 here. We have positive 360 equal to 180n. When we add up this, we're going to have 4680 equal to 180n. It's the same as 180n equal to what? 4680. So let's divide by 180 to get our n, because we're looking for how many sides has the polygon. We're looking for the sides, what? N. So divided by 180. When you punch in your calculator, divide this by 180, you should get what? 26. So this polygon has what? 26 sides. Okay, and our right option here is option A. Question 92 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says simplify this: 199,999 square minus 1. So we are going to look for the square of this. The square of this is what? 39,999,600,001. Then it says minus 1. So we just take away this 1. Okay, so it becomes what? 0. So this should be our answer. And where's our right option here? This is our right option. Option what? D. Okay, 39,999,600. Are you seeing that? 000 after you take away your 1. So these are right what? Option. Question 93 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics question. It says the population of 5 towns are this, this, and this, each to the nearest 100. Find the total population of the 5 towns to the nearest 1,000. Total population. So we have to add 15,600. Okay, plus 17,300 plus 62,800 plus 74,000 plus 34,400. Okay, when we add up all this, we're going to have what? That's using your calculator, we're going to have 204,100. Okay, so it now says find the total population. This is total population of the 5 towns to the nearest 1,000. Now to the nearest what? 1,000. So where does our 1,000 end? It says our 1,000 is what? 204,000. Okay, so immediately after the 1,000, the number immediately after it, okay, is 1. It's not greater than or equal to 5, so we can't approximate. So we just make this what? A 0. So approximating to the nearest 1,000 is what? 204 what? Sorry, 204,000. So this is our answer, and our right option here is option B. Can be option A. Okay, don't confuse it and use, since they say to the nearest 1,000 you pick 200,000. No, no. It's your total sum is 204,000. Is immediately after the 1,000. Okay, that you check the next value. If it is greater than or equal to 5, then you approximate to the 1,000 value. All right, so you don't just cut out the 4. All right, the 4 is part of the 1,000. All right, so you need to learn approximation well. Okay, question 94 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says the bearing of P from Q, okay, is 63 degrees. So 63 degrees is the north side. All right, So the bearing of P from Q, so Q will be here. Since it's this is Q, since it's 63 degrees, so somewhere here. So the bearing of P from Q is this. So it's going to meet P here. Okay, so this is 63 what degrees. All right, this is P. Sorry, this is Q, and this is what P. So the bearing of P from Q is what 63 degrees. Remember, in bearing, all right, you start from the north side, okay, and you take it clockwise. All right, okay, all right, and this is 3-digit bearing. So in 3-digit bearing, you start from the north and you take it clockwise. Okay, this is not compass bearing. Compass bearing is when you have north of let's say north of 63 and south. Okay, north 63 and south. This is compass bearing, but this is 3-digit bearing. Okay, all right. So for your level right now, bearing is not advanced. It's just trying to know your point from another point. Okay, so this is the interpretation of this. So the bearing of P from Q is what 63 degrees. All right, that's 63 degrees. Its question says find the bearing of Q from P. So we're to find the bearing now of Q from P. The bearing of Q from P is from here to here, this angle here. All right, that's the bearing of Q from P. All right, so we're from here to here, this is 90, this is another 90, so this is 180. And this angle here, what's this angle here? Remember, this angle is alternate to this. Alternate angles are equal, so here is what 63 degrees. So the total angle from here to here, since we know from here to here as 180 and from here to here as 63, we add them up. So we have 180 plus what 63. And what would that give us? 180 plus 63, that's going to give us 3, 4, 2. So we have 243 degrees. So that's the bearing of Q from P. The bearing of Q from P, taken from the north and going clockwise. All right. So our right answer here is option A. Question 95 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says arrange these fractions in descending order of magnitude. Descending order. Descending order means from the highest to the lowest. Okay, so from the highest value to the lowest. So we have to look at these values now, the highest to the lowest. And what's the highest from here? You know, these are fractions, so the shortest way you can do this, just punch in your calculator, get the decimal values of all these numbers. All right, the decimal value of 6 over 13 is equal to 6 over 13 is 0.461. okay, 11 over 12 is 0.916. 12 over 13 is equal to 0.923. 10 over 11 is equal to 0.9090, and 7 over 8 is equal to what? 0.875. So we now arrange the highest to the lowest. So the highest here is 12 over 13, next to what? 11 over 12, next to what? 10 over 11, next to what? 7 over 8, and finally 6 over 3. So this is in descending order. So these are answer, and where is our right option here? 12 over 13 is this. Okay, option what? B. Question 96 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question, that's your BECE exam. It says if x varies inversely as the cube root of y, x varies inversely as the cube root of y, that's cube root, cube. Okay, and this question, the answer is in here. All right, also a typo here. All right, okay, so let's convert this variation sign to equal to sign. So we have introducing the constant k, so we have x is equal to what? K over the cube root of what? Y. All right, okay, and x is 1 when y is 8. Write the formula connecting x and y. So let us find k, all right, where x is 1 and y is what, 8. So put in the value. So we have, or just make k a subject of formula here. Making k a subject of formula, k is equal to what? X times the cube root of y, where we know x as 1 times our cube root, y is what, 8. So what's the cube root of 8? That's 2, because we have 2 times 2 times 2, which will give us what, 8. All right, so the cube root of 8 is 2. So we have 1 times 2, which is equal to what, 2. So k is equal to 2. So the formula connecting x and y, we put in the value of k here. Let me do this here. So is equal to what? X is equal to 2 over the cube root of what, y. So this is the formula connecting what, x and y. You can see the answer is in here. There's a typo. All right, maybe this is supposed to be a 2, but they made it a 1. All right, but I solved this to help you understand how you solve variation problems. All right, so our right answer for this question 96 is this. Question 97 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question, that's your BECE exam. It says the pie chart above shows the year group of students in a certain school. Okay, if there are 1080 students in the school, how many students are in GSS? That's your junior secondary school. So let's find how many students are in your junior secondary school. So this is in degree. All right, we're not to find the angle, we're not to find the number, and we've been given the total number of students in the school. So the total angle of junior secondary school students is what? This is 90, this is 80, and this is 60. So let's add them up. 90 plus 80, that's 170, and 170 plus 60. What would that give us? That would give us what? 230. 230. Okay, so we have 230 degrees. All right, so to find the total number of students in your GSS, we'll all just do 230 degrees divided by the total degree in a pie chart, which is all angles in a point is what, 360 what degrees. Okay, then times the total number of students, 180. All right, so this will cancel out this, and let's say we punch in our calculator, or can we just cancel? 9 will go here many times? 4 times. 9 in 108 will go 1, 2, 12, and add a 0 here. So 4 here, 1, and 4 in 12 will go how many? In 120 will go what? 30 times. So we have 23 times 30. And what's 23 times 30? That's going to give us what? 690. Sorry, 690. So we have 690 students in the GSS class. All right, so how many students are in the GSS class? We have 690. Also in this question, there's a typo in this question, okay, because from here I'm sure there's an error here. Maybe they're supposed to state a particular of the GSS level class, either GSS 1, 2, or 3, and not the 3. Okay, but in the case where you just see how many students are in GSS, that's the 3 of them. All right, you have to add them up, and this would be the answer. All right, or if it is one of the GSS class that are picked, you still follow the same way. Let's say it is 90 GSS 1 that is picked. All you need to do is say 90 divided by 360 times what? 1080. Okay, so the answer following this question is what? 690. Question 98 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Pass question. It says round off to the nearest whole number. So you have 15.5 divided by 2 1/3. So let's change this mixed fraction to improper. So we have 2 times 15, that's 30 plus 1, that's 31 over 2, divided by 3 times 2, that's 6 plus 1, that's 7 over 3. So we have to change the division sign to what? Multiplication. So we have 2, then times 3 over 7. So what do we have here? So we have 31 times 3, that will give us 93. Then 2 times 7, What would that give us? That would give us what? 14. Okay. And 93 divided by 14, we're going to have a 6.642. Okay. And it says round off to the nearest whole number. So the nearest whole number after the decimal is greater than 5. So we can approximate to this 6 here. So we have to the nearest whole number, we have what? 7. So our answer is 7. And our right option is option B. Question 99 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. It says the record of colors of drinks at a gridlock in a highway is shown in the table below. The highest 4 colors sold at that point are, we're looking for the highest 4 colors sold at that point. Okay, the highest 4 colors. The highest here, we have 55. After 55, we have 50. Okay, the next number will be what? 45. After 45, we have 38. So this is the highest 4 colors sold. So we have black, orange, yellow, red. Okay, that's the first option, A. Okay, black, orange, yellow, red. So the highest, all right, of the 4 colors sold at that point are black, orange, yellow, red. Option A. Question 100 of the Junior WAEC 2020 Mathematics Past Question. Okay, it says the table below is the frequency table for the type of illicit drug detected by security at a point of exit. All right, it says what is the sectorial angle for heroin in a pie chart? Sectorial angle for heroin in a pie chart. Okay, so the names of the kilograms detected. All right, so this is 20, this is in kilogram here, this is in kilogram, this is in kilogram. All right, and others. So we're looking like for the angle. Let's say we have a pie chart and we have 4. It's divided into 4 parts. All right, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, and others. So we want to know the angle of heroin, but we know that the kilogram of heroin is this. So let's find the total kilogram of all the drug. So we have here, add up, we have 25 plus 45 plus 10, 20 plus 10, 25 plus 45, that will give us 70, and this is 30, 70 plus 30, so we have a total of 100 kilogram. Okay, so we are to get the sectorial part, and for a pie chart, the total angles, the sum of angles at the point is what? 360. So heroin is what? 20 over the total drugs, illicit drugs. We have 100, then times what? We are to divide, get the sectorial angle times what? 360. So this 0 will cancel out this 0, this 0 will cancel out this 0. So we're left with 2 times 36. And what's 2 times 36? That's 72 what? Degree. Okay, this is in degrees. This 360. So this will be in what? Degrees. This kilogram here will cancel out this kilogram here. All right, so we have in degrees. So our right option here is option B. All right, so thank you so much for coming to the end, staying to the end of this video.